Chapter 11, Part 1 of Ireland under the Tudors, Volume 1, by Richard Bagwell. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. From the year 1536 to the year 1540, Grey was immediately chosen Lord Justice by the Council, and his patent as deputy was not long delayed. He began badly, his temper involving him in one of those personal difficulties which led to his ruin. He had never been on good terms with his predecessor, and was at no pains to make decent or politic show of regret. Less than a month after her husband's death, Lady Skeffington wrote to Anne Boleyn, declaring that she was overwhelmed with debt through his liberality in advancing money for the public service. She had already complained to Cromwell of Grey's harshness, and her son-in-law, Anthony Colley, went so far as to accuse him of shortening the late deputy's life. Aylmer and Allen, afterwards Grey's most unrelenting enemies, were included in Lady Skeffington's complaint. The council now sustained Grey, but it was not in official documents that the politicians of Dublin were wont to assail a chief governor whose hand might, after all, be heavy against them. Verbal messages and innuendos contained in private letters seldom failed to undermine a man whom it might be neither safe nor decent to accuse openly. Grey now contented himself with saying that the late Lord Deputy had died in debt, and that his property was held in pledge for his creditors. But Lady Skeffington replied, and no doubt truly, that the official salary had never been paid, and that she could do nothing without it. Cromwell at least believed her, for he gave orders that her goods should be delivered to her, and that she should be sped on her homeward journey. Grey complied in the most ungracious manner, and had all the luggage and furniture turned out of Maynooth Castle before carts could be provided to carry it away. It was stored in a church, and there further detained by the new deputy for a debt to the crown. Lady Skeffington was unable to leave for 8 or 9 months after her husband's death, and obstacles were placed in her way to the last. There may have been faults on both sides, but had Grey been either a good-natured or politic man, he might have found means to smooth matters for a widowed lady whose chief desire was the very general one of wishing to get out of Ireland as quickly as possible. Grey was commissioned to summon a parliament, which accordingly met on Monday, May the 1st, the day before Anne Boleyn was sent to the Tower. In less than 3 weeks a number of important bills were passed, of which drafts carefully settled by Audley himself had been sent from England. The succession was secured to the issue of Anne Boleyn, as Brabazon wrote only 2 days before that unfortunate lady's execution. Before the letter reached London, Jane Seymour had already been queen a full fortnight, and Cromwell's concern was, if possible, to stop the passing of an act which would have to be repeated so soon. It was too late to do this, but the Parliament made no difficulty about enacting the same stringent rule of succession for the third as they had done for the second wife. They thus achieved the unique distinction of passing 2 contradictory acts of settlement within 18 months. This remarkable performance does not adorn the printed statute book, because that compilation was made when Elizabeth was firmly seated on the throne. The bill declaring the king to be supreme head of the church encountered some opposition from the proctors of the clergy, 2 of whom were summoned to Parliament from each diocese. The proctors had only consultative voices, but they now claimed not only to be full members of Parliament, but to form a separate order whose consent would be necessary to every change in the law. An act was passed declaring them no members of the body of Parliament, as they had temerariously and usurpadly taken upon them to be. In spite of their opposition and of much secret discontent, a series of acts were passed to emancipate the Irish Church from Roman influences, or rather for subjecting her to King Stork instead of to King Locke. All dues hitherto paid to Rome were forbidden, and the election and consecration of bishops were withdrawn from papal control. Appeals were transferred from the Pope to the King. The payment of first fruits was imposed on all secular dignitaries and beneficed clergymen, abbots, and priors, being for the time exempted. The abrogation of this heavy and oppressive tax was reserved for the energy of Swift or the piety of Anne. By Audley's advice, the English heresy laws were not copied in Ireland. An act was passed to validate the proceedings of this Parliament, though it had been held contrary to Poyning's law. But the spirit, if not the letter, of that famous measure had been observed by preparing the bills in England. Indeed, the Parliament was as subservient as any official could wish. The Common House, wrote Brabazon, is marvellous good for the King's causes, and all the learned men within the same be very good, so that I think all causes concerning the King's grace will take good effect. The weakening of the English power in Ireland by the non-residence of great proprietors had long been recognized. Edward III, on the occasion of his son Lionel's mission, announced by proclamation that the lands of absentees would be granted to Englishmen willing and able to defend them against the Irish. An English Parliament under Richard II provided that in case of absenteeism, the Viceroy and Council might divert 2/3 of the rents and profits to the defence of the country in ordinary cases, 1/3 in the case of students, of persons absent on the King's service, or those who had leave of absence under the Great Seal. Whether or not this English law was ever reenacted or obeyed in Ireland, so forfeiture was considered an incident of non-residence, and special acts were passed to protect those who left Ireland on the public service. Henry VI made a law ordering his subjects of Ireland to return to their own country. By Poyning's Act, the statute of Richard II obtained full force in Ireland, and it was worthy afterwards provided afresh that all licenses of absence should be under the Great Seal of England, exceptions being made in favour of the religious orders and of students. The momentous act now passed declared that many great proprietors had notoriously failed to defend their lands, whereby the king was forced to incur great expense in bringing an army to Ireland. The persons specially mentioned were Thomas Howard, Duke of Norfolk, and his co-par-seigneur, Lord Berkeley, who claimed and held these seigneuries, and lordships of Carlow, Old Ross, and George Talbot, Earl of Waterford and Salop, who held the seigneury of Wexford, and the heirs general of the Earl of Ormond, who held divers possessions and lands. To these were added the abbots of Furness, Bristol, Osney, and Bath, the priors of Canterbury, Llanthony, Cartmel, and Casham, and the master of St. Thomas of Acon in London. All this property was resumed to the crown, saving the rights of residents in Ireland who held under the dispossessed lords. Wexford was at once placed under a royal seneschal, and was so governed till the reign of James I. The crown thus became one of the greatest of Irish landlords, and the foundations of a reconquest were laid. While Parliament was sitting, Phelim O'Neill, chief of Clandeboy, came to Dublin and covenanted with the Lord Deputy to attend all great hostings, and to make war upon all enemies of the government within a day's march of his own country. He promised not to aid or harbour rebels, and to submit all differences between his people and the king's subjects to peaceful arbitration. The great Leinster chief, Cahir McIncross Kavanagh, also came to terms, agreed to supply 12 horsemen and 20 kern in all hostings, and to employ his whole force on journeys of not more than 3 days' duration. He promised to submit disputes to the arbitration of Ossory and his son. Redmond Savage, the chief of an English family in Down, which had long conformed to Celtic usages, made a similar agreement, and also promised to pay the Lord Deputy for his friendship 100 fat cows and a good horse, or 15 marks Irish. Grey went himself to Dundalk, where Con O'Neill met him. The chief of Tyrone renewed the promises made to Skeffington, him binding himself to attend all hostings and do his best against Scotch intruders, but he gave no hostages. An invasion of his country was not believed to be practicable. The Lord Deputy then returned to Dublin, where a new and very serious danger demanded his presence. Lack of money, as Grey expressed it, after the late robbing and spoiling, was the great difficulty of the English in Ireland during the whole Tudor period. The king now sent £7,000, but that sum still left the soldiers' pay 3 months in arrear. There were many differences among the members of council, but they all agreed in demanding more money. The northern spearmen, on the report that they were not to be paid in full, mutinied openly, declaring that they would have all or none. They refused to hear the king's letters read, threatened the lives of the vice-treasurer and chief justice, declared that they would not serve without wages, and that if they were not paid they would board with the council at their houses, in spite of their hearts. The astute borderers carried their point, for they received full payment, while Grey's own retainers were sent empty away. St. Lou's men at Waterford also showed a mutinous spirit, but they were silenced for a time by receiving part of what was due to them. Parliament having adjourned to Kilkenny, Grey followed it thither, the army being victualled for a month. Having made arrangements for restoring the fortifications of Power's Court, Woodstock, and Athy, Grey left the defence of the Pale to Brabazon, adjourned the Parliament to Limerick, and himself set out for Desmond's country. Beside Ossory and his son, and the usual force of the 4 shires, O'Carroll, MacMurrough, O'Byrne, and Lord Roche, and the gentlemen of Wexford and Waterford, accompanied the Lord Deputy. He was also attended by William Bodie, a confidential servant, whom Cromwell had sent over to gather information, and whom he afterwards mentioned in his will. Bodie travelled to Ireland with George Browne, the new Archbishop of Dublin, and first busied himself in trying to arrange Grey's dispute with Lady Skeffington. He had particular instructions to inquire as to the possibility of increasing the Irish revenue. Marching unopposed across the central plain, Grey found the great Desmond stronghold on Lough Gur undefended, the doors and windows having been carried off and the roof purposely burnt. It was handed over to Lord Butler, who undertook to repair and garrison it at his own expense. Grey then marched to Carrigunel, an immense fortress standing in a commanding position over the Shannon. Matthew O'Brien surrendered the place on condition, as was alleged by Bodie, that it should be garrisoned only by Englishmen. An order was nevertheless given to hand it over to Donogh O'Brien, Ossory's son-in-law. This chief came to Grey and renewed the offers made to Butler. He was ready to serve the king against his father and all others, provided he might have Carrigunel, and the council considered his services more important to them than the castle could be to him. But the English guard restored the place to Matthew O'Brien. Donogh was certainly not an Englishman, and George Woodward, an honest and an hardy man, may have thought himself bound in honour to restore the original situation, or he may have thought one O'Brien as good as another. Grey merely says that Matthew held out boldly until that battering train was in position, when he was content to depart with bag and baggage. The next undertaking was an attack on O'Brien's bridge, which had long laid Limerick and Tipperary open to attack. The bridge was of wood, with a castle at each end, built in the water. That near the Limerick shore was the strongest, and was of hewn limestone or marble, 12 or 14 feet thick, and armed with an iron gun carrying shot as big as a man's head, and 2 small pieces, of which one belonged to some ship and the other was of Portuguese make. The garrison had also some muskets and handguns, and the work was skilfully strengthened with wooden barriers and with hogsheads full of sand. Under Donogh O'Brien's guidance, the Lord Deputy marched along the hilly bank of the great river, by devious paths, untravelled hitherto, as he believed, by Englishmen or by wheels. The 4 land arches had been broken down, and the castle was thus surrounded by water. The royal artillery consisted of 1 culverin, 6 falcons, and 1 half-shaker, but these were not heavy enough. In a day and a half all the shot had been fired away, and the walls were almost as sound as ever. No baggage train had been brought, provisions were scarce, and 2 nights had been spent on the bare ground. It was necessary to retire or to take the castle. Brushwood was abundant, and Grey set his men to make fascines and to throw them into the channel. Ladders were also made, but it became unnecessary to use them, for St. Lou's men advanced along the frail and shifting path and carried the castle with a rush. The garrison ran out at the other side, and the bridge was then broken down with such tools as were at hand. The army then returned to Limerick, and Lord Butler went to Carrick-on-Suir for more cannon before undertaking the recovery of Carrick-go-Gunwale, which the Irish had again seized by stratagem. Bodie, with the insolence of a great man's favourite, had throughout this expedition assumed the character of a royal commissioner, to which he had not a shadow of title. He associated with the loosest of boon companions, who disturbed the camp by night and day, and swore with the truth born of alcohol that he was no commissioner. At O'Brien's Bridge he blamed Grey for not providing sapping tools, which must have tired out the soldiers, and which would have been quite useless. He was very indignant at having to sleep on the ground, from Friday inclusive until Tuesday exclusive, but no one else was better off. Grey, a thorough soldier, was at no pains to conceal his contempt. I desired him to be contented, for I had seen better men than he was, or should be, or any that was there, lodged worse. He was displeased therewith, desiring me not to judge what his fortune might be. Then I said I was sure he should never be so good as the Duke of Norfolk and Suffolk, and my lord, my brother, the Marquis of Dorset, whom I had seen lodged worse. Whereat he took a great fume for that I should judge any impossibility what he might be, and thereupon, leaving us at our coming to Limerick, departed towards Dublin in a great anger. But of his jests, by the way, the folly of it is such, I will not commit to writing, but I assure you, like no commissioner. The short experience of Irish campaigning was enough for Bodie, who returned to Dublin and busied himself in undermining Grey's influence. Few seem to have had his good word except Ossory and his son, who took care to be civil to Cromwell's confidential man. But Bodie was perhaps a better judge of a country than of a general's qualifications. As far as I have seen it, he wrote, that is to say, the counties of Dublin, Kildare, Carlow, Kilkenny, Tipperary, Ormond, Ossory, Desmond, Limerick, and Thomond. If there be any paradise in this world, it may be accounted for one among them, both for beauty and goodness. The army which Grey had at Limerick did not much exceed 2,000 men, including the butlers and their not very trustworthy Irish allies. The Pale had been much exhausted by the Kildare rebellion, and it was purposely spared, much to the indignation of Bodie, who, like many other casual visitors, fancied he understood Ireland better than men who had studied it for years. The Lord Deputy had only 700 men of his own, and had no money to pay them. St. Lou's company had received some part of their money at Waterford, but broke out again soon after leaving that city, and it was supposed that 2 subalterns, Gerbert and Powell, were the true ringleaders. Grey's gunners stood firm, and by threatening to use the guns, he kept the mutineers quiet for a time. They behaved, as we have seen, with great gallantry at O'Brien's Bridge, but they refused to go beyond the Shannon, and the idea of a pursuit into Clare was therefore given up. The council thought Grey's person in danger, and he owned to more peril from his soldiers than from the Irish enemy. He could depend only on his own immediate followers, 100 horse, and as many foot, and upon one officer, that Stephen Perry, whom we have met before. Whenever the bulk of the troops were called upon to perform a service, they all answered together, "Let us have money, and we will do it." The troops being pacified for the moment, and Lord Butler having arrived with another battering piece, the garrison of Carrigogunel, consisting partly of Desmond and partly of O'Briens, were summoned to surrender on promise of their lives, and warned that if the castle had to be taken by force, no quarter should be shown to man, woman, or child. They detained the messenger and returned no answer. A breach was soon made, and after more than one failure and the loss of 30 men killed and wounded, the castle was taken by storm. 17 of the defenders were killed in the fight, and of 46 survivors, all were put to death on the spot, except certain gentlemen of the O'Briens, for whom large ransoms were refused, and who were taken to Limerick, tried for high treason, and immediately executed. Chief Justice Aylmer accompanied the army for such purposes. The castle was handed over to Lord Butler, who placed it in his brother-in-law's charge, and Donogh, having gained his great object, became a scourge to the citizens of Limerick. The troops positively refused to go into Clare without receiving their arrears, and Grey had nothing to give. He therefore proposed to leave them at Limerick, Cork, and Kilmallock, giving his own and the council security for their victualling until the king should think proper to send money. They refused, and Butler's men, after 20 days' trial of Locke, would stay there no longer unless the towns had English garrisons. James Fitzmaurice, whom the king acknowledged as Earl of Desmond, and who had a party in the county, was not at hand, and as no one could take his place, the castle was abandoned. The artillery was left at Limerick and Clonmel, and the Lord Deputy went back to meet Parliament at Dublin. His expedition had shown that a small army, well led and well paid, could go anywhere and do anything in Ireland, and that feudal castles could do nothing against a proper siege train. But it had also shown that the necessary conditions were not likely to be fulfilled under a king who gave away priories while crossing passages, and who staked one of the finest peals of bells in London upon a single throw of a dice. The death of the Duke of Richmond, whom his father, no doubt, intended to advance, and whom Charles V ever even thought, or professed to think, destined to succeed him, made no difference to the country which he nominally governed. It was indeed at first supposed that Acts of Parliament passed after his death would be invalid, but the lawyers seem to have decided that this was not the case. The actual revenue of Ireland, derived partly from forfeitures and partly from a parliamentary grant, amounted at this time to about £5,000, of which £1,000 was not paid. Henry, who was of course obliged to supplement this, complained that he got very little for his money, and wished to reduce the Irish establishment. He declared that he valued an increase of income less for himself than for the common good of Ireland. A great sort of you, he wrote to the Lord Deputy and Council, we must be plain, desire nothing else but to reign in estimation, and to fleece from time to time all that you may catch from us. He announced, therefore, that he was about to send an independent person with ample powers to inquire into Irish affairs. He gave Brabazon detailed instructions for a survey of marsh lands, and bade him go to war no more, but apply himself wholly to financial affairs. No salary was to be paid to any officer who acted by deputy, and none but customary fees exacted. Henry said he was determined to reform Ireland, and would value his servants there according to their merits in that behalf. If any one, he wrote, directly or indirectly devised and practised the let, hindrance, or impeachment of this our purpose, for any respect whereunto we will not fail to have a special eye, we shall so look upon him, what degree soever he shall be of, as others shall by his example beware how they shall misuse their prince and sovereign lord, and transgress his most dread commandment. To this formidable letter, Grey and his council answered that the army had never been properly paid, and had in consequence often mutinied, that they had spent every farthing of revenue on public objects, and had raised large additional sums on their own credit. That credit was now quite exhausted, and that without money to pay off the men, it was impossible further to reduce the military establishment. Brabazon had accounted or was ready to account for every penny, and as to our desire to reign in estimation, it is to be thought that among civil people there can no name of dignity or honour be in estimation, unless thereunto be annexed rule and riches. Would to God his Majesty did know our gain and riches, which is so great that we of the main sort of this council, being his Grace's officers amongst us all, we suppose be not worth in money and plate 1,000 pounds Irish, which is a small substance for us all, being in the rooms that we be under his Grace. We be no such purchasers of possessions, builders or dicers, nor carters, neither yet pompous householders, whereby we should consume our profits and gain if we had them. Those best acquainted with the country at this time believe that the necessary precedent to its reduction was a thorough conquest of Leinster. The overthrow of the Kildare Geraldines was necessary, but had its inconveniences. They had been a standing menace to the government, but they had kept the Irish at bay, and their fall left the marches quite open. Without security either of life or title, no one would work the forfeited lands, and the margin of waste grew broader every day. Grey's temper and talents made him prefer war to diplomacy, and he resolved to strike at O'Connor, whose hostages were in his hands, and who was under recognizance to deliver 800 cows to the king, but who had regained complete possession of Offaly. His brother Cahir had suffered the not uncommon fate of those who support Irish governments, and had been in exile for 2 years. Grey, Brabazon, and Aylmer took 14 days' provision from Dublin, and were joined on the march by Lords Delvin, Slane, and Killeen, and by William St. Loup, now Seneschal of Wexford, with his own company and 100 kern. They passed along the southern edge of Westmeath to MacGeoghegan's country, the modern barony of Moy Cashel, and took hostages from that chief, and from O'Molloy, whose district lay further south. On the same day Brabazon got possession of Breclan Castle through the treachery of an inmate who acted in Cahir O'Connor's interest, and who was pardoned while the rest of the garrison were beheaded. The soldiers destroyed all that lay in their path, and on the 5th day arrived before Dangan, afterwards Philipstown, which had been fortified with some skill. The march was only of 5 or 6 miles, but the ground was boggy, and a road had to be made with fascines and hurdles. The ditch about the castle were filled in the same way, and the courtyard was forced before nightfall. 3 days were spent in waiting for 1 large and 2 small pieces of artillery, and on the bright May morning following their arrival, fire was opened upon the keep. After 4 hours' cannonade, resulting as usual in those days with the disabling of the principal gun, a breach was made, and the castle at once stormed. The walls were dismantled, and the heads of their 23 defenders set on poles for a show to the O'Connors. On the next day, Ossory's second son, Richard, afterwards created Viscount Mountgarret, came to excuse his father, who had been kept away by ill health. O'Connor, in the meantime, had fled into O'Carroll's country, which O'Carroll, Grey carefully notes, is the Earl of Ossory's friend. The punishment of O'Carroll for harbouring the fugitive was nevertheless entrusted to Richard Butler, partly to punish his tardiness, and partly because Grey's 15 days' provisions were almost gone. It was an absurd expedient, and before the end of the year O'Connor was back, and Cahir had fled the country. The sole result of the expedition was to show the force of artillery, yet Henry, unless his language be thought ironical, calls it a notable exploit. If, however, the king added he should be suffered to enter again, it should but add a further courage to that traitorous malice, which by all likelihood is so entered that it will not be removed. End of 11, Part 1. Chapter 11, Part 2 of Ireland under the Tudors, Volume 1. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. By Richard Bagwell. From the year 1536 to the year 1540. Grey had many enemies, for he was not conciliatory, and his relationship to the Geraldines laid him open to suspicions of all who had risen on the ruins of the house of Kildare. With Brabazon, the ablest man about him, he had long been on cold terms, and many supposed that the vice-treasurer thought he ought to have been deputy himself. Thomas Agard, vice-treasurer of the Mint, a sour but apparently honest Puritan, hated Grey for his attachment to old religious forms, and Archbishop Brown lost no opportunity of attacking him on the same grounds. Allen, Master of the Rolls, a useful public servant, but with an inborn love of intrigue, gave trouble to every successive chief governor. Robert Cowley and his son were devoted to the house of Ormond, which Grey thought too powerful. The deputy did not favour the innovations in religion, and took no pains to hide his dislike to Brown and Agard, but with the rest he was always ready to cooperate. The king, however, found it hard to reconcile conflicting accounts, and resolved to send over commissioners unconnected with Irish factions to report upon the actual state of affairs. The persons selected were Anthony St. Leger of Alcombe in Kent, one of the wisest statesmen who ever represented the English crown in Ireland; George Paulet, the younger brother of the astute courtier who is best known as Marquis of Winchester, but not equally endowed with prudence; Thomas Moyle of Gray's Inn, Receiver General of the Court of Augmentations, and afterwards Speaker of the English House of Commons; and William Berners, auditor of the same court. The Irish government was directed to treat them with as much deference as if the king were present, and they were ordered to treat Grey with much consideration, and to take his advice when possible. The latter instruction, so well calculated to soothe the Lords Deputy's wounded pride, was not directly made known to him. The commissioners were ordered to present their credentials to the Lord Deputy as soon as they reached Dublin, and then to summon the council and read the king's letter, in which he promised to remember their good services. If on the other side, he added, we shall not find you now faithful officers, ministers, and good counsellors, but men given more to your own effects, commodities, and gains, than earnestly bent to our satisfaction, we shall again so look upon the best of you, so misusing himself for it, as shall be little cause to rejoice the length of his doings in that behalf. The first duty imposed on the commissioners was the reduction of expenditure and the increase of revenue. As a cheap defence to the Pale, hostages were to be generally taken, and the army was, if possible, to be cut down to 340 picked men, inclusive of garrisons. Horsemen were to be received £8 yearly, footmen £4, constables of castle £13 6s. 8d, gatekeepers £6 13s. 4d, underwaters £4 13s. 4d, all in Irish currency, or about 2/3 of the sterling amounts. The vice-treasurer was in future to visit all garrisons quarterly, to see that deserving men received commands, and to provide for frequent musters of all born on the books. All soldiers in excess of the new establishment were to be paid off with money specially provided, and the king, with a touch of his daughter's temper, gave orders that they should be induced, if possible, to take less than their due. The commissioners were to survey waste lands, and were authorized to give leases for 21 years, with a clause of forfeiture for non-observance of the laws as to English dress, and for alliance with the Irish rebels, the penalties provided by law being also enforced. After this, all offices and officers were to be subjected to rigid scrutiny, with a view to increased efficiency and reduced expense. Detailed instructions were given as to public accounts, and Brabazon was to be repaid all he had spent in annoying the king's rebels. The control of legislation was also given to the commissioners, who were to see various acts for the establishment of royal authority in church and state duly passed. They were to inquire as to the claims of clerical proctors who interfere in Parliament, were themselves to have a right of entry as the king's councillors, and were to expound the royal policy with all their wit and dexterity, and with such stomach where they shall perceive any man forwardly, perversely bent to the let and impeachment of the king's purpose in the same, as they may the rather by their wisdom both conduce the thing to effect and reconcile the parties that before would show themselves so wilful and obstinate. Messages of this effect were sent to both houses, both Wolsey and Cromwell relying upon a species of intimidation of which Charles I's attempt on the 5 members is the last recorded example. The commissioners afterwards exercised the power of dissolving Parliament. The commissioners were to examine charges of taking money from the rebels which were brought against many men highly placed in Ireland. Henry, rightly supposing that many nominal subjects connived at treason, as in the case of O'Brien's bridge, which had cost much to take and to demolish, and which was now as strong and as troublesome as ever. But he did not choose to see that want of money was the chief cause of this failure. He was indeed, he said, determined to make a full reformation some day, and the information now collected would be very useful when the convenient season arrived. In the meantime, the commissioners were to reduce the garrison to 340 men. St. Leger and his companions set out early in August, but were detained by adverse winds about Holyhead, and did not arrive at Dublin till the middle of September. Grey had unusually strong reasons for exertions, and he begged hard for money and artillery. The pay of the army was 12 months in arrear. O'Connor was kosherring among his friends more like a beggar than he that ever was a captain or ruler of a country, and making vain suits daily to the government. But Grey had not caught him, and he could be submissive enough until what was left of his corn had been saved. His neighbours, English and Irish, thinking it more prudent to shelter an enterprising rebel than to run risks for a government which could not protect his friends. Grey, who habitually used strong language, characterizes these prudent people as having as much falsehood remaining in them as all the devils of hell. Having, as he supposed, made O'Connor as low as a dog were for the bone, he applied himself to the Kavanaghs, whose chief, Cahir MacArt, had married a Geraldine. It had been often proposed to extirpate them and to colonize the country. The Lord Deputy now entered Carlow, burned some castles of the O'Nolans between Newtownbarry and Tallow, forced Cahir MacArt to give hostages, and then turned sharply upon Ely O'Carroll, where O'Connor had first found a refuge. He had now the help of Ossory, who was always glad to weaken a neighbour, and of Cahir O'Connor, who was as anxious as his brother to divert attention from the Offaly corn. He passed unopposed through the lands of the Fitzpatricks, O'Moores, O'Malloys, and McGehans, received O'Carroll's submission, and then entered Tipperary, where he took a castle belonging to O'Meeker, the chief of Icurin. O'Connor came in on safe conduct and paid 300 marks for his son, who was given up to him. Grey refused to trust him and begged Cromwell never to allow his restoration, and the event proved Grey right, though he soon forgot his own advice. He now announced to the minister that he was beginning to understand the Irish nature, and that the king needed only to be in earnest. He was right in blaming constant changes of policy, but like most soldiers, he failed to see the real difficulties of the Irish problem. It was now just a quarter of a century since Hugh O'Donnell, then on his return from Rome, had been received with honour at the court of Henry VIII. Deeply impressed by what he saw there, and aware of the impossibility of uniting all Irish tribes against the stranger, he had always striven to keep English intruders at bay by remaining on good terms with the government, and had exerted his strength only to subdue his neighbours on the side furthest removed from the Pale. He had thus extended his sway over the modern counties of Roscommon and Sligo, and over great portions of Fermanagh, Mayo, and Galway, and even of Down and Antrim. He had forced or persuaded the O'Neills to acknowledge his claims to the disputed sovereignty over Innishowen, Raphoe, and Fermanagh, and the Irish generally were so much impressed by his wisdom and prowess that they supposed him to be Hugh the Valiant, the promised Celtic Messiah, who was to redress or avenge the wrongs of Erin. When it seemed clear that this was not so, the dreamers of dreams declared that, as he had failed, the deliverer would never come. His panegyrists reckoned among his titles to fame that the seasons were favourable, so that sea and land were productive. It is more to the purpose that he executed strict justice and repressed thieves. Like most Irish chiefs, he had difficulties with his children, and his valiant son Manus was discarded at the instance of a mistress whom the old chief had brought into his house. For this and for other sins he made such reparation as he could by a late repentance, donned the cord and cowl of St. Francis, and died in the odour of sanctity. He was buried in his religious dress in the monastery which his father had built at Donegal for friars of the strict observance, and Manus was at once acknowledged both by the tribesmen and by O'Neill, and was inaugurated at Kilmacrenan with the usual ceremonies. The new chief at once took up the thread of his father's policy by invading Connaught and at the same time making loyal professions to Grey. He had, he wrote, been tempted to rebellion by all the disaffected lords in the south and west, but was determined to take no advice but from that of the king and his deputy. As soon as he heard of Hugh O'Donnell's death, Grey at once repaired to the borders of Ulster. The galleys of O'Neill and his Scotch allies had threatened a fortified settlement at Ardglass on the coast of Down, and the deputy Byrne to invade Tyrone. But the council dissuaded him, and the receipt of Manus O'Donnell's letter gave hopes of settling the north by peaceful means. Some thought Grey too fond of making aimless raids, and Allen made some sensible remarks on the subject. I would not, he wrote to St. Leger, have the deputy representing the King's Majesty's person and estate be a common scurr for every light matter. But when he should begin a war, begin it upon a just good ground, and when it were so begun, to be so profoundly executed that all other should take example thereby. But the king thought only of increasing the revenue and diminishing the army. Grey had been sanguine enough to believe that his work in Offaly would be lasting, but as Henry had partly foreseen, O'Connor's return had undone it all. Cahir was a fugitive, and the floods protected Offaly, where the corn had been safely garnered in. At last the waters subsided, and Grey reached Brackland by the old road through Westmeath. O'Connor escaped into O'Doyne's country, the modern barony of Tinnahinch, which Grey and Richard Butler proceeded to ravage. While thus employed, the scattered troops were surprised by O'Connor, and some were killed. The Lord Deputy was just able to destroy or carry away the corn stored at Geesehill, and to return to Dublin without having seen the enemy. To gain time till the season of long days came round again, Grey gave a safe conduct to O'Connor, who proposed to visit Dublin. But shortly herein to conclude, as Brabazon puts it, the said traitor and his brother Cahir fell to agreement and concord, so that at this presence they both remain in Offaly. Sir Leger, who had a cooler temper than Grey, saw the impossibility of subduing even a single clan by desultory hostings. The country, said, is much easier won than kept. To overrun Offaly was a small thing, but it could only be united to the Pale by the costly expedient of fixed garrisons. O'Connor had got back his son, and indeed neither he nor any Irishman had much regard for promises or for the fate of hostages. The O'Connors were weakened by repeated blows, and Alderman Herbert, who had long advised a colonizing policy, proposed that Offaly should be peopled with Englishmen once for all. Grey again invaded the doomed district with 800 men, and O'Connor at once declared himself willing to treat, though he utterly refused to trust himself within the Pale. Grey halted at Kinnaifad, where a castle built by the Birminghams still overhangs the ford of the Boyne. Having taken precautions against treachery, the Lord Deputy passed about half his men over the river, and then advanced with 12 horsemen to an open field about a quarter of a mile off, where O'Connor met him similarly attended. The chief submitted to the king's clemency, begged Grey's intercession, and promised to come to Dublin in 3 days. Cahir sent word that he would come too, but broke his promise. O'Connor kept his tryst, acknowledged himself the king's liegeman, abjured the authority of the Pope for himself and his tribesmen, and renounced all Irish exactions, and gave up his black rents, including a pension of 60 marks from the king. Thanks were in future to be his only reward for service, and he offered to hold legally the king that portion of lands in Offaly which he held by partition after his country's fashion, undertaking that his brothers and other holders of land there should become entitled in the same way. These lands were to be subject to impositions at so much per ploughland, as if they were situated in the Pale, assessments for the defence of the king's subjects being made as occasion might arise at the Lord Deputy's discretion. For himself he solicited the honour of Baron of Offaly, and begged for such protection as the government habitually gave to Englishmen. He agreed that the Lord Deputy and all the marchers might cut passes where they pleased, and gave up his son again, pending the king's final decision. The crafty Cahir was hunted down, apparently with his brother's help, and brought to Dublin, where he agreed to similar terms, and also gave up his son. Yet many sceptics thought the O'Connors would slip the yoke at the first opportunity, and it is evident that nothing had occurred to change their nature, or to attach them to English habits or to English government. A main object of Grey's attack, both on the O'Connors and the O'Briens, may have been to get possession of the heir of Kildare, whose half-sister was married to the chief of Offaly. It is difficult to avoid the thought that Grey had a private as well as a public object in persecuting to the death all members of the fallen family, except the children of his own sister. The rebel earl had 5 uncles, all men of fair ability and great influence, and Brabazon seems first to have suggested that they ought to be kept in England. Grey asked Sir James Fitzgerald and his brothers Walter and Richard, all of whom had opposed the rebellion, to dine with him at Kilmainham, and in the middle of dinner they were all seized and handcuffed. Sir John and Oliver were arrested before they had heard of their brother's capture, and the 5 were lodged in the castle. Grey always plumed himself on this exploit, though he admitted that some of the prisoners were innocent. The Irish council approved the deed and applauded its secret handling, but none of the Irish officials knew that they were sending these men to the scaffold. The guilt of that must rest on Henry and Cromwell. Aylmer and Allen accompanied them to England, and the chronicler tells us that Richard, who had literary tastes, relieved the tedium of a sea voyage by singing songs and repeating apothegms. When he heard that the ship was called the Cow, he was much dismayed, for there was a prophecy that 5 earls' brethren should be carried to England in a cow's belly, and should never return. Whereat, says Stanihurst, the rest began afresh to howl and lament, which doubtless was pitiful to behold 5 valiant gentlemen that durst meet in the field as sturdy champions as could be picked out in a realm, to be so suddenly terrified with the bare name of a wooden cow, or to fear, like lions, a silly coxcomb, being moved, as commonly the whole country is, with a vain and fabulous old wives' dream. On reaching London they were at once sent to the Tower, and left it only to take the last sad journey to Tyburn. But the family was not destined to extinction. Lady Kildare had accompanied her husband to England, and had her 3 daughters with her. The eldest was deaf and dumb, and of the youngest nothing particular is recorded, but the second, Lady Elizabeth, has by a strange chance been immortalized as the fair Geraldine. While yet a child she became maid of honour to the Princess Mary, at whose house at Hunsdon Henry, Earl of Surrey, saw her. She was then only 12, 4 years later she was married to Sir Anthony Browne, Master of the Horse and Knight of the Garter, but also a widower of 60, whose daughter by his first marriage became her brother Gerald's wife. The unequal match was solemnized in the presence of the king and of the Lady Mary, and Ridley preached on the occasion, which drew forth Surrey's sonnet. The situation of the bride's family and the apparent sacrifice of herself sufficiently account for the poetry, and there is no reason to suppose that the poet who was married had any regrets for himself. The study of Italian models would naturally lead to rather high-flown language, and poets were always privileged. The romantic fable of the magic mirror, in which Cornelius Agrippa, an alchemist living at Florence, showed him the fair one reclining on a bridal couch and reading his sonnet, would not be worth noticing, but that it found its way into the Lay of the Last Minstrel. It is refuted by the fact that Surrey never was in Italy. After the death of Browne, who outlived Surrey, Lady Elizabeth was married to the Lord Admiral Clinton, who had been twice a widower. She left no children by either marriage, but her influence at court may have had much to do with her brother's restoration. A portrait remains to show that she had a sweet face, and that she was not fairer than many who had had no poet, but canvas, and especially the canvas of Holbein's school, seldom preserves the charm of grace and motion. 3 letters remain, creditable so far as they go, and written in a clear, bold hand, which contrasts strikingly with the crabbed characters often affected by public men, characters which drew a sarcasm from Shakespeare, and still trouble the historian. A portrait, 3 letters, and 14 pretty lines would have hardly preserved the fair Geraldine's memory, had it not been for the tragic fates of her father, her brother, and her poet. Less than 2 years after her husband's death, and while her rash stepson was lying in the Tower, Lady Kildare came to live at her brother Leonard's house at Beaumanoir in Leicestershire. She found there her son Edward, aged 8, who had been brought by some devoted but unknown friends without word, token, nor letter. With touching humbleness she begged to be allowed the custody of him, because he is an innocent, to see him brought up in virtue. The prayer was granted, and the child thus strangely rescued lived to be lieutenant of Queen Elizabeth's pensioners, and ancestor of the Dukes of Leinster. The king was most anxious to get Lady Kildare's eldest son into his power, and Saint Leger avers that the king had no object but to cherish him as his kinsman, in like sort as his other brothers is cherished, and with his mother in the realm of England. Having disposed of all who were old enough to be dangerous, it was doubtless Henry's intention to bring up the children in English ways and in dependence on him. But Lady Mary O'Connor had other views, and the adventures of Gerald show how inextricably the Geraldines were intermingled with Celtic families. He was 10 years old when his half-brother was taken, and was then lying in smallpox at Donore in Kildare. As soon as he could be moved, his tutor, Thomas Levers, who was his father's foster brother, carried him off in a basket and brought him safely to his sister in Offaly. Lady Mary procured him a 3 months' shelter among the O'Doynes, and he was then removed to Clare and placed under the charge of James Delahide. O'Brien, who had the Kildare plate and jewels as well as their heir in his power, refused all offers of the government, and Levers and Delahide were allowed to take Gerald to Kilbrittain Castle and give him up to his aunt, Lady Eleanor McCarthy, widow of the late and mother of the actual chief of Carbery. Had James Fitzjohn of Desmond wished to surrender the boy, McCarthy could hardly have resisted, but they agreed to amuse the government with evasive answers, while Gerald employed himself in visiting the old tenants of his family about Adair and Croom. James Fitzjohn offered to take those manors on lease, the real object being to keep off grants to strangers, but Lady Eleanor feared the issue of this unequal contest, and agreed to marry Manus O'Donnell, whom she had rejected some years before. The marriage was desired by the whole Geraldine connection, and Lady Eleanor, accompanied by Levers, Delahide, and the chaplain Walsh, brought her nephew safely through Thomond, Clanricarde, and Mayo into Tyrconnell. All the O'Briens and Burkes welcomed and sped them on their journey. As the travellers approached Sligo, they were joined by a rhymer named MacCraig, a native of Tipperary, who was studying his craft in those parts, and through him many details became known to Ormond. After her marriage with O'Donnell, Lady Eleanor busied herself in forming a confederacy of the northern chiefs with Desmond friends in Leinster and Munster. But Irish plots are commonly woven in sand, and Grey's activity disconcerted her schemes. Fearing that O'Donnell might be bribed, as Brabazon suggested, to give up the boy, she determined to send him to France. Allen, governor and English shipowner of St. Malo, happened to be trading in Donegal, and agreed to take the precious passenger. A contract was drawn up before a notary, in which Governor bound himself to land Gerald and his companion safely in France. Bareheaded and wearing only the saffron shirt of a humble native, Gerald stole in a small boat by night and committed himself and his fortunes to the chances of the sea. His aunt had provided him with 140 more doors, and he had also some plate with part of which his passage was paid. His companions were Leverous, Robert Walsh, a faithful ally but a stern disciplinarian, who did not even spare the rod in the interest of his noble charge, and a young gentleman whose name is not recorded. They arrived safely at Morlaix, where the military governor received Gerald and led him through the town by the hand, taking especial care that no English trader should come near him. Henry's ambassador was nevertheless well informed as to the boy's movements. He re-embarked on the same vessel with a pilot named Jacques Cartier, who brought him to St. Malo, where he was hospitably treated by the lieutenant governor. When Chateaubriand, the governor of Brittany, heard the news, he sent a special messenger to bring the refugees to Rouen. The gossips there would have had it that Gerald was the rightful king of Ireland, and that Henry was a mere usurper, and neither he nor his friends could correct them, for they spoke no French. Chateaubriand treated his guest well, and forwarded him to court, where Wallop demanded his surrender as a treaty obligation. Francis did not deny this, but quietly removed the boy to the imperial town of Valenciennes. The faithful Leverous still attended him to watch against English kidnappers who were hanging about, and for greater security sent him to the Emperor at Brussels. But English diplomacy was importunate, and Charles transferred him to the Prince Bishop of Liege, with an allowance of 100 crowns a month. After 6 months' residence with the bishop, his kinsman Reginald Pole sent him to Italy, pensioned him, and provided the best education the peninsula afforded in the houses of the bishops of Verona and Mantua, and of Gonzago, Duke of Milan, who gave him a further pension. His last patron in Italy was Cosmo de' Medici, who allowed him 300 crowns annually, and a 3 years' residence at Florence doubtless made him a proficient in the arts of courtly dissimulation. Leverous was admitted to the English monastery at Rome, and in Mary's reign became Bishop of Kildare. Robert Walsh went back to Ireland, but I do not find that his attainder was reversed or that he was ever pardoned. O'Donnell soon made his submission and was restored to favour. Lady Eleanor had some reason to be afraid, for Alan had proposed to invade Tyrconnell by sea and land with all the forces at the king's disposal. But she had now secured her nephew and cared nothing for her new husband or his dangers. She called him traitor and many other hard names, said that the only object of her marriage was now gained, and that she had no further occasion for his company. She returned to her son's relations in Munster, but was not pardoned till 1545, seemingly because she did not ask sooner. The Irish government refused to plead her cause as long as she remained obstinately among the McCarthys. She came therefore to Malahide on safe conduct, and thence forwarded a petition to which, as if the Geraldine pride scorned the Irish strain, she affixed her maiden name. After this the frequent reports of a Geraldine invasion ceased, but the head of the family thought it prudent to remain abroad until the death of Henry VIII. End of Chapter 11, Part 2. Chapter 12, Part 1 of Ireland under the Tudors, Volume 1, by Richard Bagwell. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. End of Grey's administration. The O'Connors having been quieted for the moment, Ormond, who had private as well as public reasons for his advice, proposed a temporizing policy towards O'Neill and O'Reilly on the north, and towards O'Byrne and O'Toole on the south side of the Pale. The government might then easily subdue the Kavanaghs, who were surrounded by settled districts. Their chief, Cahir MacEncross, who has been called the last king of Leinster, had till lately been constable, and his acceptance of the office seems to have been thought a condescension. Ormond's son Richard had now succeeded him, and with the aid of St. Lou and his Wexford men might hope to reduce the whole country. To strengthen Kilkenny against a possible counter-attack from the O'Moores, Ormond secured the services of Edmund McSwiney, a powerful hereditary chief of Gallowglasses, whom O'Connor had brought from Donegal. The Earl thought it cheaper to outbid O'Connor than to have McSwiney's band thrown into the scale of rebellion. Desmond and the rest excused their slowness to reform by saying that they waited for him to begin, and he was anxious to wipe out this reproach, regretting only that he had not the same powers in Kilkenny as in Tipperary. Though not disinterested, Ormond's was probably the best available plan, and his reforming zeal was certainly serious. "I've proclaimed," he said, "over all the county of Tipperary, that no Cains, Alliyigs, Erics, Irish Brehons, neither that law, Rahounds, and many like exactions and extortion shall cease, with reformation for the Grey merchants and the Liberty Court to be duly continued as the King's laws require." In Kilkenny he could only exhort, howbeit, he added, "I have often persuaded many of them to be converted, which to do, I can scarcely have their assents, for the lust they have to Cains and other abuses, turning to their profit, as it doth to mine." Taking advantage of O'Connor's quiescent state, Grey cut passes on the borders of Offaly wide enough for several carts abreast. He then turned his eyes to the north, where the MacMahons of Fernie had for 3 years neglected to pay their tribute of £10. The borderers of English race were opposed to Grey's raid and gave the MacMahons warning, but he managed to capture 500 cows and as many pigs and goats. The expedition was as useless as it was inglorious, for Louth was invaded within a week, and O'Neill, who complained that his black rent was unpaid, plundered the borders of the Pale and threatened to burn Drogheda. The men of that town and of Dundalk and Ardee rallied at the Lord Deputy's summons, and O'Neill then became quieter in his behaviour. But nothing could keep Grey quiet. He lent soldiers to one Chamberlain of Athboy to revenge a private quarrel against O'Reilly. That chief had hitherto been at peace with the Pale, but he lost his brother in this aimless brawl, and a general alliance of the northern chiefs was with difficulty averted. The MacMahons had done far more harm to Louth than Grey had done to them, and he could gain little reputation by enterprises which had no apparent object but plunder. While the Lord Deputy was driving cattle in Ulster, the other side of the Pale was in a blaze. John Kelway, constable of Rathmore, saw some servants of Turlough O'Toole eating meat, assumed that it was stolen, and incontinently hanged them. This seems to have been thought unusual even among borderers, and Kelway's conduct found no defenders, but the O'Tooles were willing to consider the question of compensation in Irish fashion, and a meeting took place for the purpose. Kelway brought a considerable force, and on the parley being dissolved without an agreement, he followed the Irish into their mountains. The mountaineers turned to bay on advantageous ground, and drove the English into a small tower. Its thatched roof burned readily, and the whole party had to surrender. The O'Tooles killed Kelway, who deserved nothing better, but held the gentleman of the Pale to ransom. Chief Justice Aylmer's son was present, but escaped, while his brother, Richard Aylmer of Lyon, was taken prisoner. About 60 of the marchers, all householders, fell in this wretched business, and so great a panic followed that an Irishman in Judge Luttrell's service was afraid to travel from Glendalough to Dublin. It is ever thus between races of different degrees of civilization. If the backward people are beaten, it is thought quite natural, but the slightest check is of importance when experienced by members of the higher organization. The Lord Deputy and the butlers had never been very good friends, and the dissension now reached such a height as to disturb the whole country. I was never, exclaimed Brabazon, in despair in Ireland until now, and others were not more hopeful. My Lord Deputy, said Lord Butler, is the Earl of Kildare born again? And Luttrell, a keen observer, thought Ormond hated Grey worse than he had hated Kildare. The butlers complained that the Lord Deputy systematically slighted their party and favoured the Geraldines. He retorted that they intrigued with Irishmen against his government. One or two of the matters in dispute call for more particular notice. After many struggles, Fergananim O'Carroll was the acknowledged chief of Ely. His wife was daughter to Kildare and sister-in-law to O'Connor, and he was ready to submit to Grey as the best means of opposing Ormond. He promised to hold his land of the king at a rent of 12 pence for every plough land, to attend the Lord Deputy with a fixed contingent, and to give free quarters for a limited number of the gallows in the royal service. He also undertook to open up his country by cutting passes. O'Carroll first stipulated that Grey should help him to recover all his father's strongholds. But all those castles were already vested legally in the crown, and some of them had been granted to Ormond. The council therefore objected, and Fergananim seems to have waived his claim without demanding any corresponding concession. The prudence of the council had prevented the Lord Deputy from concluding an offensive alliance, but he acted as if he had done so, and proceeded to take Birr and Modrini, both of which Ormond claimed under a royal grant, and to attack Ballynaclough. The latter place was held by an O'Kennedy, who paid rent to the Earl, and it is within the bounds of Tipperary. O'Carroll boasted that Nignenuck and Roscrea would soon be his, and these castles, though long in Irish hands, were part of the old Ormond inheritance, and had been lately confirmed to the Earl by a new grant. Conall O'More, chief of Leix, died in 1537, and the inevitable dispute followed between the Tanist, his brother Peter, and his sons Lysacht, Kedoc, and Rory. Grey espoused the cause of the sons, rather, as it seems, because Ormond sided with Peter than from any preference for hereditary succession. Peter was, however, acknowledged as chief, and met Parry, Grey's confidential man, at Athy. Rory, who was present, assaulted his uncle, and the latter was then seized by Parry and carried to Dublin. Nothing was proved against him, and he was restored on agreeing to pay an annual tribute of 20 marks and to receive a certain number of soldiers at free quarters. The young O'Mores resisted the levying of the tribute, and Lysacht, the eldest, was killed in a fray. They had all taken part in the murder of Ormond's son Thomas 5 years before, and Kedoc and Rory now plundered one of his villages. Their party consisted of only 8 men, but the neighbours pleaded that they dared not resist, because the assailants were aided and abetted by one of the Lord Deputy's servants. The O'Moores pleaded that the Earl had first attacked them, and he rejoined that he had done so in self-defence. There was never a want of excuses for violence on any side. Grey forbade the Earl to retaliate, and it was even said that he shared the plunder. The young O'Moores then attacked Tallow, but the Lord Deputy still held Ormond's hand, and even sent guns to help his enemies. Hoping to make peace, the council summoned both uncle and nephews to Dublin. The chief came on Ormond's advice, and practically under his protection, and Cadoc also attended. O'More was at once sent handcuffed to Maynooth, though the whole council protested, and Cadoc was suffered to depart unhurt. The blow to the Earl's credit was serious, and was not deadened by Grey, who led his prisoners' chains about his own part of the country, much as the Thane of Fife threatened to lead Macbeth. Grey's servants took the cue, and openly in the streets called the Butlers traitors. Lord Butler vowed that, unless absolutely forced by his duty, he would never wear armour under Grey until he had seen the king, and he cited the example of Count de Roe, who had made a like vow when the imperial lieutenant Van Buren had forced him to make peace with France. Even the old Earl meditated a journey to London, though he was so infirm that he could only be carried in a litter. The Irish council condemned Grey's treatment of O'More, and moreover said it is no good policy for the king our master, having no more obedient subjects in this land like unto the said Earl and his son, of reputation and honour, force and strength, both to preserve and defend the parts where they dwell, and to succour other his subjects, in all events to suppress them which with all their ancestors have ever continued their truths to the crown of England, either upon the accusation of those which for the most part have always done the contrary, or yet in hope to have them now from henceforth true, which hitherto were never true, remarks which have their practical value in modern Irish politics, as they had in the days of Henry VIII. Though not too wise in counsel, Grey was prompt in action, and was never so happy as on horseback, surrounded by armed men and free from interference. Perhaps he wished to show how much he could do without Ormond's help. He left Dublin suddenly, without warning the council, and attended only by a small force, his companions being under the impression that he was bound only for an 8 days' journey into O'Carroll's country. Among them was Lord Gormanston, a son of Lord Delvin, John Arcey, William Birmingham, O'Connor, Rory, and Cadoc O'More, and several other Irishmen of note, with a due proportion of Kern and Gallo glasses. Of English soldiers Grey had no more than 100, and of these the greater part were without armour. A hosting had been proclaimed against the O'Tooles, who still kept some of the prisoners taken in Kelway's raid, and Grey promised to be back in time to lead the expedition. He failed to do so, and a truce was with much difficulty concluded with the mountaineers. Grey made his first halt at Monastery Osis, where O'Connell entertained him in the Franciscan friary. Next day he took English Castle near Birr from the O'Molloys, and was joined by Cadoc O'More, O'Molloy MacGeorgan, and MacKilpatrick, each of whom brought a few men with him. On the third day he entered Ely, and received the adhesion of Fergananum O'Carroll, who bound himself by indenture on the usual terms, and gave his son into the Lord Deputy's hands. Grey spent 3 days in reducing the lands of Birr and Moghreeny, the latter of which had to be taken by assault. Ormond had provided the garrison with arms, but, as he alleged, these were intended only for use against Irish enemies. Grey then entered Tipperary, and on 3 successive days received the submissions of Dermot O'Kennedy, chief of Ormond, of MacBrien Aura, and of Dermot O'Mulryan, chief of Onry, Ulick de Burgh, captain of Clanricarde, and Theobald, head of the Clan William Burkes, also submitted, and James Fitzjohn of Desmond, to whom Grey gives the title of Earl, though he was not acknowledged by the crown, brought a large contingent to the deputy's help, but refused to enter the gates of Limerick. He had not only procured a safe conduct, but had solemnly bound O'Connor and others in Grey's train to take his part if any attempt were made against him. The Lord Deputy spent a week in Limerick, where the mayor and corporation and the bishop took the oath of supremacy. O'Connor, O'Brien, the chief of Thomond, met Grey on the Shannon, 10 miles from Limerick, and agreed after a long wrangle to put his son Turlough into the deputy's hands. He also promised to do all in his power to promote the capture of the castles held by his brother Murroch, the Tanist of Thomond. O'Brien's bridge was once more demolished. Connor led the army through the Tanist district, and everything was destroyed as far as Clare Castle. Here Grey and Desmond had a quarrel about the custody of O'Mull Ryan's hostages, and there was very near being a pitched battle. But Sir Thomas Butler of Cahir, Ormond's son-in-law, managed to patch up a truce. Grey was, in fact, quite at O'Brien's mercy, but the family politics saved him. The chief had lately married a second wife, Lady Alice Fitzgerald of Desmond, and Turlough, the child of the marriage, was pledged to Grey. But Murroch, the Tanist, and Donogh, the chief's eldest son, were both afraid that the issue of the second marriage would be preferred before them. O'Connor, in whom Grey now placed implicit confidence, and all sage men of his band, both English and Irish, begged him not to venture among the O'Briens, and Edmund Sexton, a noted royalist of Limerick, even conjured him on his allegiance not to cast away the citizens' company, on whom all depended. Grey refused to take advice, and escaped all dangers, chiefly through Donogh O'Brien's influence. Donogh's loyalty might not have been enough by itself, but he dreaded the aggrandizement of Murroch more than possible dangers from a half-brother who was still in his infancy. Guided by a single gallowglass, who bore a silver axe adorned with silken tassels, the army marched safely into Clanrickarde. Ulick de Burgh blamed Grey for his rashness, but he pointed to the guide and said, "Lo, seest thou not yonder, standing before me, O'Brien's axe for my protection?" A modern traveller among Arabs must often be content with some such outward sign of invisible allies, but his trust in O'Brien's axe was made an article in Grey's impeachment. Ulick was fully acknowledged as chief of Clanrickarde, to the prejudice of his uncle Richard. He was believed to be illegitimate, and the de Burghs, however much Hibernicized, had hitherto preserved the English law of succession. The precedent was therefore thought bad by many experienced men, but the relationships of this family are so inextricably confused that it is very hard to say who was legitimate and who was not. The citizens of Galway remembered their origin, and would take no money from the Lord Deputy, and Ulick, who was knighted, took hospitable care of his Irish allies. As at Limerick, the mayor and corporation took the oath of supremacy, and so did the Archbishop of Tuam. Grey made several forays into Clanrickarde, with the apparent object of strengthening Ulick, and O'Flaherty's, two O'Maddens, and Birmingham of Athenry made their submissions. The Lord Deputy then went towards the Suck in O'Kelly's county, and met O'Connor's Row, who rode with him to Aughrim. Fording the Shannon at Banagher, the army passed through the counties of O'Meighlin and McCoglin, from whom securities were exacted, and returned unmolested to Maynooth after an absence of 38 days. As a military exploit, Grey's journey was by no means contemptible, but his critics seem to have been right in thinking it useless. The settled policy had long been to reduce the tribes bordering on the Pale, and not to overrun districts which there was no hope of holding. Many chiefs had come to the Lord Deputy with loyal professions, but they had required safe conducts, had refused to enter walled towns, and had given children for hostages. They had thus saved their harvest, and the government could scarcely take vengeance on infants. Grey's supposed partiality for the Geraldines was probably the chief reason that he got back safely. He had no sooner turned his back than James Fitzjohn of Desmond seized Croom and Adair, and threatened Ormond's country. no difficulty had been lessened by an exploit which was obviously open to the reproach of extreme rashness. Having got back their chief governor, the first care of the council was to reconcile him with the butlers. The old earl's appearance plainly foretold his approaching end, but he came to Dublin and left his son to front the Desmonds and O'Carrolls. Grey wrote to the latter to keep the peace, and Lord Butler at once came to Dublin. But both father and son refused to go to Maynooth, where they would be in the Lord Deputy's power. Kilmainham was at last fixed on as the place of meeting, and Grey took their chair of state, but shook hands with none of the council, and smiled on no one. The two butlers offered to abide by the council's decision, but Grey had already produced a paper reflecting on them for receiving O'Connor after his defeat in the summer of 1537. A Latin confession, said to have been made by O'Connor in the presence of Paulet and Berners, was relied on, but the chief was secretly cross-examined by the council, and so modified his statement as to exonerate the butlers completely. It was said, for instance, that O'Connor had hired Edmund McSwiney and his free axes immediately after a conference with Ormond. O'Connor admitted the hiring, but explained that the Gallowglasses were not bound to levy war against the king, and that Ormond knew nothing at all about the matter. Again he was charged with retaining Scotch mercenaries, who were allowed a fortnight's free quarters in Ormond's country. He admitted having brought in the Scots, but the earl had known nothing of it, and the free quarters had not been given. Ormond allowed that he had harboured O'Connor, but pleaded the instructions of Grey, who waited for orders from the king, and who was afraid of driving the chief into fresh combinations with Irish enemies. The probability is that O'Connor had at first been ready to confess anything, because absolution was sure to follow, and he is not likely to have been overflowing with Latin, which was his only means of communicating with the English officials. Both Grey and Ormond gave in long written statements. The council desired to consider them in the deputy's absence, and to this he with some hesitation consented. They found that Grey's charges contained nothing new, but only general accusations of slackness, while Ormond plainly accused Grey of treasonable practices, of shaping his policy to suit young Gerald of Kildare, and of systematically depressing all who opposed the Geraldine faction. The indictment is summed up in the comprehensive statement that my Lord Deputy cannot find in his heart to love or favour any man that is preferred, favoured, or put in trust by his Majesty within his land, and would have none of them, though they be already at his commandment, to be toward or about him, be they never so trusty nor so well-meaning, but wholly adhereth to those that were counsellors, servants, and followers of the disloyal Geraldines, and no men so nigh about him as they, which either of his own propensed mind or being seducted by them is like to bring this land to perdition again. On being pressed for proof, Ormond said that the facts were too notorious to require any. The council prudently resolved not to let either litigant see the other's charges, and Mr. Justice St. Lawrence having been called in, the originals were burned in his presence. Copies already taken were transmitted to London. Ormond and his son then swore to serve the Lord Deputy loyally. Grey swore not to use them spitefully, nor ask them to perform impossibilities, to deliver Madrini to the Earl unless O'Carroll could show a better title, and to cause the young O'Moores to restore the plunder of Ormond's villages, or at least to refer all to the council. The council did not believe the agreement would be lasting. Neither, they added, can we perceive, whereof we be sorry, that my Lord Deputy is meet to make long abode here, for he is so haughty and chafing that men be afeared to speak to him, doubting his bravish lightness. Nevertheless, it is much pity of him, for he is an active gentleman. It was not long before the butlers had an opportunity of co-operating with Grey. The Kavanaghs threatened the Wexford colony. Negotiations failed, and it became necessary to chastise them. Grey entered Carlow in person, and was joined by St. Lou, who, whatever his shortcomings as a governor, was not a bad soldier, and who brought 800 men. After 14 days' burning and plundering, MacMurrough and his clansmen sued for peace, and agreed to hold their lands of the king. Grey then moved northwards, and provisions for 8 days were prepared for a raid against O'Reilly, to be used otherwise by the deputy in case of O'Reilly should make timely submission. O'Reilly did submit, and Grey went to Dundalk with a view of meeting O'Neill, who was now young Gerald Fitzgerald's protector. O'Neill broke his appointment, and he did wisely, for Grey says he was determined to take Gerald if possible, and if not, by the oath that I have made to my sovereign, lord, and master, I would have taken the said O'Neill, and kept him till he had caused the said Gerald to be delivered to my hands. Foiled in this attempt, which can hardly be described as otherwise than treacherous, Grey determined to chastise the savages who had refused to pay rent to Brabazon, the king's tenant in Lecale. This old English family had become quite Hibernicized, and were now bringing Scotch mercenaries into the country. Various castles were taken and delivered to Brabazon, who also took charge of Dundrum, an important stronghold belonging to Magennis, which commanded the entry to Lecale on the land side. The Scots fled, leaving corn, butter, and other rural plunder behind. Grey was much struck by the fertility of the district, which is still famous. I never, he said, saw a pleasanter plot than Lecale for commodity of the land, and divers islands in the same environed in the sea, which were soon reclaimed and inhabited, the king's pleasure known. Sir Anthony St. Leger and his brother commissioners arrived in Ireland early in September 1537, and lost no time in endeavouring to carry out the king's plan. By November they had surveyed most of the king's lands in Carlow, Kilkenny, Tipperary, Waterford, Dublin, and Kildare. The general result of their observations was that they had seen divers goodly manors and castles, the more part of them ruinous and in great decay, the towns and lands about them depopulate, wasted, and not manured, whereby hath ensued great dearth and scarcity of all manner victuals. But few applications were made for leases, because there was no security, and they saw the necessity of placing a few castles in a defensible state. Within reach of the walls there was no difficulty in getting tenants. By Christmas the survey was finished, and an increased desire to take leases was quickly manifested, but some lands were still unlet. 2,000 marks in money and securities had been collected for the king, and much more, the commissioners reported, would have been levied in case that men had not of late been sore charged with service doing to his highness here, whereby we be constrained to look on them with more favourable eye. Brabazon reported that the commissioners had done their work well. The passing of his own 3 years' account was a yet more difficult matter. They found it tedious and intricate, both from its nature and from the fact that there were no records of the king's ancient inheritance or of his sheets. Brabazon's own arrangements were good, but all before his time was chaos. Every keeper, said the master of the rolls, for his time as he favoured, so did either embezzle or suffer to be embezzled such muniments as should make against them and their friends, so that we have little to show for any of the king's lands or profits in these parts. It is therefore necessary that from henceforth all the rolls and muniments to be put in good order in Birmingham Tower, and the door thereof to have 2 locks, and the keys thereof, one to be with the constable, and the other with the under treasurer, which likewise it is necessary to be an Englishman born, and that no man be suffered to have loan of any of the said muniments, nor to search, view, or read any of them there, but in the presence of one of the keepers aforesaid. The accounts were nevertheless put in order by March, and having received very gracious thanks from the king, St. Leger and his colleagues returned to England, not, as they were careful to note, for that we be weary to serve his grace, but for because we be very loath to spend any more of his treasure than we see time to serve him. Aylmer and Allen, by the king's especial orders, accompanied the High Commissioners to England. End of Chapter 12, Part 1. Chapter 12, Part 2 of Ireland Under the Tudors, Volume 1, by Richard Bagwell. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. End of Grey's administration. The official politicians of Ireland generally took care to be on good terms with the virtual ruler of England and to watch for every sign of change in the distribution of royal favours. Cromwell was therefore well bespattered with flattery, but there were murmurs, some at least of which reached his ears. St. Leger, the discreet, may or may not have glanced obliquely at the Lord Privy Seal when he said of himself that he had too long abstained from bribery to begin now. But his colleague George Paulet was more outspoken and declared openly that the Lord Privy Seal drew every day towards his death, and that he escaped very hardly at the last insurrection, and that he was the greatest briber in England, and that he was espied well enough. Cromwell had given orders that the commissioners should not interfere with castles in Lord Butler's possession, and to this Paulet objected, hinting that Butler's head, as well as Cromwell's, might easily be disposed of. His reading of Henry's character was exactly the same as Wolsey's. I will, he said, so work matters that the king shall be informed of every penny that he hath spent here, and when that great expense is once in his head, it shall never be forgotten. There is one good point, and then I will inform him how he hath given away to one man 700 marks by year, and then will the king swear, by God's body, have I spent so much money and have given away my land? I will find the means to put the matter in the king's head, after that wise as shall be to his displeasure, and yet shall he not know which way it came. Paulet gave Allen a most amusing description of the fashion in which Henry treated the minister to whom he gave such power. The king benaveth him twice a week, and sometimes knocks him well about the pate, and yet when he has been well pommelled about the head and shaken up as it were a dog, he will come out into the great chamber, shaking of his bush with as merry a countenance as though he might rule all the roast. The appointment of the High Commissioners was a flim-flaw to stop the imagination of the king and council as to Cromwell's object in promoting great grants to Lord Butler. The suggestion, of course, is that Cromwell was bribed by Butler, and the fact that Paulet was not punished shows that there were limitations to the minister's power. Paulet said as much, or nearly as much, to Grey as to Allen and Aylmer, and Grey repeated it to the king with some softening of the words. Paulet was evidently hostile to the Butlers, so was Grey, and the fact that they had been on friendly terms was thought evidence of their conspiring in the Geraldine interest. Aylmer and Allen were less than 2 months in London, but they left behind them a mass of accusations against Grey, which in time brought forth fruit. Allen soon afterwards received the Great Seal, and during the last days of 1538 proceeded on a tour in the south with the general view of establishing the king's supremacy, of improving the revenue, and of providing for the administration of justice. Archbishop Brown, Brabazon, and Aylmer accompanied the new chancellor. At Callow the party enjoyed Lord Butler's Christmas hospitalities, and the old earl treated them well at Kilkenny, where they spent New Year's Day, and where Brown preached to a large congregation. English translations of the Pater Noster, Ave Maria articles, and 10 Commandments were published, and copies given to the bishop and other dignitaries who were ordered to promulgate them wherever they had jurisdiction. Next morning several felons were hanged, and certain concealed lands sequestered to the king's use, neither of which proceedings were calculated to increase his majesty's popularity. The councillors then went to Ross, which they found much decayed through the rivalry of Waterford and the disorders of the Kavanaghs. Here the archbishop preached again, At Wexford there was another sermon, and the Kilkenny ceremonies were repeated, including the execution of divers malefactors. The councillors were dissatisfied with St. Lou's conduct as seneschal, and accused him of converted fines and forfeited recognizances to his own use. Badly armed and badly horsed, the soldiers appeared to do the people less good by their protection than they did harm by their extortion. The evils inherent to all palatinate jurisdictions were greatly aggravated by the seneschal's lax administration. It was doubtful whether he had the right to appoint a deputy at all. He had nevertheless made such an appointment by parole, and without any formal record, and his irregular substitute had arrogated all the powers of a judge of assize. From Wexford, Allen and his companions went to Waterford, where Browne preached to a great audience, and where the new formularies were again published. The usual hangings followed. 4 felons suffered, accompanied with another thief, a friar, whom among the residue we commanded to be hanged in his habit, and so to remain upon the gallows for a mirror to all other his brethren to live truly. The assizes or sessions were attended only by the inhabitants of Lord Power's portion of the county of Waterford. The other and larger division of the shire belonged to Gerald MacShane of Decease, who pretended to hold of the Desmonds, and altogether ignored his tenure of the royal honour of Dungarvan. The Lord of Decease, James Fitzjohn of Desmond, the White Knight, and Sir Thomas Butler of Cahir were summoned with several others. Butler came to Clonmel and made a favourable impression, but the Geraldines sent only frivolous, false, feigned excuses, not consonant to their allegiance. Browne preached again at Clonmel in the presence of 2 archbishops and 8 bishops, all of whom afterwards, before the whole congregation, took the oath of supremacy and swore to maintain the succession as established by law. After much pressing, the inhabitants of Wexford, Waterford, Kilkenny, and Tipperary consented to pay a yearly subsidy to the king, 100 marks for Wexford and £50 for each of the other 3. This source of revenue was quite new, and the council were very proud of inventing it, but they confessed to doubts as to its substantial value, especially in Waterford, where Sir Gerald MacShane had power to pay or to withhold. From Clonmel the councillors returned to Dublin by Kilkenny, where they hanged 1 man more and levied some further fines. They had been absent from the capital 5 weeks. About the time that the Chancellor and his companions were turning homewards, Grey undertook another expedition against O'Neill. Again the ostensible object was to catch young Gerald of Kildare, and in this the Lord Deputy failed. But he very nearly caught O'Neill himself, actually carried off his housewife, and ravaged much of his country. O'Donnell was present, or at least some of his people, for the horse which his standard-bearer rode was taken. James Fitzjohn of Desmond was in alliance with the 2 great northern chiefs to protect the naughty boy, as Allen called Gerald, and if possible to force the king to restore him. The bastard Geraldines of the Pale were ready to help their natural leader, who grew more dangerous as he grew older. The Antrim Scots were always available for the service against the English government, and Brabazon wished to cripple them by a naval expedition. O'Neill and O'Donnell now sent Roderick O'Donnell, Bishop of Derry, to Scotland for 6,000 red shanks. In the meantime they professed themselves ready to treat with Grey, and promised to bring young Gerald to meet him on the last day of April at Carrick Braddock, near Dundalk. They never came, and Grey penetrated to Armagh in spite of bad weather and foul ways. O'Neill still refused to show himself or to give any hostage, but he professed peaceable intentions. The weather made it impossible to advance further, and Aylmer was sent to Blackwater, where he succeeded in making a truce. Again, Grey says that he had intended to seize his nephew by fair means or foul. If they had kept appointment with me, having young Gerald with them, howsoever the thing had chanced, by the oath that I have made unto your grace, they should have left the young Gerald behind them quick or dead. If it were the pleasure of God, I would that I might once have a sight of him, whom as yet I never saw with my eyes. The O'Tooles had never been punished for their victory over Kelway and Grey, who had, for the moment, no worse enemy than a gouty foot, resolved to chastise them. They proposed to parley near Ballymore, Eustace, but did not come, though in great pain. Grey rode to the Power Court in a day, and entered the mountains and penetrated to Glenmalure, cutting the woods on both sides as he went. Before my coming thither, he said, I think there never was deputy with cart there. He had some skirmishing with the natives, but took no man of importance, and returned to Maynooth without having improved his gout. A confederacy had at this time been formed in favour of young Gerald. His own claims might not have been enough, in spite of Lady Eleanor O'Donnell's efforts, but Henry's ecclesiastical policy was beginning to bear its natural fruit. Priests passed from chief to chief, and communications with Rome were frequent. The Irish said all Englishmen were heretics, and the king the most heretic and worst man in the world, in which perhaps they were not far wrong. They considered Henry a disobedient papal vassal and a mere usurper in Ireland. When Dr. Nangle, my suffragan, says Archbishop Brown, showed the king's broad seal for justifying of his authority, MacWilliam little esteemed it, but threw it away and vilipended the same. The plan was that O'Toole, to whom Gerald promised to restore Power's Court, should harass the Pale from the south, while James Fitzjohn of Desmond, with some Scotch mercenaries, attacked it from the west, and O'Neill from the north. If Tara could be reached, O'Neill might be proclaimed King of Ireland, and Gerald restored to his own in Kildare. Besides her own friends, Lady Eleanor commanded the services of a Bristol captain named Kate or Capus, who spoke Irish fluently and owned his own ship. John Lynch, a Galway merchant, met him at Assaroe on the Donegal coast, and warned some of the confederates that Grey would be too strong for them, and that he was active enough to surprise them when they thought he was amusing himself. But Delahide, Levers, and others answered that they had perfect intelligence that Grey could not ride 20 miles in the Pale without their knowledge, that his army consisted chiefly of churls and ploughmen, of which 300 might easily be vanquished by 100, and that he had no good officers under him. These are the arguments with which the foes of order in Ireland have always deluded their adherents, and sometimes themselves. Wherever Lynch went, he found the priests preaching daily that every man ought, for the salvation of his soul, fight and make war against our sovereign lord, the king's majesty, and his true subjects, and if any of them which so shall fight against his said majesty or his subjects die in the quarrel, his soul that so shall be dead shall go to heaven as the soul of St. Peter, Paul, and others, which suffered death and martyrdom for God's sake. And for much, Lynch says, as I did traverse somewhat of such words, I was cast out of the church and from their masses during a certain time of days for an heretic, and I was greatly afraid. The result of all this preaching was an invasion of the Pale in the month of August. Lord Butler's policy had kept the O'Briens quiet, and nothing was done on that side. But O'Donnell and O'Neill entered Meath with the greatest army, as some thought, that had ever been seen in Ireland. There was a large contingent of Scots, both from the mainland and the islands, and most of the northern chiefs added their quotas to the host. O'Neill of Clanboy, O'Rourke, Maguire, McQuillan, O'Hagan, Magennis, and McDermott are among those mentioned. Tara was reached, but no restoration of the ancient kingdom followed. Much damage was done to the modern kingdom, including the burning of Ardee and of Navan, which was the best market town in the county. The invaders set fire to the standing corn, carried off every portable article of value, and sweeping all the cattle before them, turned in high spirits northwards. They had met with no enemy, and had probably attained their object of providing funds for a general rising, which was fixed for September 1, and which James of Desmond was expected to join. Grey summoned the men of Dublin and Drogheda, those citizen soldiers whom the Irish dreaded so much, and hurried after O'Neill. out of a nominal 350, he could muster no more than 140 of his own men, but he had some help from the gentlemen of the Pale. The marchers, like Rob Roy at Sheriff Moore, waited to see which was the winning side. "I must help the king," said Fitzgerald of Osbertown to Gerald's messenger, "but if ye be the strongest, we must go with you." Without waiting for such Laodiceans, the Lord Deputy dashed forward, and, as Lynch had foreseen, caught the Ulstermen quite unprepared. They were encamped at Bellahoe, the ford which divides Meath from Monaghan, on the Farney side of the water, and he routed them before they had time to form. The Irish leaders who knew the country escaped, with the exception of Magennis, whose post was near the ford. He fell into the hands of the Louth men, who were bribed by some of his own clan to kill him, and did so. The only person of note killed on the English side was a gentleman named Mape, who charged up the river bank by Lord Slane's side, and who was carried by his runaway horse into the midst of the Irish. According to Stanihurst, whose account of this affair is at least highly coloured, the mayors of Dublin and Drogheda and Thomas Talbot and of Malahide were dubbed knights on the field by the Lord Deputy. He also says that Black James Fleming, Baron of Slane, led the attack and called on his hereditary standard-bearer to do his duty in the front. But the standard-bearer, whose name was Robert Halpin, or a halfpenny, thought the service desperate, and refused to advance his banner, preferring to sleep in an whole sheepskin his pelt than to walk in a torn lion his skin. Calling him a dastardly coward, the Baron ordered Robert Bitock to supply his place, which he cheerfully did. Mape, though he had refused to lead, was fain to follow, and fell fighting in the first rank. After this great success, which shattered the Irish or Catholic Confederacy but for a time, Grey remained in the north. A fleet had been collected at Carlingford to chastise the Scots, and the crews had taken part in the fight or pursuit at Bellahoe, but not much could be done against the islanders. The old Earl of Ormond had just died, and his son was too busy to visit Ulster. He had incurred vast expenses in subsidizing the O'Briens and the Clanricarde Burkes, who were ready to serve the king with 800 gallow-glasses, 800 kern, and some horse. James Fitzjohn of Desmond was growing daily stronger, while his rival was basking in court sunshine, and Ormond attributed this state of affairs to the Lord Deputy, who favoured all Geraldines and depressed all who owed their promotion to Cromwell. James Fitzjohn had seen the Earl's brother, the Archbishop of Cashel, and had promised to meet Ormond also, but he failed in his appointment, and threatened at every moment to attack Tipperary. The English government had in the meantime declared that James Fitzmaurice was right heir to the earldom of Desmond. He had been a royal page, and was provided with a force sufficient to guard against any sudden attack. He landed at Cork at Youghal in August, but 3 months elapsed before any serious effort was made to put him in possession of his own. Leaving Dublin early in November, Grey joined Ormond near Roscrea, about which there had been fierce dissensions. The castle was now in the hands of the O'Meagards, but they gave it up peaceably to the Lord Deputy, and he handed it over to Ormond. Maudriny, which the Earl now acknowledged as O'Carroll's, was also surrendered, taking hostages from O'Carroll, MacBrien, Ara, O'Kennedy, O'Mulraim, and O'Dwyer, to be faithful and pay the king tribute. Grey and Ormond cut passes through the woods near the Shannon, the inhabitants of which had guided the O'Briens in their raids. They halted 2 days at Thurles, where Sir Gerald McShane and the White Knight thought prudent to submit themselves, and victualled their troops about Cashel and Clonmel. At Youghal they delivered all the castles of Immokalee to the young Earl of Desmond, and 2 nephews of former earls accepted him as the head of their house. At Cork, Lord Barry, who had held aloof for years, came in and gave security. Hither also came the sons of Cormac Oge, and it was probably on this occasion that their sister Mary McCarthy married the young earl. The union was not fated to last long, nor to give an heir to the house of Desmond. The barony of Kerry Curry was taken possession of at Kinsale and McCarthy Riach, in whose castle of Kilbrittain Gerald of Kildare had lately found a home, consented to come to Cork and to give his brother as a hostage. He hesitated to sacrifice his cattle, and was easily persuaded by Ormond, who was now on unusually good terms with Grey. Barry Rowe and Barry Oge also gave security. The army then shifted to O'Callaghan's country, and near Drummaneen, James Fitzjohn came to the other side of the flooded Blackwater and defied Grey. He would, he said, conclude nothing without the advice of O'Brien, who could dispose of all the Irishry of Ireland. Grey could not pass the river and return to Cork. John Travers, a native of Ireland, who had learned the art of war elsewhere, had lately been appointed master of the ordnance, and accompanied this expedition, in which only 800 men were employed. Travers said that he would go anywhere in Ireland with 2,000 men, and Grey's exploits, no less than Sidney's later, show that he was right. The difficulty was not to take but to keep 6,000 good men, Travers added, divided in 3 places, as I could give instruction, with certain craftsmen to inhabit the places they win, might make a general reformation in one summer. The advice was sound, but the crown could not afford to take it. Once more before young Gerald had left Ireland did Grey turn his attention to the north. For the 3rd time O'Neill promised to meet him, and for the 3rd time he failed to appear. Without victuals, and trusting to plunder for the support of his men, the Lord Deputy then rode 34 miles of ill way to Dungannon, and again nearly caught the troublesome chief. But the guides, perhaps intentionally, delayed the soldiers on their night march, and daybreak found them still 5 miles from Dungannon. O'Neill had time to escape. 6 days were spent in promiscuous burnings, during which the soldiers had no bread and lived on freshly killed beef. It is no wonder that disease was rife in the ranks. This was Grey's last warlike expedition, successful in a certain sense, but quite useless as a matter of policy. Grey had often asked leave to go to court and lay the state of Ireland before the king, begging that his adversaries might not be allowed to ruin him behind his back. His request was now to be granted in an unexpected manner. One of his last acts in Ireland was a quarrel with the council, in spite of whose remonstrances he sent over Travers, the master of the ordnance, with dispatches, though he seems to have agreed with them that a man who could be better spared would have done the business just as well. Sir William Brereton, marshal of the army, had lately broken his leg, an accident from which he seems never to have fully recovered. Edward Griffiths, another useful officer, was dying of diarrhoea. Travers was the only available officer, and his own department was in bad order. Yet Grey sent him, perhaps because he thought his talk would be favourable to him. The immediate result of Travers's journey was that the king sent for Grey, professing his anxiety to see him and to send him back to Ireland in time for the fighting season at the end of May. Brereton was to act as Lord Justice during his absence. Henry declared himself willing to raise the wages of soldiers in Ireland, which had been fixed 3 years before at £5 6 shillings 8 pence a year for horsemen, and half that sum for footmen, and which had been found quite inadequate. Deplorable disorders had resulted from the necessities of the men. Henry expressed his intention of keeping the troops on the Irish borders instead of in Dublin. Coming events cast their accustomed shadow before, and Grey's recall, for recall it was understood to be, was known to the public sooner than to the officials. It was of course suggested that Grey purposely concealed the truth in order to embarrass the council, and he refused their prayer to stay until arrangements had been made for the defence of the Pale. His activity had evidently inspired respect, for he had no sooner crossed the Channel than the O'Tooles made a raid toward Dublin. O'Byrne warned the citizens, and they had time to make ready. The Kavanaghs attacked the Wexford settlers. The O'Connors burned Kildare. Allen and Barbazon had also been called to England, but they were obliged to wait for a fitter time. The country, wrote Brereton, in excusing their absence, is in very ill case, being assured of no Irishman's peace. An enormous number of charges were brought against Grey. He was accused of maintaining the king's enemies and depressing the king's friends, of injustice to Irishmen and others, of violence towards councillors and others, and of extortion. There is no reason to suppose that he could have taken young Gerald, with whom, in Stanihurst's quaint language, he was accused of playing bo-peep, but no doubt he had been guilty of much injustice, as his unprovoked invasion of Fernie and his treatment of O'Moore sufficiently prove. He cannot be called a man of scrupulous honour, or he would not have arrested the Geraldines at dinner, or professed his intention to capture his nephew by fair means or foul. But Henry VIII knew how to pardon such conduct, though he could punish his instruments when it suited him. The Irish chiefs felt that they could not trust Grey, and therefore kept no faith with him. He was accused on all sides of greed, and especially of making useless expeditions for the sake of plunder. The usual inquisition made after his arrest shows that he had some private hoards. He was violent in council, and no doubt it was often hard for a viceroy, especially for one who suffered from gout, to deal with the Dublin officials, who were independent of him, and sometimes spies on his conduct. I think, says Walter Cowley, there is not one of the king's council there, but my Lord Deputy successively have sore fallen out with them. But he was rude and tyrannical to others also, as to Lord Delvin, whose life he was accused of shortening by insults, and especially by calling him traitor, which, says the old Earl or Ormond, shall never be proved. In any case, and whatever his actual guilt, a cloud of witnesses appeared to denounce Grey. He pleaded guilty rather than hopes of mercy, and acknowledging his faults, but no pardon followed. That he had any treasonable intention is more than doubtful, but there was more against him than against Buckingham. He suffered a year's imprisonment in the Tower, and then underwent the fate to which his treacherous compliance with the tyrant's wishes had condemned his Geraldine kinsman. End of chapter 12, part 2. Chapter 13 of Ireland under the Tudors, Volume 1, by Richard Bagwell. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. 1540 and 1541. With the usual plundering, inroads on the pale Brereton was able to cope, and the greater chieftains were quiet, for Gerald of Kildare was safe. O'Donnell, who may have resented his treatment by Lady Eleanor, readily reverted to his father's policy, and no difficulty was made about his pardon. O'Neill held aloof, but again professed himself ready to come to Carrickbraddock. Again he failed to appear, and pleaded that he dared not approach Dundalk through fear of Grey's manifest treachery. He offered to come to McGinnis's castle at Narrow-water, a beautiful spot near the mouth of the Newry River and the foot of the Mourne Mountains. Brereton agreed, and a meeting at last took place. O'Neill declared his readiness to perform all that he had promised to Skeffington, to send a trusty messenger to the king, and to leave pardon or punishment for the past to the royal discretion. Till the answer came, he was content to be at peace with the government, and to keep his neighbours quiet. He was at this time intriguing with Scotland, and his secretary was actually at Edinburgh. Cromwell had received information that 8 Irishmen had been with the Scottish king, to whom they had brought sealed letters from the principal chiefs, containing offers to take him as their lord and to do homage to him. It was even said that James meditated an invasion of Ireland in person. O'Neill probably waited for the result of these negotiations before sending a confidential servant with a letter to Henry. He begged the king not to send his enemies into his country, where Grey had, as he affirmed, sowed dissensions from selfish motives. He was willing to do anything he was asked, unless the new Lord Deputy should prove very extortionate, and he advised the king not to waste his money in Ulster. Henry answered graciously and acknowledged some trifling presents which accompanied the chief's letter. Future loyal favours, His Majesty was careful to point out, must depend on performance and not on promises. Pardon, in the meantime, would be granted for the heinous offences committed. With the sea at hand, and Ormond ever ready to help him, it was supposed that James Fitzmaurice would be able to maintain himself as Earl of Desmond. At first he confined himself to Carrickcurrahee and Imogilly, but after 3 months he was tempted to go inland towards the Limerick district, in which James Fitzjohn's strength lay. Near Fermoy he was set upon and murdered by his rival's brother, who had earned the title of Maurice of the Burnings. James Fitzjohn, who now believed himself to be undisputed earl, at once repaired to Youghal, where he was well received and joined by all the chiefs who had lately made such professions to Grey and Ormond. The garrison had through overconfidence withdrawn to Waterford. Gerald of Kildare had just escaped to France, and the web of policy which the English government had cast over both branches of the Geraldines was torn to pieces for the time. There was no evidence of James Fitzjohn's complicity in his cousin's murder, and Ormond received the king's authority to pardon him if he could be brought to promise good behaviour. He preferred to ally himself with O'Brien, and pleaded that Irish confederacies were too strong for him to withstand. To gain his confidence, Ormond risked his own person in the Desmond country for 2 nights, and passed right through it to parley with O'Brien, who refused to listen to anything. But Desmond would not show himself, and Ormond then went for a few weeks to England. On his return he found that little harm had been done, and this he attributed solely to O'Brien having been out of his mind. But Desmond claimed the credit of holding his hand. In like, he wrote to Ormond, "I desire you, according to my full trust, for to bring me in the king's favour the best ye can, and in case that his grace will so accept me, I trust we shall both be able to do his grace acceptable service according to our duty." On his return from England, Ormond at once resumed negotiations, and Saint Leger had been scarcely a month in Ireland before he received friendly letters both from Desmond and O'Brien. In the meantime, Cromwell's head had fallen on the scaffold to which he had sent so many better men. Grey was in the Tower, and Henry found time to appoint a new Lord Deputy. He chose Sir Anthony Saint Leger, who already knew much of Ireland, and whose temper would at least save him from his predecessor's chief faults. Sir Patrick Barnwell of Fielston, an eminent lawyer, had lately enumerated the qualities desirable in a chief governor, and in so doing had drawn a heavy indictment against the last holder of that high office. The king, he said, should provide a deputy faithful, sure, and constant in his promise, and in especial to any concluding of peace, and that he shall be such a person that shall have more regard to his own honour and promise than to any covetous desire of praise or booties of cattle, and that he shall make no wilful war, and when war is made upon a good ground, that the same be followed till a perfect conclusion thereof be taken, and not left at large, nor yet to take a faint peace, and that the said deputy shall not be in weighty causes counselled, nor guided by such persons as be openly known to be ill-doers, or apt adherents of the ill-doers in their ill-doings against the king's majesty and his grace's subjects in time past, for the same hath and may hinder. In selecting Saint Leger, Henry was probably actuated in part by such motives, and in part by hopes of an increased income. With him were associated as revenue commissioners Thomas Walsh, Baron, and John Mine. auditor of the English Exchequer, and William Cavendish, treasurer of the Court of Augmentations, but the viceregal authority was not in any way impaired. Saint Leger seems clearly to have grasped the idea so often put forth and so often neglected, that the pacification of Ireland must begin with the neighbourhood of the Pale, and that distant expeditions were neither lightly to be undertaken nor abandoned without attaining their object. He resolved at once to punish those who had attacked the Pale at Grey's departure, and he turned first to the Kavanaghs. Ormond had lately ravaged Idrone for a week and taken hostages, reporting that all the mischief was done by Donald Mac Cahir, who, having nothing to lose, adhereth to Turlough O'Toole. Saint Leger now ravaged the territory far and wide, and at the end of 10 days the chief came in and submitted. He renounced the name of Macmurroch and agreed to hold his lands of the crown by knight service. After the manner of deputies in their early days of office, Saint Leger believed that he had really made a final settlement. The Kavanaghs were ready enough to make promises and even to boast their descent from the man who first brought the English to Ireland, but Saint Leger was destined to have plenty of trouble with them. Offaly had been so often devastated that the new Lord Deputy could have little to do in that way, but the adjoining district of Leix had been more fortunate, and its turn now came. The O'Doynes, O'Dempseys, and others were separated by Saint Leger's policy from O'Connor, whom it was proposed to bridle by establishing fortified posts at Kinnegad in Westmeath, at Kishaven in Kildare, and Castle Jordan in Meath, and at Ballinure in what is now the King's County. A letter arrived from the king with orders to expel O'Connor from his country and to give it to his brother Cahir if he would behave in a civilized manner, as he had often promised to do. The incorrigible rebel should be made an example to all Ireland by his perpetual exile and just punishment. But this could not be honourably done, for Brereton had made a peace during the difficult days that followed Grey's recall, and O'Connor, whose submission was of the humblest, had done no harm since then. Saint Leger, indeed, showed some inconsistency in the matter, for he thought in September that O'Connor could never be trusted, and in November he advised his restoration to favour. Not only was it proposed to give him a grant of his land, but also to raise him to the peerage as Baron of Offaly, an ancient honour in the eclipsed family of Kildare. No tribe had hurt the Pale more than the O'Tooles, who could boast of giving a famous saint to Irish hagiology. Originally possessed of the southern half of Kildare, they had been driven into the Wicklow Mountains by Walter de Riddlesford in the early days of the Anglo-Norman occupation. They were afterwards known as Lords of Imayle, a small district between Baltinglass and Glendalough, and at one time had nearly all the northern half of Wicklow. The Earls of Kildare expelled them from Power's Court, and latterly they had led a very precarious life. True children of the mist, they either bivouacked in the open or crept into wretched huts to which Englishmen hesitated to give the name of houses. They cultivated no land, but levied £300 a year from their civilized neighbours, partly in black rent and partly in sheer plunder. The actual chief was Turlough O'Toole, who professed himself anxious to mend his ways, and offered to go to England and beg his lands of Henry himself. There was something chivalrous in Turlough, for when Grey was hard-pressed by the Northern Confederacy, he sent him word that since all those great lords were against him, he would surely be with him, but whensoever they were all at peace, then he alone would be at war with him and the English Pale. This simple-minded warrior had kept his word, and he now begged Saint Leger to write to Norfolk in the belief that the Duke would let him want nothing when he knew that he had become an Englishman. In return for this undertaking to forego his exactions and to wear the English dress, he asked for a grant of the district of Furcullen, comprising Power's Court and about 20 square miles of land, chiefly rocks and wood, but with some fertile spots. Saint Leger was anxious to grant Turloc's terms, for the lands actually held by him were worthless and would never pay to reclaim, while the O'Tooles were obliged to live on the pale. The hardy mountaineers had nothing to lose, and they prevented land enough to support 2,000 inhabitants from being cultivated at all. The Lord Deputy accordingly sent over the wild man with a special recommendation to Norfolk, whose Irish experience made him a natural mediator. Turlock was so poor that Saint Leger had to lend him £20 for his journey, and he could not even afford decent clothes. "It shall appear to your Majesty," wrote the Irish government, "that this Turlock is but a wretched person and a man of no great power, neither having house to put his head in, nor yet money in his purse to buy him a garment. Yet may he well make 200 or 300 men." Turlock remained nearly a month at court, where he was very well treated. Perhaps Henry remembered how well Hugh O'Donnell had requited the kindness shown to him long since. The grant was authorized, and care was taken to make such a fair division among the clansmen as would prevent internal dissensions. Turlock became the king's tenant by night service at a rent of 5 marks yearly, and his brother Art Oge, a man of some ability, was gratified with a grant of Castle Kevin. Henry desired that this case should form a precedent, and that in future chiefs received to peace and favour should be treated with on the same basis as the O'Tooles. In doing this he followed the advice of some of his wisest counsellors at home. Cranmer, Audley, and Sadler did not believe in the possibility of a thorough conquest, and rightly considered that Ireland would be best gained by fair dealing. Pedants and flatterers might argue that the king was actually entitled to most of the land, that the Irish were intruders, and that grants to them were derogatory to the royal dignity. To this it was answered that the intrusions were of very old date, that future rebellions would be more easily punished when they involved a breach of contract, and that the crown must gain by the mere acknowledgment of its title. The O'Tooles, at all events, seem to have given up plundering the Pale, and they make little further figure in history, but they could not give up fighting among themselves. The favoured Turlock had a grudge against one of his clansmen, and pursued him daily in spite of orders from the government. At last the threatened man caught his persecutor asleep, and in the early morning killed him and all his companions. "And we think," wrote the Lord Deputy and Council, "the other would have done to him likewise if he might have gotten him at like advantage." Turlock left no legitimate children, but Saint Leger nevertheless recommended that his son Brian should be allowed to succeed him. Finding Leinster in an unusually promising state, the Irish Council hit upon a strange device for keeping it permanently quiet. In the previous century, Thomas, Earl of Kildare, had established the Brotherhood of St. George, an armed confraternity whose 13 officers, chosen from among the loyal gentlemen of Dublin, Kildare, Meath, and Louth, elected their own captain annually, but were paid by the state. It was found necessary to dissolve this body by an Act of Parliament, passed in 1494. Its object had been the defence of the Pale against Irish enemies and English rebels. It was now proposed to erect a new order, not named after St. George, but holding its great ceremony on St. George's Day. It was to consist of a Grand Master and 12 pensioners, with salaries amounting in the aggregate to £1,000. The majority were to be Irishmen of family, who might be kept out of mischief by fear of losing their pensions. After 7 years, promotion was to depend on knowing English, or having spent 2 years in the public service in England, the object being to induce Irish gentlemen to cross the Channel and learn manners. As vacancies occurred, the persons chosen were to be bound not to have any wife or wives. The council nominated Brabazon to be first Grand Master, but Ormond put forth a list of his own, and preferred his brother Richard to the highest place. The council also proposed to make a pensioner of Lord Kilcullen, and to place him in the castle of Clonmore, which had belonged to his family, but which the king had granted to Ormond. The Earl naturally ignored this claim, and there were other differences in the rival lists. The council suggested elaborate machinery by which the order might be made to work for the reformation of Leinster, but Saint Leger does not appear to have been a party to the scheme, and perhaps opposed it quietly. The king, who had just abolished the great military order, had no idea of creating another, though its patron saint should be St. George instead of St. John. We do in no wise, he said, like any part of your device in that behalf. By minding their business and doing what they were told, His Majesty hoped that they would ultimately succeed in reforming Leinster without the new erection of any such fantasies. James Fitzjohn, being now necessarily acknowledged Earl of Desmond, one of St. Leger's first cares was to obtain his submission. Satisfied at last that no treachery was intended, Desmond agreed to meet the Lord Deputy at Cashel. Passing through Carlow and Kilkenny, St. Leger was joined by Ormond, who took care that the viceregal retinue should be well treated on the journey. But Desmond at first held aloof, and demanded that the chief of the butlers should give himself up as a hostage before he trusted himself in English hands. This was refused, but Archbishop Brown Travers, the master of the ordnance, and the deputy's brother Robert consented to run the risk. Desmond then appeared and said he was ready to do all that loyalty demanded. The proceedings were adjourned to Sir Thomas Butler's house at Cahir, and there Desmond signed a solemn notarial instrument by which he fully acknowledged the king's supremacy in church and state. I do, he said, utterly deny and forsake the Bishop of Rome and his usurped primacy and authority, and shall with all my power resist and repress the same and all that shall by any means use and maintain the same. He renounced the pretensions of his family not to attend Parliament or enter any walled town. He agreed to abide by and to enforce the king's decision as to the Kildare estates, and to pay all such taxes as were paid in the territories of Ormond, Delvin, and other noblemen of like condition. He constituted himself the defender of the corporate towns, and gave up all claims to the allegiance of the Munster Englishry, with a partial reservation as to men of his own blood, who held their lands under him or his ancestors. Finally, he agreed to send his son to be educated in England. This was Gerald, the ill-starred youth, whose folly and vanity were destined to work the final ruin of his house. The Archbishop of Cashel and the Bishops of Limerick and Emly witnessed the instrument, and the manner of the submission was as satisfactory as a Tudor could wish. In presence wrote St. Leger to the King of Macmilliam, O'Connor, and divers other Irish gentlemen, to the number of 200 at the least. He kneeled down before me, and most humbly delivered his said submission, desiring me to deliver unto him his said pardon, granted by your Majesty, affirming that it was more glad to him to be so reconciled to your favours than to have any worldly treasure, protesting that no earthly cause should make him from henceforth swerve from your Majesty's obedience. And after that done, I delivered to him your said most gracious pardon, which he most joyfully accepted. He was immediately sworn of the council, and St. Leger asked the king's indulgence for having done this without warrant. Care was also taken to prevent a renewal of the quarrel between the new privy councillor and Ormond, who had married the heiress general of a former Earl of Desmond, and had thus large and indefinite claims on the family estates. The rivals bound themselves in £4,000 to promote cross marriages between their children and to keep the peace. The claims of Ormond through his wife were nevertheless destined in the next generation to deluge Munster in blood. Desmond accompanied St. Leger to Kilmallock, where, I think, none of your Grace's deputies came this 100 years before, and treated him hospitably, openly declaring that he was ready, if the deputy wished it, to go to London to see the king. O'Brien came peacefully to Limerick, complaining chiefly that he was not allowed to bridge the Shannon nor to exercise jurisdiction over friendly tribes on the left bank. St. Leger promised him perpetual war unless he would yield on both points, believing that he could do little harm without the concurrence of Desmond, of the Clanricarde Burkes, or of Donogh O'Brien. He was given till Shrovetide to consult his friends, and at last decided to keep quiet and to send agents to watch over his interest in Parliament. A pardon was issued under the Great Seal of Ireland, and towards the end of the year O'Brien spontaneously addressed a very dutiful letter to the king, begging personal as well as official forgiveness for his many sins. "My mind," he said, "is never satisfied till I have made the same submission to your Grace's own person, whom I most desire to see above all creatures on earth living, now in mine own old days, which sight I doubt not but shall prolong my life." MacWilliam Burke of Clanricarde and MacGilpatrick professed anxiety for the royal favour and accompanied Saint Leger on his tour. He prescribed an earldom for the former, a barony for the latter, and Parliament robes and other fine clothes for both, in the belief that titles and little acts of civility would weigh more with these rude men than a display of force. He himself had given MacWilliam a silver gilt cup, and in Limerick Desmond had from vanity or policy worn gown, jacket, doublet, hose, shirts, caps, and a velvet riding coat from the Lord Deputy's wardrobe. It was very important to conciliate MacWilliam, who could always prevent a junction of the O'Briens and O'Donnells. MacGilpatrick soon afterwards covenanted with the king to live civilly, to act loyally, and to hold his lands of the crown by knight service. MacWilliam wrote a letter to Henry confessing and lamenting that his family had degenerated and belied their English blood, which had been brought to Irish and disobedient rule by reason of marriage and nursing with those Irish, sometimes rebels, near adjoining to me. He placed himself and all his possessions unreservedly in the king's hands, but seems to have let it be known that he would like to be an earl. Henry refused this unless the repentant Norman would come to court, but he offered a barony or viscountry without any condition. Early in 1541, Saint Leger received authority to summon a parliament. The composition of the House of Commons is uncertain, for no list of members is extant between 1382 and 1559. In the former of those years, 18 counties or districts and even 11 towns were represented. In the latter, 10 counties and 28 cities and boroughs returned 2 members each. Through the action of the royal prerogative, the number was progressively increased until the 300 of the 18th century was reached. In Saint Leger's time, the upper house was the more important of the two, and was attended by 4 archbishops, 19 bishops, and 20 temporal peers, of whom Desmond was one. Among the temporal peers was Rawson, late prior of Kilmainham, and chief of the Irish Hospitallers, who had just been created by Viscount Clontarf. There were 4 new barons: Edmund Butler, Lord Dunboyne; MacGilpatrick, Lord Upper Ossory; Oliver Plunkett, Lord Louth; and William Birmingham, Lord Carberry. Richard Le Poer had been created Baron of Currachmore 6 years before. Besides the peers, there were present in Dublin Donogh O'Brien, MacWilliam Burke, O'Reilly, Cahir, Macart, Kavanagh, Phelim O'Roe, O'Neill of Clanboy, and some of the O'Moores. O'Brien sent agents or deputies. These and other important persons were present at the passing of the bill which made Henry King of Ireland, but they had no votes and were not considered as members of Parliament. Parliament met on Monday, June 13, but the Munster Lords had not yet arrived, and the solemn mass was postponed until Thursday, the feast of Corpus Christi. By that day all had assembled, and they rode in state to the place of meeting. Most of the peers wore their robes. On the morrow the Commons chose a speaker in the person of Sir Thomas Cusack, a rising lawyer, who afterwards obtained the highest professional honours. He made a set speech at the bar of the Lords, praising the king for many things, but especially for having extirpated the Bishop of Rome's usurped power. Ormond then gave the substance of what had been said in Irish, to the great contentation of those lords who could not understand English. At the sitting of the House of Lords on the following day, St. Leger proposed that Henry VIII should be King of Ireland. A bill to that effect was read at a first time in English and Irish, and was received with acclamation. It was then and there read a second and a third time, and all the lords subscribed it, lest they should thereafter be tempted to deny their consents. The bill was then sent down to the Commons and read 3 times, and on the morrow, in presence of both houses, St. Leger pronounced the royal consent. No less he wrote, "To my comfort than to be risen again from death to life, that I, so poor a wretch, should by your excellent goodness be put to that honour, that in my time your majesty should most worthily have another imperial crown." This rapid action is in striking contrast to the long and acrimonious discussion excited by a change of the royal style in our own times. The question of style was one of considerable practical importance, for the friars had sedulously encouraged the popular notion that the real sovereignty rested in the Pope, and that the King of England was only a sort of viceroy. Allen had recommended the assumption of the royal title 4 years before, and both Staples and St. Leger had given the like advice. Parliamentary sanction had now been given to the change, and those who acknowledged English law could hardly dispute the principle involved. In the later struggles of Irish parties, the contest between the crown and the tiara was constantly revived, and the ghost of the controversy is sometimes seen even in our own times. Less than 2 months before the meeting of St. Leger's Parliament, Paul III had written to prepare O'Neill for the arrival of a detachment of the Company of Jesus, and before its dissolution the first Jesuits had landed. But for the moment no opposition was visible. The proclamation of the new style was joyously celebrated by the citizens of Dublin. Salutes were fired, bonfires were lit, wine casks were broached in the streets, and there was much feasting in private houses. An amnesty was granted to criminals, except traitors, murderers, and ravishers, but prisoners for debt were not released, lest any creditor should be defrauded. There was some fear lest it should be supposed that the Irish Parliament had elected their king instead of merely declaring his just hereditary right, and many letters were exchanged on the subject. Finally, the new style was settled as follows: Henry VIII, by the grace of God, King of England, France, and Ireland, defender of the faith and of the Church of England, and also of Ireland, in earth the supreme head. A new great seal had to be sent from England, since there was no competent engraver in Dublin. And thus, after the lapse of nearly 4 centuries, did Henry II's successor repudiate all obligations to Rome, and declare himself King of Ireland by right divine. The other acts passed had no political significance, but followed pretty closely recent domestic legislation in England. After a session of little more than 5 weeks, Parliament was prorogued with the intention of convoking again at Limerick. Before the 2 houses dispersed, elaborate regulations, which were not embodied in an Act of Parliament, were drawn up for Munster, Thomond, and Connaught. There was no chance of enforcing these ordinances, but some of them are very good. Laymen and minors were disabled from holding ecclesiastical benefices. Kerns were ordered to be treated as vagabonds, unless some lord would give bail for them. Heads of families were declared responsible for damage done by younger members. Highway robbery and rape were pronounced capital, but by a strange anomaly, robberies of above 14 pence were made punishable by the loss of 1 ear for the first offence and of the other ear for the second, while death was fixed as the penalty for the third. A system of fines was promulgated for homicides, invasions, and spoils. The Irish jurisprudence was thus acknowledged, but only as a matter of fact, for the chiefs who indulged in open lawlessness were generally beyond the reach of the law. Saffron shirts were forbidden under penalties, and the permissible quantity of linen were carefully prescribed for each rank. A lord might have 20 cubits, his vassals 18, and his servants 12. A kern was allowed 16, and an agricultural labourer 10. Stringent but useless limitations were imposed on coin and livery, the fact being that great men had usually no other means of protecting their districts. Ormond was appointed the chief executor of these ordinances for Tipperary, Waterford, and Kilkenny, and Desmond for the other counties of Munster, Both were to command the assistance of the Archbishop of Cashel, and to be entitled to 1/3 of all fines levied by them, 2/3 being payable to the king. The regulations for Thomond and Connaught were the same as for Munster, but they were probably even less regarded. End of chapter 13. Chapter 14, Part 1 of Ireland under the Tudors, Volume 1, by Richard Bagwell. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. 1541 to the close of the reign of Henry VIII. The attendance of Irishmen during the session of Parliament was not altogether barren of immediate results. Fergananum O'Carroll, chief of Ely, having become blind, was murdered in Clonlisk Castle by Tige, the son of his old rival Donogh, with the help of some of the Malloys. The claimants to the vacant succession voluntarily submitted to the arbitration of the Lord Deputy and Council, and a curious award was given. According to Irish law, John O'Connell, as the eldest, would have been the natural chief. He was set aside as unfit to rule, but received his lands rent-free and 40 cows annually out of the cattle tribute payable to the chief. Fergananum's son Tige was also pronounced incompetent, but was nevertheless established as ruler of half the country by way of propitiating Desmond, who was his uncle by marriage. Galvac, or Charles O'Carroll, was made lord of the other half, and it was provided that if either procured the other's death, he should forfeit all to the sons of the deceased. Soon after the prorogation, St. Leger went to Cavan to meet O'Donnell. Leaving his boats on Loch Earn, the chieftain came boldly to the appointed place with a dozen followers, and made little difficulty about the terms of peace. He agreed to serve the king on all great hostings, to attend the next Parliament, or send duly authorized deputies to hold his land of the crown, and to take any title that might be given him. He not only renounced the usurped primacy and authority of Rome, but promised industriously and diligently to expel, eject, and root out from his country all adherents of the Pope, or else to coerce and constrain them to submit to the king and his successors. He more than once asked to be made Earl of Sligo, and to have Parliament robes, as well as that golden instrument or chain which noblemen wear on their necks. Henry was willing to create O'Donnell Earl of Tyrconnell, but the creation was deferred until the reign of James I. O'Neill still refused to come to Dundalk, or in any way to submit to the Lord Deputy. He was, he said, waiting to hear from the king, and he made the curious complaint that St. Leger would not let him send hawks as presents to his majesty. Diplomacy failing, the Lord Deputy prepared for an invasion of Ulster. He was joined by O'Donnell, O'Hanlon, Magennis, MacMahon, who had lately made submission in the usual form, Phelim, Roe, O'Neill, and Neil Conaloch, O'Neill, nephews, and opponents of the chief of Tyrone, by the savages of Ards, and by many others, both English and Irish. 22 days were spent in destroying corn and butter, but no enemy appeared, and the cattle had been driven off into the woods. Meanwhile, O'Neill tried the bold but not uncommon experiment of attacking the Pale in the absence of its defenders. The new Lord Louth handled the local force so well that the invaders were ignominiously routed, while O'Donnell ravaged not only Tyrone, but a great part of Fermanagh, the very islands in Loch Earn being ransacked by his flotilla. After a month's respite, St. Leger made a second raid, and this time captured some hundreds of cows and horses. Another month elapsed, and then a third attack brought O'Neill to his knees. He sent letters to Armagh, in which he threw himself on the king's mercy, which he preferred to the Lord Deputy's, gave a son as hostage, and offered to come in person not only to Dundalk but to Drogheda. O'Neill had never been known to give a hostage before, and great importance was attached to this. 3,000 kine, besides horses and sheep, were taken in spite of the natives, but not without much suffering on the part of the soldiers, who had to lie without tents on the wet ground. Many horses died, and many more were lamed. The pastime, as St. Leger called it, of a December campaign can never be very pleasant, but he proved, as Sidney proved afterwards, that it was the right way to subdue the O'Neills. There was not grass enough in the woods to keep the cattle alive, and when they came into the fields the soldiers easily captured them. Ultimately O'Neill made a complete submission. He agreed to behave like the Earls of Ormond and Desmond, praying only that he might not be forced to incur the danger and expense of attending any Parliament sitting to the west of the Barrow. He not only renounced the Pope, but promised to send back future bulls if ecclesiastics already provided from Rome would do likewise. The council advised Henry to accept O'Neill's submission, seeing that his country was wide and difficult, and now so wasted as to be incapable of supporting an army. It might perhaps be possible to expel Con, but he would certainly be succeeded by a pretender as bad as himself, and extreme courses might be led to despair and to a universal rebellion. They admitted that the winter war had been proved to be the destruction of any Irishman, but the loss of men and horses was great, and might lead to risings in other places. The king disliked the wholesale grants of land for small consideration, which were favoured by St. Leger. He rebuked his servants in Ireland for thinking too much of Irish submissions, and here he saw more clearly than they did. He was now king in Ireland, and required a revenue in proportion. For that purpose he divided Irishmen into two classes, those who were within easy reach of his arm, and those who were not. The former were to be treated sternly, but the latter tenderly, lest by extreme demands they should revolt to their former beastliness. The near neighbours were to be brought to the same terms as Turlough toll. A proper rent was to be exacted, and night service insisted on for the sake of the wardships and liveries. In the obedient districts, monastic lands were to be let on lease for the best possible rent. In more distant quarters, the chiefs were to be coaxed into suppressing the religious houses by promising them leases on easy terms. At the beginning of the year 1542, the council were able to make the strange announcement that Ireland was at peace. They praised St. Leger for his diligence, patience, and justice, and for his liberal entertainment of those on whom, for the public good, it was necessary to make favourable impression. Following up his Dublin success, he now met Parliament again at Limerick, where the principal business was to make terms with the O'Briens. Murroch agreed to give up all claims to the territory of Oney Beg, a poor district lying under Slieve Felim, which retains its reputation for turbulence to the present day. The possession of this tract had made him master of the western part of Limerick, whence he exacted a black rent of £80, and of Tipperary as far as Cashel. The whole country was waste through plunder and extortion, and no one could travel peaceably from Limerick to Waterford through fear of a gang of robbers called the Old Evil Children, who held a castle near the Shannon. Desmond expelled these brigands and handed over their hold to MacBrien Connacht, who held it at his own expense for 2 years. St. Leger's observations during the session at Limerick led him to believe that little rent or tribute could be got out of the Irish. The sums promised to Grey were withheld on the ground that promises had been forcibly extorted. By holding out hopes of gentler treatment, St. Leger brought them to accept his own much easier terms. Tipperary was assessed at £40 yearly, Kilkenny at £40, and Waterford at £10. MacBrien agreed to pay 6 pence a year for each ploughland, and to furnish 60 gallon glasses for a month. MacBrien of Connacht promised £5 O'Kennedy and MacEgan in Ormonds, £10 each, O'Mulryan 40 shillings and 60 gallon-glasses for a month, and O'Dwyer 8 for each ploughland and 40 gallon-glasses for a month. These sums are small, but seem larger when we reflect that the government gave no consideration either by keeping the peace or administering justice, and that the people were extremely poor. Several months passed in negotiations with Irish chiefs, with the general object of inducing them to submit, to pay rent, and to hold their lands by knight service, forswearing Irish uses and exactions, and promising to live in a more civilized manner. These terms were accepted by Rory O'More, who had become chief of leeks by the death of his brother Killaloch, by MacDonald, captain of O'Neill's gallowglasses, by O'Rourke, and by O'Byrne. All, except the last named, abjured the Pope, as did the Macquillans, a family of Welsh extraction settled Adnaraut, a district between the Bush and the Bann. The Macquillans were always oppressed by the O'Cahans, who were supposed to be instigated by O'Donnell, and the valuable fishery of the Bann was a perennial source of dissension. Travers, who soon afterwards became lessee of Clanboy, held his fishery on a crown lease with the goodwill of the Macquillans. But in spite of the O'Cahans, who annoyed his fishermen, St. Leger ordered him to help the weaker tribe. Coleraine was taken by Travers, and after a time the neighbours were reconciled, a pension of £10 being given to each on condition of not molesting those who fished under royal licence. A curious submission was that of Hugh O'Kelly, who seems to have been chief of his sept as well as hereditary abbot of the Cistercians at Knockmoy, near Tuam. He renounced the Pope, promised to aid the Lord Deputy with a considerable force in Connaught and with a smaller one in more distant parts, and to bring certain of his kinsmen to similar terms. In return he was to have custody of the monastic lands and of the rectory of Galway at a rent of £5 paid down yearly in that town. As if to complete the anomaly, this abbot chieftain gave his son as a hostage for due performance. Desmond continued to behave loyally. St. Leger received him hospitably in Dublin and advised the king to do the same. But Alan cautioned his majesty not to be too free of his grants, especially in such important cases as Croom and Adair. The chancellor preferred to give the earl monastic lands in the Pale, by accepting which he would give hostages to the crown or among the wild Irish, who would thus certainly be losers, though the king might be no direct gainer. Desmond did not linger long in the court sunshine, for he took leave of the king in little more than a month from the date of his leaving Ireland. Either he really gained the royal goodwill, or Henry thought it wise to take St. Leger's advice, for he gave him money and clothes, and made him the bearer of official dispatches, and after due inquiry accepted his nominee to the bishopric of Emly, with a view to establish order in those portions of Munster. Under Desmond's influence, St. Leger visited Cork, where the notables readily obeyed his call. They abjured the Pope and agreed to refer all differences to certain named arbitrators. Henceforth no one was to take the law into his own hands, but to complain to Desmond and to the bishops of Cork, Waterford, and Ross, who were to have the power of summoning parties and witnesses and of fining contumacious persons. Difficult cases were to be referred to the Lord Deputy, and counsel and legal points reserved for qualified commissioners, whom the king was to send into Munster at Easter and Michaelmas. This was a part of a scheme for establishing circuits in the southern province, but it was very imperfectly carried out during this and the 3 succeeding reigns. The state of the country seldom admitted of peaceful assizes, and martial law was too often necessary. The Munster gentry now promised to keep the peace and to exact no black rents from Cork or other towns. The Anglo-Norman element was represented by Lord Barrymore and his kinsmen, Barry Roe and Barry Oge, and by Lord Roche, and by Sir Gerald McShane of Dromana. The Irish parties to the contract were McCarthy More, McCarthy Riach, McCarthy of Muskerry, MacDonagh, McCarthy of Donhallow, O'Callaghan, and O'Sullivan Bear. St. Leger himself, Desmond Brabazon, Travers, and Sir Osborne Effingham, Marshal of the Army, represented the Crown. O'Neill was at last induced to go to court to receive the earldom of Tyrone, the title chosen for him by the Irish government. He would have preferred that of Ulster, but it was in the Crown, and the king refused to part with it. St. Leger did what he could to conciliate O'Neill by attention and hospitality, while in Dublin, and rightly attached great importance to the fact that he was the first O'Neill who had ever gone to the king in England. He advised that he should be received with the greatest distinction. O'Neill, says the Four Masters, that is, Con, the son of Con, went to the King of England, namely Henry VIII, and the king created O'Neill an earl, and enjoined that he should not be called O'Neill any longer. O'Neill received great honour from the king on this occasion. The acceptance of a peerage was universally considered a condescension, if not a degradation, for the head of a family who claimed to be princes of Ulster in spite of the crown. The Irish government were willing that he should have Tyrone, but for the rule of Irishmen, which be at his Grace's peace, we think not best his Highness should grant any such thing to him as yet. It may be doubted whether O'Neill fully understood the scope of a document which was written in English and which he signed with a mark, but the form of his submission to his most gracious sovereign lord was as ample as even that sovereign lord could wish. Pleaseth your most excellent majesty, I, O'Neill, one of your majesty's most humble subjects of your realm of Ireland, do confess and acknowledge before your most excellent highness that by ignorance and for lack of knowledge of my most bounden duty of allegiance I have grievously offended your majesty, for the which I ask your grace, hear mercy and forgiveness, most humbly beseeching your highness of your most gracious pardon, refusing my name and state, which I have usurped upon your grace against my duty, and requiring your majesty of your clemency to give me what name, state, title, land, or living it shall please your highness, which I shall knowledge to take, and hold of your majesty's mere gift, and in all things do hereafter as shall beseem your most true and faithful subject, and God save your highness. 1 week after the delivery of this submission, O'Neill was created Earl of Tyrone, with remainder to his son Matthew entail male. Matthew being at the same time created Baron of Dungannon, with remainder to the eldest son of the Earl of Tyrone for the time being. This patent afterwards gave rise to infinite bloodshed. Con O'Neill certainly acknowledged Matthew as his heir apparent, but it was afterwards stated not only that he was illegitimate, which might not have mattered much, but that he was not Con's son at all. There was no doubt about the legitimacy of Shane, and that able savage consistently refused to acknowledge the limitations of the patent. Henry dealt liberally with the new earl, paying £60 for a gold chain such as O'Donnell had asked for, £65, 10 shillings 2 pence for creation fees and robes, and 100 marks as a present in ready money. The Queen's closet at Greenwich was richly hanged with cloth of arras and well strewed with rushes. No more was then thought of even in a palace, and Tyrone was led in by the Earls of Hertford and Oxford, the latter of whom was summoned specially for the purpose. Viscount Liesel bore the new earl's sword, kneeling in the rushes. The descendant of Niall of the 9 hostages submitted to be girt by the hands of Henry II's descendant. The king then gave him his patent, and he gave thanks for in Irish, which his chaplain translated into English. 2 of his neighbours, Donald and Arthur Magennis, were knighted and received gifts from the king. A great dinner followed, to which the lords went in procession with trumpets blowing, and Tyrone carried his own patent. A second course, Garter proclaimed the king's style and that of the new earl. The herald who tells the story is careful to note that Tyrone gave 20 angles to Garter, £10 to the College of Arms, and 40 shillings to the trumpeters, with other fees according to the old and ancient custom. Next day Con was taken to pay his respects to the young Prince Edward, and he soon afterwards returned to Ireland. Murroch O'Brien, his nephew, Donogh MacWilliam of Clanrickarde, and many other Irish gentlemen of note went to court during the summer of 1543. The three first were raised to the peerage in the same place and with the same ceremonies as O'Neill. Murroch O'Brien was created Earl of Thomond, with remainder to Donogh, and Baron of Inchiquin Entail Mail. Donog's right to succeed as Tanist thus received official sanction. Donogh was made Baron of Ibrackan Entail Mail, and curiously enough, the same patent created him Earl of Thomond for life in case he should survive his uncle. MacWilliam was created Earl of Clanricarde and Baron of Dunkellen. The earls were introduced by Derby and Ormond, the barons by Clinton and Mountjoy, and the king gave a gold chain to each. The presence of the Scottish ambassadors, who had just concluded the abortive treaty of marriage between Edward and Mary Stuart, added to the interest of the ceremony, and no doubt Henry was glad to display his magnificence to the representatives of the poor northern kingdom. McNamara, the most important person in Clare after the O'Briens, was knighted at the same time, as were O'Shaughnessy, chief of the country about Gort, and his neighbour O'Grady. Many other favours were conferred on these reclaimed Irishmen, and they all agreed to hold their lands of the king. The relations between England and Scotland were at this time much strained. The miserable and mysterious death of James V left the northern kingdom a battlefield for contending factions, and the restless Beaton had full scope for his intrigues. The Hebridean settlers on the Ulster coast had always been troublesome, since they were ever ready to sell their swords to the highest bidder, and they now became really important. These settlements originated with the Bicets or Bissae, sometimes called Missaes, who were said to be of Greek origin and who accompanied the conqueror to England. They afterwards settled in Scotland, whence they were expelled in 1242 on suspicion of being concerned in the murder of an Earl of Atholl, and condemned to take the cross. Preferring Ireland to Palestine, the exiles bought the island of Rathlin from Richard de Bargo, Earl of Munster. About the close of the 14th century, Margaret, the heiress of the Bissets, married John Moore MacDonald, a grandson through his mother of Robert II of Scotland. This lady is said to have known Richard II during his second visit to Ireland, and to have recognized him afterwards crazed and a refugee in the island of Isla. By Margaret's marriage, the estates of the Bissets passed to the Macdonalds, and a close intercourse was thenceforth kept up between the Western Isles and Antrim, which are never out of sight of one another in clear weather. Matrimonial alliances with O'Neills, O'Donnells, and O'Cahans were frequent, and the Owlmen established themselves so firmly that Rathlin was as late as 1617 claimed as part of Scotland. It has an assured place in Scottish history, for among the rocks of black basalt and white chalk which give Rathlin its curious piebald look, stand the ruins of the castle where Robert Bruce is said to have learned the lesson of perseverance from a spider. In Henry VIII's time, the head of the Irish Macdonalds was Alexander or Alistair, whose influence at court had been great enough to drive Argyll from the Western government, but whose common place of residence was on the shore of Ballycastle Bay. Many of other Hebrideans were settled in Antrim, but the Macdonalds were always the leading clan. John Edgar, a reforming priest of the violent kind which Western Scotland had produced, gave Henry VIII a graphic account of the Islemen in his day. They spent much time in hunting and manly exercises, going bare-legged and barefoot through the snow, should be waist-deep. Wherefore the tender and delicate gentlemen of Scotland called us Redshanks. Against exceptional frost, they protected themselves with moccasins made of fresh red deer hide, secured with thongs and full of holes to let the water in and out. The hairy side being exposed gained them name of rough-footed Scots, and the whole description recalls a well-known nursery rhyme. The people of the Irish Isles of Arran still use cowhide coverings exactly similar to protect their feet from the sharp limestone rocks, which are too slippery for soled boots. Edgar is careful to mention that the perones worn by the ancient Latins in Virgil were shoes of the same kind. Travers, who saw a great deal of the Hebrideans, was less struck by their poetic aspect, and simply describes them as most vile in their living of any nation next Irishmen. Nevertheless, says Edgar, who anticipated such criticism, when we Redshanks come to the court waiting on our lords and masters, who also for velvets and silks be right well arrayed, we have as good garments as some of our fellows which give attendance at court every day. These hardy islanders were in great request as mercenaries even in the south of Ireland, and it was a far cry to Mull or Isla, where only the English or Irish government could seriously injure them. Saint Leger was uneasy lest a combined Scotch and French attack should be made on Ireland. 2 French ships in company with some Scotch galleys were seen off Carrickfergus. There was an English squadron of Lough Bay, and its appearance had at first had a good effect, but it could not even guard the 60 miles of water between Howth and Holyhead. Frenchmen and Bretons frequented the Irish coast, and even sold Spanish prizes at Cork, for that city claimed the strange privilege of dealing with the king's enemies in time of war. James Delahide was in O'Donnell country with a servant of the Earl of Argyll, and young Gerald of Kildare might at any moment be made the instrument of fresh disturbances. James Macdonald, Alister's eldest son, had been brought up at the Scottish court, and alone of his race had learned to write. He was married, or perhaps only hand-fasted, to Lady Agnes Campbell, Argyll's sister, and Beaton might at any time turn the connection to account. In the first flush of the matrimonial treaty, Henry announced that he would have Scotsmen treated as friends, but against Frenchmen he had declared war, and he and the Emperor had bound themselves not to make a separate peace. Yet in 13 months Charles suddenly came to terms with Francis, leaving Henry to get his army out of France as best he could, and to see the English coast insulted by a French fleet. Whatever the designs of the French party in Scotland, no invasion of Ireland, in fact, took place. Tyrone, O'Donnell, and some of their neighbours were induced to visit Dublin and to submit their differences to the Lord Deputy. There was a standing dispute as to whether O'Doherty, chief of Inishowen, owed service and tribute to O'Donnell or to O'Neill. The former established his title, but agreed to pay 60 cows yearly if O'Neill would prevent his men from molesting Inishowen. The contention that O'Donnell himself owed suit and service to O'Neill was not accepted, and both were confined to their own districts. Both made extravagant pretensions, but their documents were worthless, and proceeded for the most part from the imagination of Irish bards and storytellers who would do anything for money, or for love, or from a lively sense of favours to come. Saint Leger managed to bring about an amicable arrangement, and even to lay the foundation of an increased revenue in Ulster. End of chapter 14, part 1. Chapter 14, part 2 of Ireland under the Tudors, Volume 1, by Richard Bagwell. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. 1541 to the close of the reign of Henry VIII. The reckless extravagance of Henry, his venal courtiers and useless wars, had sunk him in debt. The plunder of the church was gone, and there seemed no limit to the calls on the generosity or fears of his subjects. A king who could seek the help of a subservient parliament to repudiate his debts was not likely to be scrupulous about contract obligations, and he seems to have contemplated resuming by act of parliament all Irish lands which had been leased by his authority. Saint Leger protested in the strongest manner against thus confiscating the improvements of tenants who had paid their rent and spent their money on the faith of royal grants. Discontent was already prevalent, for the pay of the soldiers was in arrear. Their number was reduced to 550, but they had not been paid for months, and a sum of less than £2,500 was all that the king would send. A full pay was impossible, and the Irish government were afraid even to make payments on account lest an invasion or other sudden emergency should find them penniless. They urge the folly of not paying punctually, and their reasoning applies to the frugal Elizabeth as well as to her spendthrift father. The Tudor monarchy had already outgrown the feudal exchequer. We assure your highness your affairs hath often been much hindered in default of money, which being paid at last is no alleviating of charge, and yet by default of monthly payments half the service is not done that might and should be done. In which case, if it might please your majesty of your princely bounty to furnish us for your army beforehand for 1 whole year, your highness shall perceive your affairs thereby to be highly advanced. Like every other deputy, Saint Leger soon grew heartily sick of Ireland. I beseech you, he wrote to the king, to remember your poor slave, that hath now been 3 years in hell, absent from your majesty, and call me again to your presence, which is my joy in this world. 4 months after sending this touching appeal, he received leave of absence, but he could not then be spared, and he remained in Ireland until the beginning of 1544. Brabazon, who became Lord Justice, remembered what had happened after Grey's departure, and stood well upon his guard. The veteran O'Connor and the new Baron of Upper Ossory were discovered to be in league. They avowed designs against O'More, but Brabazon was not to be deceived, and preserved the peace by imprisoning the Baron. Clanricarde enjoyed his earldom only a few months, and his life had not been such as to ensure a peaceful succession. Whether the late Earl, the Irish government wrote, hath any heir male, it is not yet known. There were so many marriages and divorces, but no doubt he married this last woman solemnly. His son Richard by Maud Lacy was ultimately acknowledged as second Earl, and became a considerable personage, but his morality or fidelity was not more conspicuous than his father's. Beaton had outwitted Henry, annulled the marriage treaty from which so much had been hoped, and brought his countrymen back to the French alliance. Breathing threatenings and slaughter, the King of England determined to raise an Irish contingent as his predecessors had done. As his object was to destroy the greatest possible quantity of property, he could hardly have done better. 1,000 kern were required for Scotland, and 2,000 for France. The order to raise the men only reached Ireland about the beginning of March, and Henry's impatience expected them to be ready in a few days. The Irish nobility were not unwilling to meet the king's views, but they thought 6 months' notice would have been little enough. Even in England, such a sudden levy would have been very difficult, and in Ireland the required for Scotland and 2,000 for France. The order to raise the men only reached Ireland about the beginning of March, and Henry's impatience expected them to be ready in a few days. The Irish nobility were not unwilling to meet the king's views, but they thought 6 months' notice would have been little enough. Even in England such a sudden levy would have been very difficult, and in Ireland the king was reminded the idle men were not at such commandment that willingly they would in such case forthwith obey their governor, nor gladly depart the realm, being never trained to the thing, without some nobleman of these parts had the conduct of them. Great exertions were made, the council dividing into a northern and southern recruiting party, but the king was at last obliged to content himself with 1,000 kern, the proportions to be furnished by different chiefs and noblemen being fixed by Henry himself. Ormond, who was asked to give 100, sent 200, and Desmond provided 120 instead of 100. The Lords Power, Cahir, and Slane also did more than they were required, but the Irish chiefs were all under the mark, and the O'Briens and others sent none at all. Tyrone, O'Reilly, and O'Connor were pretty well represented, and the deficiencies were supplied from various sources. In Irish warfare, every 2 kern used to have a page or boy, which commonly is nevertheless a man. That allowance was diminished by 1/2, and when all deductions had been made, more than 1,000 fighting men were sent. The ship which brought treasure for this expedition was chased by the Breton rovers, who then commanded the channel. There was some difficulty in finding a commander, earls being unwieldy men to go with light kerne, and the choice of the council lay practically between Lord Power and Lord Dunboyne. The former, who was Ormond's nephew, was chosen. The council were afraid of offending the chiefs by refusing any quotas which might be furnished after the departure of the main body, and they resolved to take all who came. In any case, they said, if any ruffle should chance, we be discharged of so many. They begged Henry to see that they were properly treated, for an encouragement to others. The kerne were good soldiers in their way, but the king was warned that they would require some training for regular warfare. The proportion of officers was excessive, but the council advised their retention, lest disappointment should quench the smoking flax of Irish loyalty. Lord Power's men mustered 700 men in St. James's Park, the rest having been perhaps diverted to the Scottish borders, and they served at the siege of Boulogne, burning all the villages near the beleaguered town, and foraging as much as 30 miles inland. Their plan was to tie a bull to a stake and scorch him with faggots. The poor beast's roars attracted the cattle of the country, all which they would lightly lead away, and furnish the camp with store of beef. They treated Frenchmen no better than their bulls, preferring their heads to any ransom. The French sent to Henry to ask whether he had brought men or devils with him, but he only laughed, and they retaliated by mutilating and torturing every Irishman that they could catch. The Irish gained a more honourable distinction from the valour of Nicholas Welch, who, when a French challenger defied the English army, swam across the harbour and brought back the boaster's head in his mouth. Rumours were afloat at this time about great preparations at Brest for the invasion of Ireland in the interest of Gerald of Kildare. It was supposed that the blow would fall in Cork, Lady Eleanor McCarthy not having yet been pardoned, and her influence being very great. The council thought that they could resist 10,000 men with the help of the natives, who would all stand firm against Frenchmen. But if young Gerald once set his foot in Ireland, they could answer for nothing. It was true that he had left Italy and Reginald Pole, but only to serve with the Knights of Malta against Muslims. And it does not appear that he visited France at all, but the very sound of his name, coupled with Scots one day and with Frenchmen the next, kept the Irish government in hot water for more than a year. Lady Eleanor received a pardon, and her nephew, who was now 19, returned about the same time to Italy. From the time that he entered Cosmo de' Medici's service, the rumours in Ireland ceased. Saint Leger returned to Ireland in August 1544, after the kerne had sailed, and it was probably their absence which kept the island quiet for a time. Like his predecessor, Saint Leger found Ormond's power embarrassing. He knew him to be loyal, and personally both liked and admired him, but could not help being uneasy at his overgrown power. His influence in the council was so great that Saint Leger reported him as having the great part of all those that daily frequent the council here of his fee. The king's interest had small chance against the earls, and as I am true man, Saint Leger wrote, I see no man having learning that will plainly speak in such a case but poor Sir Thomas Cusack. Ormond now claimed for his Palatinate of Tipperary a larger meaning than had lately been given to it. The undefined boundaries he stretched to the utmost, and throughout the whole district claimed every sovereign right, except treasure trove and the right of punishing rape, arson, and coining. Men feared to speak openly against him. Cusack was maligned for his independence, and Lord Upper Ossory begged Saint Leger to keep his communications secret. The Palatinate jurisdiction and the presage of wines had been taken from the house of Ormond by Poyning's Parliament. But the Earl could show later documents under the Great Seal, some of which Saint Leger suspected to have been forged during the time that Sir Piers Butler was Lord Deputy. Saint Leger also complained that Ormond put obstacles in the way of reforming Leinster unless he might do it himself and in his own way. he recommended that this mighty subject's wings should be clipped a little, and that he should have no more grants of land in Ireland. He had no objection to the king giving him as much as he pleased in England. To make things pleasant, he recommended a garter. After all this, he strangely proposed to entrust the Irish government to a succession of Irish noblemen for 2 or 3 years at a time, and to make Ormond the first deputy of the new series. The suggestion met with no favour, and seems not to have been thought worthy of an answer. No Irish nobleman received the sword during the remainder of the Tudor period, but when Charles I was slipping from the throne, he committed his interests in Ireland to the charge of another and more famous Ormond. Donald Dhu, calling himself Earl of Ross, and claiming to be Lord of the Isles, having escaped from his almost lifelong imprisonment, was received with open arms by the Hebrideans, who still sighed for their ancient independence. Donald and 17 of his principal supporters bound themselves solemnly to be at the command of Lennox, who had declared for Henry VIII against the regent Arran and the French party, which at this time was also the Scotch party. The Confederates gave full treating powers to Rory MacAllister, Bishop-elect of the Isles, and to Patrick MacLean, Baillie of Iona and Justice Clerk of the South Isles. A few days after this treaty, the bishop and the baillie came to Dublin and asked for £1,000. Half of this sum, with £100 worth of provisions, was as much as St. Leger could afford to give them. In the meantime, Donald Dhu had appeared at Carrickfergus with 4,000 men and 108 galleys, having left another force of 4,000 behind him to keep Argyll and Huntly in check. In writing to the King of England, he expressed great joy that His Majesty had deigned to look upon so small a person, and either he or the priest who prompted him found an extraordinary analogy between the fishers of the Western Isles and those of the Galilean lake, and between Henry VIII and their master. At Carrickfergus, Donald Dhu and his friends again bound themselves to do the bidding of Lennox and to fortify after their power the King's Majesty touching the marriage of the Princess of Scotland, and in all other affairs as is commanded them to do by my Lord Earl of Lennox. Having done their business in Dublin, Donald's ambassadors hurried to England and made their terms with the council. They bound their chief and his friends to be Henry's liege subjects and to furnish him with 8,000 auxiliaries, who were to cooperate with Lennox and Ormond, and if possible to harry Scotland as far as Stirling. While Lennox remained in Argyll's country, all the Islemen were to be employed in destroying it. In other places 6,000 were to follow him, but there were never to be less than 2,000 occupied in persecuting the sons of Diarmid. In consideration of this undertaking, Henry promised to pay 3,000 of Donald's men, and to send a force of 2,000 Irish under Ormond, who was to be subordinate to Lennox. St. Leger had considerable difficulty in raising 2,000 men at short notice. Money was scarce with him, and he was not told what pay he might offer. Recruiting was hindered by rumours of casualties among the kerne who had taken part in Hertford's second raid, when they had been specially employed to burn and waste East Tivy O'Dale, because the borderers would not most willingly burn their neighbours. The required number was, however, got together by great exertions, one half being raised by Ormond. The force, when complete, consisted of 100 of the Dublin garrison, 400 gallowglasses, and 1,500 kerne. 250 had muskets, and were, to some extent, trained in the use of artillery, of which there were several pieces. Shipping was collected in the Irish and Welsh ports, and great quantities of munitions put on board. Lennox himself came to Dublin and sailed with Ormond for the Clyde. Dumbarton Castle was in the hands of Lord Glencairn, and was to be taken if possible. Should this attempt fail, the plan was to effect a landing in Argyll country, and to do all the damage possible there. The fleet left Dublin on November 17, and was unlucky from the first, being caught in a storm off Belfast. Locke, and much damage. On reaching the Clyde, the country was found to be up in arms. The attitude of the Islemen was uncertain. A French squadron was on the coast, and Lennox, against the advice of Ormond, resolved to turn back. Donald Dhu died at Drogheda just at the critical moment, and was buried in St. Patrick's, Dublin, where an epitaph recorded the mournful fact that he had escaped an exile's life only to die in an exile's death. James MacDonald, the son of Alistair, became Lord of the Isles by general consent. He had been educated at the Scottish court, and his politics had thus lost something of their insularity. At all events, he had learned to write, and that was a rare accomplishment for one of his family in those days. Lady Agnes Campbell had perhaps excited doubts in his mind as to the desirability of destroying the Argyle power, and others in the Isles may have doubted the power of Henry VIII to protect them against the Campbells and Gordons, but James still professed his readiness to do the King of England's bidding, suggested St. Patrick's Day, nearly 2 months off, for a meeting with Lennox in the island of Sanda, and in the meantime asked for shipping to transport his men. Ragged Scotchmen continued to flock to Dublin, all asking for money, and the Irish government soon formed an opinion that while the cost of maintaining them was certain, the expectation of service was more than doubtful. St. Leger and Ormond were now at open war. When leaving Gowran for Scotland, the latter received an anonymous letter warning him that he was sent there only that he might be the more easily caught and put into the Tower. The writer affirmed that Lennox had said as much, and that the boasting of the Lord Deputy's servants had been to the same effect. The pretext was that the Earl obstructed Irish reforms. Ormond seems to have partly believed the letter, for he sent a copy to Russell and begged him to procure an impartial inquiry. He then went to Scotland, declaring that his loyalty was not of that timorous sort which fears inquiry or shuns danger. "If," he wrote, "I saw all the power of the world upon a hill armed against his majesty, I would rather run to his grace, though I were slain at his majesty's heels, than to leave his highness and save myself." After his return from Scotland, Ormond wrote several letters to privy councillors in England, in which he attacked St. Leger's administration as expensive and wasteful. A graver accusation against a servant of Henry VIII was that he concealed much which it imported the king to know. The letters were seized on shipboard by the Lord Deputy's brother and detained for some time in Dublin. Ormond refused to state his grievances before the Irish Council as being necessarily under St. Leger's influence, but preferred to run all the risks of a voyage to England. The Irish government left all to Privy Council. St. Leger's accordingly went over to state his own case, having first secured certificates of character from the Irish Council, from Desmond, Tyrone, Thomond, and Upper Ossory, and from several Irish chiefs, all of whom willingly came to Dublin at his summons and wept and lamented the departing of so just a governor. Lord Chancellor Allen was not favourable to St. Leger. He quarrelled regularly with every deputy, but there may be some truth in his allegations, which are little more than a statement of the insoluble problem of Irish government. The king's writ did not run much further than in former days. The revenue was almost stationary, and was supplemented annually by £5,000 of English money. Leinster was not reformed. Irish men were quiet, but might not long remain so. The chiefs continued to wage private war, and were not to be tamed with abbey lands in their own countries, or farms in the Pale. "I cannot," said Allen, "learn that ever such barbarous people kept touch any while, or were ever vanquished with fair words. Let Wales be example." Interrogatories were sent to Irish councillors on these and similar points, and as to whether either St. Leger or the Chancellor had been corrupt in any way. Questions were asked as to the demeanour of every councillor, as to whether Allen's account of St. Leger's overbearing conduct at the council board was true, as to the behaviour of Ormond and others there. In replying to Alan's charges, St. Leger complained of their vagueness and detailed his strenuous exertions to overcome the inherent difficulties of his task, and here most people will sympathize with him. He thought that Irishmen on the whole kept their word as well as Englishmen, and if Irishmen use their own laws, so doth the Earl of Ormond and all the Lords Marchers in Ireland. We have here a line of argument very common in our own day, but very rare in that of Henry VIII, and St. Leger must be credited with unusual breadth of view. The Irish customs were in truth necessary, for there was then no way of enforcing English law, and the difficulty of applying it fully has not disappeared even in the reign of Queen Victoria. As to mismanagement of the revenue, St. Leger gave Alan the lie direct, and accused him of conspiring with Walter Cowley to defame him. But this the Chancellor positively denied. The Lord Deputy begged that he might not be wearied with interrogatories, but called before the council and confronted with his accusers. Then he said, "Let me be rid of this hell, wherein I have remained 6 years, and that some other may serve his Majesty as long as I have done, and I to serve him elsewhere, where he shall command me. Though the same were in Turkey, I will not refuse it." The English government came to the conclusion that St. Leger deserved no blame. Alan could not be quite acquitted of factious conduct, but he was a faithful servant, and hardly to be spared from Ireland, which had the quality of transmuting wisdom into foolishness and honesty into self-seeking. He suffered a short imprisonment in the Tower, and had to surrender the Great Seal, which, after being refused by 2 other lawyers, was given to Sir Richard Reed, but his property was restored to him immediately after Edward's accession. He became Lord Chancellor again, and received the constableship of Maynooth and many other favours. In 1550 he seems still to have been grumbling against St. Leger, who could then afford to speak of him as his old friend. Walter Cowley, the Irish Solicitor General, was also sent to the Tower. It appears that one William Cantwell held a lease for life of 3 farms in Kilkenny, and that others had seized them while he was learning English at Oxford. There may have been a question of title, for it was not uncommon in Henry VIII's time to grant the same property to several people at once. Believing that he had been kept from his own by Ormond, St. Leger espoused Cantwell's cause, and it was to get the Earl out of the way that Cantwell wrote the Gowan letter, and another found at Ross. Cowley, who was more or less under Alan's influence, declared in the Tower that his report against St. Leger had been revised by the Chancellor. But this was solemnly denied. "I was," said Alan, "never of counsel with article of it. God is my judge, I would be ashamed to be named, to be privy to the penning of so lewd a book." And years afterwards he told Paget that Cowley had confessed the truth of this disclaimer. Perhaps he spoke in fear of the rack. In any case, the Privy Council or the King decided that he was a liar, and he was certainly a plotter like his father before him. The old man was deprived of the office of Master of the Rolls, and the young one of that of Solicitor General. Both were employed again in the next reign. St. Leger was reconciled to Ormond, and in spite of his prayers was restored to his government with increased honours and an hereditary pension. Ormond never saw Ireland again. He kept 50 servants in London, who invited him to sup with them at Limehouse. After supper the whole company sickened, and 17 in all died. The Earl was carried to Ely House in Holborn, where he lingered for several days, but at last succumbed. There seems to have been no inquiry into this tragedy, and one might suspect that the government took this means of releasing themselves from a man who had become inconveniently powerful, and whose services were too eminent to attack openly. Henry had no particular scruples about assassination when, as in Cardinal Beaton's case, he could not reach his enemy by other means. But he would hardly have been likely to poison a subject against whom he could always compass an active attainder. The fact that Ormond's loyalty was above suspicion may have rendered this course difficult, and Henry may have seen in him a possible Earl of Kildare. He was ambitious, very powerful, impatient of interference, and by no means tamely subservient to the ruler of the hour. There is no reason to suppose that Hertford or Roseley were capable of such a crime. Warwick was capable of anything, but if he had suspected that the Seymours, he would hardly have allowed the matter to be hushed up. An anecdote of Ormond's son, the famous 10th Earl, perhaps points to a suspicion against Leinster's father, but it is not likely that the mystery will ever be cleared up. The Four Masters say St. Leger had boasted that either he or Ormond should never return to Ireland, but this is not mentioned by older annalists nor in the official correspondence, and it is just the sort of story that would have been concocted afterwards. Ormond's vast estates passed quietly to his heir, a boy of 14, who became the most famous and powerful man of his age and country. The boy was educated at the English court, and 200 marks a year out of his lands in Ireland were assigned for his support. Scarcely any deputy could escape collision with the head of the Butler family, whose influence rested on lasting foundations and not on the favour of the Dublin government. Moreover, prominent officials who had powerful connections in the country knew how to thwart their nominal superior, and unless he happened to be a man of great tact, difficulties were sure to arise. Grey and Bellingham quarrelled with the council. Sidney viewed the Ormond of his day with unconcealed jealousy and suspicion. Strafford was at war with the Lord Treasurer Cork and with the Vice Treasurer Mount Norris, and his treatment of the latter contributed to his fall. Lord Fitzwilliam was beaten by a revenue commissioner, Lord Townsend by the borough mongers, and the lawyers have often been able to make combinations enabling them to dictate their own terms. Australian governors can best appreciate the difficulties of Ireland's rulers in past times. Henry VIII's plan for the government of Ireland was very different from that which his children pursued. Evidently he did not desire to plant colonists in the country, but rather to civilize the people as they were. By creating some of the great chiefs earls, and by insisting on their going to court for investiture, he hoped gradually to convert them into supporters. Such cases as that of Turlough O'Toole show that he knew how to be both gracious and just. On the other hand, the ferocity of his character was exemplified by his treatment of the 5 Geraldine brethren. He was a thoroughly selfish man, but in matters which did not concern him personally, he had many of the qualifications of a statesman. Had England remained in communion with Rome, his tentative and patient policy might have succeeded in Ireland. The Reformation caused its failure, for there never was the slightest chance of native Ireland embracing the new doctrines. The monasteries had not weighed heavily on Ireland, and their destruction made many bitter enemies and few friends. By upsetting the whole ecclesiastical structure, Henry left the field clear for Jesuits and wandering friars, and his children reaped the fruits of a mistake which neutralized every effort to win Ireland. End of Chapter 14, Part 2. Chapter 15, Part 1 of Ireland under the Tudors, Volume 1, by Richard Bagwell. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Irish Church under Henry VIII. During the quarter of a century which elapsed between Henry's accession and his final breach with Rome, the king showed great submission to the papal chair. The wishes of such a faithful son could not be lightly regarded, and royal nominations to English bishoprics were invariably confirmed by the pontiff. Capitular elections still took place, but they had ceased to be free, and preferment was really given by the joint fiat of the crown and the tiara. In Ireland the king was less absolute. The popes had not forgotten their original gift of the island, and the clergy, more especially in remote regions, would naturally look to them for promotion rather than to a king whose power was uncertain and to whom they had a national antipathy. In the year 1520, united sees of Cork and Cloyne became vacant. Surrey, then Lord Lieutenant, was besieged with applications, but preferred the claims of Walter Wellesley, head of the great Augustinian house of Cornall in Kildare. In right of his priory, Wellesley had already a seat in the Irish House of Lords, and Surrey recommended him to Wolsey as a famous clerk, noted the best in the land. A man of gravity and virtuous conversation, and a singular mind, having to English order. Wellesley was not nominated on this occasion, either because he preferred his priory to a bishopric, or because the cardinal had other views. In the following year the Bishop of Limerick died, and the Lord Lieutenant and Council again strongly recommended the Prior of Connaught. But the Pope nevertheless provided John Quinn a Dominican friar, and Wellesley did not become a bishop till 1529. He was then at last consecrated to Kildare and allowed to keep his monastery, as in that situation he might very fairly do. The points at issue between king and pope are well illustrated by the case of Clonfert, which fell vacant at the moment of separation. Clement provided the dean, Roland de Burgo, and Henry appointed Richard Nangle provincial of the Irish Austin Friars. Nangle was consecrated and took possession of his see. Relying on his family influence, and probably upheld by popular opinion, the papal prelate, who was armed with the power of granting indulgences and dispensations, defied the royal nominee, and Nangle was afraid to appear in public. It was proposed to bring the Burkes to their senses by laying an embargo on the trade of Galway, but this does not seem to have been done. 10 years after his original provision, and probably after the death of Nangle, de Burgo was confirmed by the king and allowed to hold his deanery and other benefices, of which he had all along kept possession, on condition of renouncing the Pope's bulls and acknowledging that he held from the crown. The bishop, who must have had an elastic conscience, died in harness in 1580. The more important bishoprics were generally given to men whom the English government could trust, and it is not likely that they were ever filled up in defiance of the king until after his rupture with Rome. Armagh, Dublin, and Meath were rarely entrusted to any but men of English birth. In 1513 John Kite, a Londoner, was appointed by provision to Armagh, but the nomination was certainly agreeable to Henry, who had before employed Kite as a diplomatist in Spain. The temporalities of the diocese were almost immediately restored to him, and he was soon afterwards present in London. At the grand reception of Wolsey's red hat, Kite, who received many tokens of royal favour, was translated by the Pope to Carlisle. The Holy See claimed very full rights in the case of a translation, but George Cromer, an Englishman, was appointed to Armagh at the King of England's supplication. Such was the form preferred by the Pope, but the supplication was in fact a nomination. William Rokeby, a Yorkshireman, was translated from Meath to Dublin in 1512. Henry made him his chancellor, and he also was present at the hat ceremony. After his death, a Somersetshire man, Hugh Ing, was translated by the Pope from Meath to Dublin. There can be little doubt that this was done with the king's full consent, for Ing acknowledged that he owed all to Wolsey. As a special favour, the tax on this occasion was reduced from 1,600 to 1,000 florins, on the suggestion of Campeggio, who reported that certain noblemen had intruded into the diocesan lands and greatly diminished the income. Ing also held the office of chancellor, which at this time was almost invariably given to an archbishop. When Ing died, John Allen, one of Wolsey's chaplains, was provided to Dublin at the king's instance, or supplication as the Pope called it, and immediately received the Great Seal. Allen had been employed by the cardinal in the suppression of the lesser monasteries, and had incurred great odium in that office. The See of Meath, which has the singular distinction of having never possessed a cathedral, was from its position of especial importance. After being successfully filled by Rokeby and Ing, it was given by the Pope, but probably at Wolsey's instigation, to Richard Wilson, prior of Drax in Yorkshire. It is remarkable that Wilson, who does not seem ever to have resided in his see, fully acknowledged that the cardinal's legatine authority extended to Ireland. This was vehemently denied by Primate Cromer and his suffragans, who were able to make their objections good, the whole province of Armagh, except Meath, being situated among the Irishry. On the resignation of Wilson, Edward Staples, a Lincolnshire man, was provided by Clement on the king's nomination. He was allowed to hold St. Bartholomew's Hospital in London and other benefices, along with his bishopric, and he had a special papal dispensation for filling offices with incompatible duties. Staples fully embraced the Reformation and was a principal instrument in carrying out the changed religious policy of the English crown. In 1524, Edmund Butler, prior of Athelsel, a natural son of Sir Piers Butler, was appointed by the Pope to Cashel, and by him recommended to the king, who addressed letters in his favour to the Irish government. Kildare alleged that Butler was opposed by his father, and there was certainly a contest between them. The archbishop's object was to prevent his father, as acting Earl Palatine of Tipperary, from raising a revenue that in that county, the larger part of which was in his diocese. The citizens of Waterford complained that his grace used every kind of Irish extortion, and his opposition to the Palatinate jurisdiction clearly arose from no wish to leave the people untaxed. In one respect, indeed, the prelate bettered the instruction of the temporal magnates, for he retained Dermond Duff for his official and councillor or commissary, which so entertaineth the king's people by colour of canon law, that there can be no more extortion committed by any Irish brehon, and polleth the king's subjects as he lists, and taketh for fee of sentence of a divorce £10 or more. He openly robbed a boat laden with merchandise, and held the owners to ransom. Butler's consecration was delayed for 3 years. It is not easy to say why, as there is no trace of a dispute between the crown and the Pope. Ultimately he became a very important person, and generally acted with the other butlers in support of the king's authority. He accepted the royal supremacy and surrendered his monastery when called on to do so. The western province was so entirely Irish that the king could hardly have interfered effectually with papal nominees. On the death of the learned Maurice O'Fihely in 1513, Thomas O'Mallally was provided to Tuam, and lived unmolested by Henry till 1536, but Christopher Bodkin, who had been preferred to Kilmacduagh at the king's request, was translated purely by royal authority to Tuam. The breach with Rome had at this time become irreparable, and Bodkin, whom the Vatican regards as a schismatic but not as a heretic, acknowledged the royal supremacy and held the temporalities of both his sees, as well as the minor ones, of Egnag, Doon, and Mayo, until his death in 1572. His astuteness far exceeded that of the Vicar of Bray, for he seems to have kept his preferments and his opinions as well. A rival archbishop was appointed by Clement in 1538, and is now considered the true one by writers on the papal side. The double line has continued ever since. To the less important and more distant bishoprics, appointments were probably very often made by the popes without the king's interference, and even without his notice. But when he did make a recommendation, it is hardly likely to have been neglected at Rome. Thus the sees of Clonmacnoise, Clougher, Ardoch, and Kilmore were on particular occasions filled by the king, and the appointments confirmed by the Pope at his request. The case of Clougher is the more remarkable in that a provision of Julius II had lately declared that church to be immediately subject to the Holy See. In the yet more remote districts of Down, Dromore, Raphoe, and Derry, the king does not seem to have interfered at all. In providing Edmund O'Gallagher to the see of Raphoe, Clement VII observed that the diocese was vacant because the king had neglected to nominate anyone for 17 years. In Leinster, the king must generally have had power to prevent any bishop from enjoying the profits of his see. The patronage was very laxly managed, for Kildare lay vacant from 1513 to 1526. In 1523 the Earl of Kildare tried to get the preferment for the dean, Edward Dillon, whom he recommended to Wolsey as of virtuous living and of English name and condition. The application failed, but Thomas Dillon was at last appointed both by king and pope. This promotion was probably effected in Kildare's interest, for Cowley, a partisan of the Butlers, called Dillon an Irish vagabond, without learning, manners, or other good quality, and not fit to be a holy water clerk. This Irish vagabond had, however, been educated at Oxford. Thomas Halsey was persuaded by Wolsey to accept the bishopric of Leighlin, and Maurice Doran was, at the king's request, provided to the same see. There may be no positive evidence as to Ossory and Ferns, but there is no reason to doubt that the persons appointed were acceptable to the government. In Munster it is not likely that bishops would be appointed without the consent of the crown, except perhaps to the remote sees of Killaloe and Kilfenora, in which the succession at this period is almost hopelessly confused. In filling the scarcely less completely Irish bishopric of Ross, the king took a direct part. He called upon the pope to accept the resignation of Edmund Kersey and to appoint as his successor the Cistercian John O'Murray, with leave to hold the abbey of Mar in addition. Leo X complied in every particular, but when O'Murray died 2 years later, the pope took the strong step of uniting Ross with Dromore in the distant north. We may infer from this that Henry did not always choose to interfere, but that when he did, the pope paid the greatest attention to his wishes, and that this rule applied to Munster generally. At Waterford and Cork, the strongholds of English law, it was hardly possible for a bishop to enjoy his revenues in defiance of the government. In Connaught, the popes seem to have provided bishops as a general rule, but they generally avoided a collision when the king's wish was openly expressed. As late as 1533, Christopher Bodkin was appointed to Kilmacduagh at Henry's request, and this is a very strong case, because a purely papal nominee seems to have resigned in his favour. In Elphin, John Max was appointed by the Pope, but as he held the abbeys of Welbeck or Tickfield or both, along with his bishopric, he can hardly have been distasteful to Henry. The case of Burke and Nangle, already mentioned, shows king and pope openly at variance, but even at the beginning of that contest the schism was almost complete. In the description of Ireland, written early in Henry VIII's reign, there is a story of St. Bridget, who inquired of her good angel of what Christian land most souls were damned. He showed her a land in the west part of the world, where was continually root of hate and envy, and vices contrary to charity, for lack of which souls kept continually falling down into hell as thick as hail showers. It is inferred that the angel spoke of Ireland, for, says the writer, there is no land in this world of so long continual war within himself, nor of so great shedding of Christian blood, nor of so great robbing, spoiling, praying, and burning, nor of so great wrongful extortion continually as Ireland. Among the various causes of this state of things, the bishops and clergy are blamed, for there is no archbishop, nor bishop, abbot, nor prior, parson, nor vicar, nor any other person of the church, high or low, great or small, English or Irish, that useth to preach the word of God, saving the poor friars, beggars. Also the church of this land used not to learn any other science but the law of canon, for covetous of lucre transitory, all other science whereof grows none such lucre the parsons of the church doth despise. They hold more by the plough rustical than by lucre of the plough celestial, to which they have stretched their hands, and look always backwards. They tend much more to lucre of that plough whereof groweth slander and rebuke, than to lucre of the souls, that is the plough of Christ. And to the transitory lucre of that rustical plough they tender so much, that little or not their charges to lucre to Christ, the souls of their subjects, of whom they bear the cure, by preaching and teaching of the word of God, and by their good ensample giving, which is the plough of worship and of honour, and the plough of grace, that ever shall endure. This is a heavy indictment, but it is sustained by very many facts which have come down to us. The state of many important churches shows how ill religion was supported. A report to Leo X on Ardagh Cathedral states that there was no sacristy, no bell nor palfrey, no proper appliances for service, and that the walls of the church itself were but just standing. There was only one altar, which was exposed to the weather. Mass was rarely celebrated, and then by a single priest, and the scanty vestments and utensils were kept in a chest in the church. The town consisted of 4 thatched cabins, and there were few inhabitants, owing to continual wars caused by the conduct of the late Bishop William O'Farrell, who had excited the animosity of his neighbours by attempting to exercise temporal power. The bishopric of Ross was in rather better case. The town of 200 houses was walled, and the cathedral church was built of stone in regular cruciform fashion, and with a tiled roof. There was decent provision for the Mass. On the other hand, the church was unpaved, and the income of the see no more than 60 marks. At Clonmacnoise, one of the most famous ecclesiastical places in Ireland, things were scarcely better than at Ardagh. The town could boast but 12 houses, built of wicker and straw. The church was roofless and half ruined, with a single altar protected by a thatched shed, 1 vestment, and a cross made of brass. Mass was rarely celebrated, but the body of St. Cyran was preserved and reverenced. The Pope's informant was an Irishman, but the saint's name was unknown to him. The ancient see of Anagdoon, or Anagdown, on Loch Corrib, was in a deplorable state. The church was in ruins, the clergy far out of order, and the revenue not more than £20, which could only be collected by a steward who had the favour of the country. The above cases are all of bishoprics situated in remote parts among the Irishry. The state of the church in the Pale and other obedient districts was of course better, but even in Dublin the metropolitan crozier remained in pawn for 80 years, from 1449 until Archbishop Allen redeemed it by paying 100 ounces of silver. The clergy were charged with seeking money more than souls, and many acts of violence and extortion are reported on oath against the Archbishop of Cashel and the bishops of Ferns, Ossory, Leighlin, Waterford, and Limerick, against the rabbits of Tintern, Jerpoint, Kilcooley, Holy Cross, Dusk, Innislonoch, against the priors of Kilclogan, Knocktoper, Instintog, Kells, Cohere, and Lady Abbey, and against the prioress of Moyloch. In general, bishops and heads of houses were not less extortionate than other gentlemen. They exacted coin and livery and the other multifarious Irish imposts with neither more nor less severity than the laity, but it should not be forgotten that these ecclesiastical dignitaries were also great landowners, and that they were forced to provide the means of defence in the only possible way. The Archbishop of Cashel and the bishops of Waterford and Ossory had other means of taxing the people peculiar to their offices. They took excessive fees in all matrimonial and probate cases, and appropriated a portion of every dead man's goods. The Archbishop's lowest charge for a divorce was £5, and it was generally double that or more. The citizens of Waterford declared that the canonists were as burdensome as the Irish brehons. The parochial clergy were no better than the dignitaries. They made charges varying from 6 to 2 shillings for all weddings, christenings, churchings, and burials, and at the death of any married person, manor wife, they exacted 5 shillings, or 1/5 of the personality or the best article of appeal from the survivor. In many places divine service was neglected or was only performed at irregular intervals. The Earl of Kildare, who was not impartial, but who probably spoke truly, declared that the churches in Tipperary and Kilkenny were generally in ruins through the system of papal provisions, so as if the King's grace do not see for the hasty remedy of the same, there is like to be no more Christianity there than in the midst of Turkey. Henry was just beginning to quarrel with the Pope, and would be ready enough to believe that provisions had ruined the churches. No doubt many bad appointments were thus made, but it may have been impossible to get fit men, for Brown reports the clergy as unlearned persons who repeated the Latin offices like parrots and without understanding them. Piers, Earl of Ossory, also adopted the doctrine that the papal system of patronage had been the chief cause of the utter ruin and destruction of cathedral churches, monasteries, parish churches, and all other regular and secular. Murderers, thieves, and light men of war obtained provisions, ousted the rightful incumbents, ignored the rightful patrons, held livings by force, and wasted them in riotous living. Violence, indeed, was the rule. John Purcell, Bishop of Ferns, was in close alliance with the dangerous rebel and freebooter Cahir MacArt Kavanagh, was present when his men sacked the town of Frithard, and himself called loudly for fire to burn the houses. Milo Baron, Bishop of Ossory, was said to be as bad as the Bishop of Ferns, and to have no virtuous quality nor obedience to any good laws. Archbishop Butler was accused of riotous conduct and of at least one highway robbery, a richly laden boat having been plundered by him on the Suir within 4 miles of Waterford. Amid the general corruption, a bright example was shown by the Franciscan Maurice Doran, Bishop of Leighlin, a learned theologian, an eloquent preacher, and a man of blameless life. Being advised to increase the burdens of his clergy, he replied that he had rather shear his sheep than flay them. Doran was allowed to tend his flock for 20 months only. Having corrected the irregularities of his archdeacon Maurice Kavanagh, he was treacherously murdered by him. It is some satisfaction to know that Kildare afterwards caught the archdeacon and his accomplices, and hanged them in chains on the scene of the bishop's murder. The regulars by no means escaped censure. The prior of the Hospitallers of Kilclogan in Wexford was as bad as Bishop Purcell, and kept fire in the steeple door of St. John's until such time as he had out the ward that was within. James Butler, Cistercian abbot of Innislognach and dean of Lismore, attained a bad eminence. The citizens of Waterford represented him as a man of odious life who neglected every duty, gave himself up to voluptuosity, and wasted the property of his house to provide for his open and scandalous immoralities. The people of Clonmel repeated the charge and extended to the other monks. The Augustinian canons in the great monastery of Athosol, of which Archbishop Butler was prior, were no better, nor were the mendicants blameless. The Carmelite prior of Lady Abbey near Clonmel, which was a parish church, kept a mistress and provided no divine service. The prior of Knock Topiver, and also a Carmelite, and the Cistercian abbot of Dusk had sons. That secular priests should be fathers of families was of course common both in England and Ireland, and they may be defended on the ground that they were really married, and that such unions, though condemned by the Church, were not repugnant to the public feeling of the age. But this can hardly be pleaded in favour of monks, and perhaps still less of friars. The prior of Cahir neglected divine service, but was not accused of immorality. Many enormous crimes were objected against the abbess of Killichen. The canons of St. Catherine's at Waterford had fallen out among themselves and divided the revenues. All these houses were in southeastern Ireland, but from what has been said of the state of cathedral churches in Irish districts, it may be inferred that proportional irregularities existed elsewhere. The fact that priests were often the sons of priests rests upon less partial evidence than that of Baal, and it was condoned by the Holy See. Leo X even showed special favour to a monk of Monasterevan, notwithstanding that he was a priest's son. Dispensations on account of defective birth are very common in the papal correspondence and were a source of income to the curia. Archbishop Browne believed that in the Irishry not one parson in 5 was of legitimate birth. He cannot be considered impartial, but legitimacy was little regarded by the Irish. That some monks were immoral or useless is doubtless true. There were critics who represented them as in every way worse than their English brethren, but some of these were men who desired the destruction of the abbeys, that they might divide their lands, and whose indignation had not been excited by abuses until the wishes of the English court were known. Robert Kelly, for instance, accused them generally of loose living and of keeping no hospitality save to themselves. There is ample evidence that the monks were not all bad. The education of children was almost entirely in their hands. 6 houses in Dublin, Kildare, and Kilkenny are mentioned as the only places where the rising generation might be brought up in virtue, learning, and good behaviour. The boys were cared for by the Cistercians of St. Mary's, Dublin, and of Jepoint, and by the Augustinian canons of Christ Church, Dublin, and of Kells and Cornell. The girls were brought up by the canonesses of Greystair near Swords. St. Mary's was also noted for its hospitality, being the only inn fit for men of rank, and the doors of Christ Church were always open for parliament, council, or conference. To escape dissolution, all the monks of these houses were ready to don secular habits. As to the service of the friars, in holding stations, in visiting the sick, and in preaching, there can be no doubt whatever. Religion in Ireland was in fact only maintained by them. Most of the friaries had been founded or beautified by great families, who still continued to befriend them, and to reserve the last resting place within their walls. The Franciscans were especially favoured in this way. Thus the Macdonalds of Antrim were buried at Bunmargy, the Desmonds at Youghal and Tralee, the O'Briens and Ennis, the O'Donnells at Donegal, the McNamara's at Quin, the Burkes at Athenry, and the McCarthys at Ariloch or Muckross. The Franciscan's dress was often assumed in death and burial, and was thought to bespeak the favours of heaven. The Dominicans were planted and cherished in the same way. The Augustinian hermits and the Carmelites had many houses, but were much less important than the other 2 orders. End of chapter 15, part 1. Chapter 15, part 2 of Ireland under the Tudors, Volume 1, by Richard Bagwell. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Irish Church under Henry VIII. When the Irish Parliament met for the dispatch of business in May 1536, many important bills passed without any great difficulty. The proctors of the clergy, who had voices and claimed votes in the lower house, objected to the king being declared supreme head of the church, but their opposition was little regarded. Appeals to Rome were forbidden, the jurisdiction of the Pope abolished, and first fruits vested in the crown. Grey then prorogued Parliament, first to Kilkenny, and afterwards to Dublin again. In the meantime, Archbishop Browne had landed and lost no time in recommending the royal supremacy to the people. He had but little success, and incurred some personal danger. Primate Cromer, who was in communication with Rome, took the other side, laying a curse on all who should accept the new system, and reminding his clergy that Ireland was the Pope's gift to England. Browne is said to have made a speech to Parliament in which he appealed to the example of Christ, who paid tribute to Caesar, and of the earliest popes, who acknowledged the supremacy of emperors and kings. A bill was then brought in for the suppression of 12 religious houses and for giving the king a 20th of all ecclesiastical revenues. A formidable opposition at once arose in both houses, and particularly in the Commons, under the leadership of the king's sergeant, Sir Patrick Barnwall, who declared openly that the king's supremacy gave him power to reform abbeys, but not to secularize them. He then went to England to lay his views before Henry, and Parliament was again prorogued for nearly 4 months. After 18 months' residence in Ireland, Browne could report scarcely any progress. The new head of the Church, by the mouth of his archbishop, gave the people orders for their spiritual conduct, but they were not well received. All true Christian subjects were ordered to repudiate the Bishop of Rome and to erase him from their service books and manuals. But this was never done unless Browne sent his own servants to see to it. The power of binding and loosing and the system of indulgences were called juggling, and the people were reminded that God only could forgive sins. There was no mediator but Christ, and the so-called Pope's great thunderclap of excommunication could hurt nobody. These exhortations were in vain, while a conditional general indulgence was eagerly taken advantage of. A copy of the paper was even hung up openly in Kilmainham Church. Pilgrimages to Rome were never commoner, and bishops and priors appointed by provision were received with open arms. The circular which spoke so contemptuously of the Holy See was Browne's composition, but it inculcated at least 2 doctrines which all modern Protestants reject: the invocation of the Virgin and prayers for the dead. Lord Deputy Grey was opposed to doctrinal changes, and made no secret of his dislike to Browne, whom he suspected of traducing him. The Archbishop had little help from other officials, and the lawyers opposed him strongly. Lord Butler, Brabazon, Allen, and 1 or 2 others of small importance constituted the whole innovating party. They arrogated to themselves the title of Catholic. They were the right Christians, and their opponents were sectaries, but Browne's antagonists were active and numerous. The observants took the lead everywhere, and they relied on the support of Grey to defy the Archbishop's authority. Browne had imprisoned one of his own prebendaries, howbeit, spite of my beard, whilst that I was at an house of observance to swear them, and also to extinct that name among them. My Lord Deputy hath set him at liberty. I think the simplest holy-watered clerk is better esteemed than I am. Most of the clergy were unwilling to acknowledge the royal supremacy or to denounce the Pope's authority, and they refused to preach at all. The most active preachers now contented themselves with holding forth in corners to select knots of sympathizers, and took no notice either of threats or exhortations. The oath of supremacy had as much effect as oaths taken under pressure usually have. Now and then some bold spirit would openly defy Browne. James Humphrey, the prebendary whom he imprisoned and Grey released, officiated high mass in St. Andrew's Church, and omitted to read the Archbishop's circular. The parish priest ascended the pulpit and began to read the paper, but Humphrey gave a signal to the choir, and the reader's voice was drowned by those of the singers. By the admission of so zealous a reformer as Brabazon, Staples promoted the word of God, but the effect of his eloquence was much lessened by the ill feeling existing between him and the Archbishop. A report of one of Browne's sermons, which, as he alleged, was fabricated by Humphrey, had so excited the wrath of Staples that he denounced it from the pulpit. The Archbishop himself was present, and thought the 3-mouthed Cerberus of hell could not have uttered it more vipariously. The scene was in the church of Kilmainham, which was an exempt jurisdiction under the sole charge of Rawson the prior. Browne also accused Staples of indulging in other rabulous revilings against him, of denying that men should search the Scriptures, and of allowing his suffragan to pray first for the Pope, then for the Emperor, and lastly for the King, in the words, I pray God he never depart this world until that he hath made amends. Browne imprisoned the suffragan, whom Grey seems to have released without trial. Staples, on the other hand, reported that everyone was weary of the Archbishop's demeanour, and that he himself had never said a word against the King's supremacy or in favour of the Pope. After an inquiry by Painswick, prior of Christ Church, and 2 others. The quarrel was patched up, but the relations existing between the 2 chief supporters of the Reformation were not at all conducive to its success. It was bad enough to be called a heretic by the Bishop of Meath, but worse to be called a pole-shorn knave friar by a Lord Deputy who had soldiers and prisons. Browne said it was no safer to speak against papal usurpations before Grey than if the Pope had been present. Lord Butler agreed with the Archbishop that Grey had a special zeal for popery, allowed the new system to be openly impugned in his presence, and in fact headed the reactionary party. According to Browne, he went so far as to maintain a bishop appointed by the Pope against the king's nominee. But this is scarcely credible. Grey, however, had the corporation of Limerick, and the bishop and clergy there solemnly sworn to maintain the new order and renounce the usurpations of Rome. He is said to have burned down cathedral and defaced the tombs of the 3 saints there, and he was accused on his trial of turning the church into a stable, of pulling down the tower, and of sending the famous peal of bells to England. Had not God of his justice prevented his iniquity by sinking the vessel and passengers wherein the said bells should have been conveyed? Grey has himself recorded his proceedings at the Franciscan Friary of Culic, whence he carried off the organ, the glass windows, and other valuable things. On the other hand, he spared Armagh, and being at Trim shortly before the destruction of the miraculous Virgin there, very devoutly knelt before the idol and heard 3 or 4 masses. This may have been done from devotional feeling, or through sheer inconsistency, or to annoy Browne, Brabazon, and Allen, who were present, and who refused to enter the chapel by way of showing an example to the people. Browne had a conscientious hatred to images which he called idols, and destroyed them wherever he could. In this case, coming events had cast their shadow before, and he at one time thought it prudent to disclaim iconoclasm. There goeth, he wrote in June 1538, a common bruit among the Irishmen, that I intend to pluck down Our Lady of Trim, with other places of pilgrimages, as the Holy Cross, and such like, which indeed I never attempted, although my conscience would right well serve me to oppress such idols. Even more celebrated than the miraculous Virgin was the crozier with which St. Patrick had banished the snakes, and which had been brought from Armagh to Dublin. This wonder-working staff was said to have been delivered by Christ himself to a hermit in a Mediterranean island, with directions to take it to Ireland and hand it over to the saint. It was compared to the rod of Moses, and was the chief of a large tribe of croziers upon which people swore in preference to the Gospels. The staff was burned publicly, and so was the Virgin of Trim, and a crucifix of precarious sanctity kept at Ballingbogan in Westmeath. The Holy Cross of Tipperary was probably spared for a time. Browne and his successors nearly put an end to relics, which are now so scarce that a learned member of Parliament in our own times is said to have imported the bones of a more or less authentic foreign saint. But it was beyond the power of government to put down pilgrimages, which were numerous down to the present century. Of the holy places still remaining, Croagh Patrick in Mayo is probably the most remarkable. When the 4 Protestant members of council, Browne, Brabazon, Allen, and Aylmer, visited Clonmel early in 1539, 2 archbishops and 8 bishops took the oath of supremacy before them. The archbishops were Butler of Cashel and Bodkin of Tuam. The first regularly appointed, the second not acknowledged at Rome, both in undisputed possession. Of the 8 bishops, Milo Baron, or Fitzgerald of Ossory, Nicholas Comyn of Waterford and Lismore, John Coyne or Quinn of Limerick, Thomas Hurley of Emly, Matthew Sanders of Leighlin, and James O'Corn of Killaloe appear to have been regularly appointed. The submission of O'Corn seems to have been resented at Rome. For a papal administrator was appointed to oust him 18 months afterwards. He found it necessary to make his peace, and his resignation in 1542 was accepted by the Pope. No attempt was made to displace Baron Comyn, Quinn, Hurley, or Sanders. The remaining prelates present at Clonmel were probably Dominic Thierry of Cork and Cloyne, and Richard Nangle of Clonfert. Thierry was the king's nominee and continued to hold the temporalities till his decease in 1556. Louis McNamara, a Franciscan, was set up against him at Rome, but he soon died, and the Pope did not again interfere for a long time. Nangle being kept out of Clonfert by his rival, whom Grey was accused of favouring, at this time acted as Brown's suffragan, or coadjutor. It is expressly stated that all the bishops of Munster were present at Clonmel, and all have been mentioned but 3. Ross was vacant, and probably Kilfenora. Young James Fitzmaurice, who had been lately provided to Ardford, may have been kept away in Kerry, or very probably he was not in Ireland at all. We must guard against hastily supposing that all, or even any, of these prelates were Protestants. Like Gardiner, Bonner, and Tunstall, they accepted the formulation of the old English principle of national independence. But they had not, therefore, necessarily any sympathy with the doctrines of Luther. Primate Cromer opposed the royal supremacy, but he was none the less accused of heresy at Rome, and Robert Wauchop, a priest of St. Andrews, was appointed to administer the see until the archbishop should purge himself. Wauchop was a noted theologian, and in spite of his imperfect sight had the singular reputation of writing post better than any man in Europe. He had lived chiefly at Rome, and was employed by the Holy See on many missions, including attendance at the Diets of Worms, Ratisbon, and Spires. The choice of a purblind man to persuade the sharp-eyed Germans gave rise to a proverb, and the reputation for writing post may have been gained by the rapidity with which he went from place to place. After Cromer's death, Wauchop received the pall and bore the title of primate at the Council of Trent, where he attended for 11 sessions, and where he shared with the Archbishop of Uppsala the distinction of having never seen his church. In the meantime, George Dowdall was appointed by the king on Saint Leger's recommendation, and it must be supposed that he took the oath of supremacy. In spite of Dowdall's zeal against the reformed doctrines, he was never acknowledged by the Pope until after Wauchop's death. The latter does not appear to have landed in Ireland, and his bolts were shot from Scotland or France. When preparing at last in 1551 to visit the diocese, he met a most edifying death in the Jesuit church at Paris. It was by Wauchop's advice that the disciples of Loyola began their work in Ireland. Paul III addressed a brief to Con O'Neill as Prince of the Irish Ulster, acknowledging the receipt of letters which he had sent to Rome by the hands of Raymond O'Gallagher, by which letters, wrote the popes, and by his fuller verbal communications our mind has been variously affected, for we have learned, with the pain it calls for, how that island is cruelly ravaged by the present king, and to what a pitch of impiety he has brought it, and with what savage ferocity he has spurned the honour of God Almighty. But when, on the other hand, we learned from thy letters and Raymond's words that there existed in thy person a champion of God and of the Roman Church and of the Catholic religion, we rejoice greatly in the Heavenly Father's love. We praise thee then, beloved Son, as thou hast deserved, and commend thee in the Lord. And we give him thanks for granting thee to us, and endowing thee with such virtue and piety for the preservation of that island at the present time. And we pray him long to prosper thee, and to preserve thee to us unchanged. We have taken such care as we were bound, and as thou hast asked us to take for thee and for the other champions of the Catholic faith. We therefore exhort your lordship and all the peoples of Ireland who follow your authority and piety to preserve you all as becomes faithful servants of the true Christ in the Catholic faith, which you have received from your fathers and preserved with the greatest constancy to this day. For we who embrace that island with singular affection and desire to preserve it in its ancient attachment to the holy faith will never be wanting to your lordship or to your followers in piety. John Tudor and Alfonso Samarin were selected by the Pope as nuncios to Ireland, and another brief was sent to the clergy of Ireland, exhorting them to receive the Jesuits with honour and goodwill. Goger died before he could visit Ireland, and Pascal Brouet accompanied Samarin. In his stead, Francesco Zapata, not yet admitted to the society, was their secretary. Brouet, whom Loyola called the angel of his society, was a native of Picardy. Samarin was a Spaniard and one of the original 7 companions who took the momentous vow upon the hill of Montmartre. Ignatius himself gave directions to the mission. 1. They were to use caution in talking, especially with inferiors and equals, to take each man's censure, but preserve their judgment. When they could not avoid expressing an opinion, it was to be delivered briefly and with a careless air, so as to avoid further argument. 2. There were to be all things to all men, like St. Paul. An angry man was to be treated with great circumspection. 3. The precept of Basilius was to be observed, that the devil must be fought with his own weapons. To gain favour, at first they were to praise virtues rather than denounce vices. Medicine might then by degrees be administered. Morose men might be won by cheerfulness. 4. In public and private, and especially when performing the duty of peacemakers, they were to remember that all their words and deeds might become known, and that the things done in darkness would be brought to light. 5. Appointments were to be anticipated rather than deferred, so that there might be plenty of time for the business in hand. 6. In money matters, they were to meddle as little as possible. Even the fines which they took for dispensations should be given in alms by the hands of others, so that they might be able to swear that they had not touched 1 penny. 7. Paschal was to be chief speaker in dealing with great men. In doubtful cases there was to be a consultation, and the opinion of 2 was to bind the other. 8. They were to correspond with Rome frequently on their journey, immediately on their arrival, either in Ireland or Scotland, and at least once a month afterwards. After narrowly escaping imprisonment in France, the 3 emissaries reached Scotland and saw James V, who gave them a commendatory letter to the Irish nobility, and a special one to O'Neill, whom he exhorted so to receive the strangers that they might feel the advantage of his introduction. A brother bishop, Farquhar, son of the Isles, accompanied them to Ireland, where they found nothing to their liking, either civil or ecclesiastical. The people were savage, and the clergy negligent, and neither bishoprics nor parishes were properly served. All their chiefs but one were not only sworn to the royal supremacy, but had declared their readiness to burn the Pope's letters and to deliver his messengers bound to the king or his deputy. The single exception was about to follow the general example. The Irish chiefs were all afraid to confer with the nuncios, or even to secure them a safe passage out of the island. The Jesuits also complained that the Scottish king had not performed his promises. But if Pascal and his companions could do nothing with the chiefs, they were successful with the people. They changed their place of abode, constantly exhorting men everywhere, in private, hearing confessions, and celebrating the Mass as often as possible. Indulgences were sparingly granted, but they gained goodwill by bearing burdensome vows and by remitting fines and dues. Their personal virtue was evident, but they never spared themselves, and they asked for nothing. Any money that came within their reach they diverted through the debtor himself or through the bishop to such good work as the repair of churches, the relief of widows, and the care of unprotected girls. After 34 days thus spent and the pursuit waxed too hot, rewards were offered for their apprehension, and they escaped to Scotland, where they vainly hoped to find the quieter people. The Scotch chiefs seemed as bad as the Irish, and the foreigners were fain to sail to Dieppe, whence they reached Paris on foot. Zapata remained there for study, and the 2 Jesuits pursued their journey to Rome in rags and almost penniless. They were arrested as spies at Lyons, but rescued by Cardinals Tournon and Gaddi, who were passing through and who recognized them. Thus an apparent, but only apparent failure ended the first descent of the Jesuits upon Ireland. In the days of Henry VIII, the majority of Irish chiefs seem to have cared greatly for land, but less, but still a good deal, for titles and gold chains, and very little for religion. They were therefore ready enough to accept the king's ecclesiastical polity, the rather that they hoped to go on exactly as they had done before. But with the people it was different. It was not for their interest that tribal lands should be turned into private estates, nor could they hope for special marks or royal favor. They were barbarous, but they could appreciate virtue, and in the austere self-denial of some friars they could discern glimmerings of a higher light. Against their friars Henry had no available weapon. They could not even be prevented from preaching. Under the very shadow of Dublin Castle the king could give no peace to his reformed church, of which the only sincere supporters were a few newcomers from England, except Browne and Staples, who, as we have seen, did not agree. There was no one to preach what Henry wished the people to learn, and neither of them could speak a word of Irish. The lawyers in Dublin heard and disliked the expounders of the new ideas, but the great mass of the population did not even hear them. The friars had it all their own way, and every feeling, national and sentimental, predisposed the Irish to believe their statement of the case. The people were told that Ireland was a fief of the Holy See, and that the vassal had forfeited all by treason to his sovereign lord. The defender of the faith had become his assailant, and he was manifestly no longer a Catholic. These were the arguments used daily and never answered. In the Irish Staples reported, "The common voice runneth that the supremacy of our sovereign lord is maintained only by power, and not reason by learning." He recommended that all Irish clerks should have safe conduct to come and go and to dispute with himself. "I trust then," he added, perhaps with a side cut at the Archbishop, "to do my master good service, without railing or phrasing, which doth well nowhere, but least in a good cause." And he strongly urged the assumption of the royal title as at least one means to disabuse the popular mind. In the meantime the Counter-Reformation had begun. The official church was to be defended mainly by power, and by a few English-speaking ecclesiastics, and by the self-seekers who sought preferment where the sceptre was strong enough to protect them. On the side of Rome was ranged every popular feeling and prejudice, and it was to have the support of crowds of devoted men who could exhort the people in their own tongue, and whose example was sometimes more eloquent than their words. The Four Masters describe Henry's Reformation as a heresy and new era in England, through pride, vainglory, avarice, and lust, and through many strange sciences, so that the men of England went into opposition to the Pope and to Rome. They at the same time adopted various opinions and the old law of Moses, and they styled the king the chief head of the Church of God in his own kingdom. New laws were enacted by the king and council according to their own will. They destroyed the orders to whom worldly possessions were allowed, and the four poor orders, and the lordships and livings of all these were taken up for the king. They broke down the monasteries and sold their roofs and bells, so that from Arran of the Saints to the Straits of Dover there was not one monastery that was not broken and shattered, with the exception of a few in Ireland, of which the English took no heed. They afterwards burned images, shrines, and relics of the saints of Ireland and England. They also appointed archbishops and subbishops for themselves, and though great was the persecution of the Roman emperors against the Church, scarcely had there ever come so great a persecution from Rome as this, so that it is impossible to narrate or tell its description unless it should be narrated by one who saw it. There can be no doubt that these were the ideas prevalent in Ireland in the 16th century, and they remain essentially unchanged in the 19th. That the annalists tell but a small part of the whole truth must be plain to candid students, but it is the only part which the native Irish have ever accepted. In England, Anglicanism was the outcome of national independence. In Ireland, it was the badge of conquest. Barnwell's mission failed, but he did not lose the king's favour, and was soon promoted. Had he been an English lawyer, he would have lost his head. while denying the king's right to dissolve monasteries, he made no objection to receiving a grant of their lands, and accepted the very nunnery of Grasdeur, where all the young ladies of the Pale had been educated. When the Houses met again, the clergy opposed all legislation, being perhaps excited by rumours of a Geraldine restoration. The proctors insisted on their right to vote as an estate, and the bishops and abbots, who formed a majority in the Lords, declined to entertain any business until the point was decided. The council gave a decided opinion that the claim of the proctors was unfounded, and the spiritual peers at last agreed to proceed to business with or without their consent. The Lords threw out the bill for confirming the king's title to certain abbeys, most of which had already been suppressed, making an exception only in the case of St. Wulstan's. The bill for giving the king a 20th part of all spiritualities was also rejected. After further prorogation for 4 months, this resistance was at length overcome. An act was passed declaring the proctors to be no members of Parliament. At the first fruits of abbeys were given to the king, the suppressions were confirmed, the much-desired 20th was granted, and the questions of faculties and testamentary dispositions were arranged in a sense hostile to Rome. As far as an active Parliament could do it, the Church in Ireland was now placed on the same footing as the Church in England. The first Irish religious house dissolved by Henry VIII seems to have been the nunnery of Grain, which gave a title to Lord Leonard Grey, but the nuns were quartered on other houses. This was in 1535. In the latter half of 1536, a commission under the Great Seal, not now extant, was issued for the suppression of 8 Irish abbeys named therein. The earliest victim of the batch was probably St. Wulstan's near Leixlip, a house of canons of the Congregation of St. Victor, which was granted to John Allen, the Master of the Rolls. The necessary inquiries into the condition and property of the doomed institutions were too slow for Henry, who chided the Irish Council for remissness. They promised to proceed as speedily as was consistent with His Highness's profit. Before the end of 1537, 15 more houses had fallen, all within the Pale or in the immediate neighbourhood of walled towns. After this, the process of surveying and suppressing went on rapidly, so that by 1541 all, or very nearly all, the houses in Dublin, Kildare, Meath, Louth, Carlow, Kilkenny, Wexford, Tipperary, Waterford, and Limerick City had been surrendered. A careful calculation makes the whole number about 78, of which 38 were canons regular and 11 crutched friars, 15 Hospitallers, 2 Benedictines, and 12 Cistercians. Only 10 of the number were nunneries, all belonging to regular canonicity. To these may be added a few in other districts, such as Agmarcart in MacGillapatrick's country and Middleton in the county of Cork. End of chapter 15, part 2. Chapter 15, Part 3 of Ireland under the Tudors, Volume 1, by Richard Bagwell. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Irish Church under Henry VIII. Some monasteries deserve particular mention, and of these Mellifont, the oldest of the Cistercian houses, is perhaps the most famous. It is said to have contained 140 monks and was called Monaster More, or the Great Monastery. The Cistercians were introduced about 1142 by Donogh O'Carroll, Prince of Oriel, at the instance of Malachy, the friend of Bernard of Clairvaux, who wrote his life and in whose arms he died. St. Bernard supplied the new foundation with monks from his own monastery under the leadership of Christian O'Conarchy, afterwards Bishop of Lismore and papal legate, who presided in that synod of Cashel where the Irish Church was first formally subjected both to Rome and to England. King John afterwards confirmed all grants made before the conquest, and several later sovereigns were benefactors of Mellifont. The abbot was always summoned to Parliament, where he took precedence of all his mitred brethren, and ranked immediately below the bishops. The buildings, of which there are still some remains, are said to have greatly resembled those of Clairvaux. The rich estates were granted by Elizabeth to Lord Drogeta's ancestor as a reward for defending the northern border of the Pale against the Ulster Irish. Another famous Cistercian abbey was that of Holy Cross on the Suir, whose beautiful ruins recall, though they do not rival, Fountains, Furness, and Rivolx. This monastery was founded by Donald O'Brien, King of Limerick, shortly before the Anglo-Norman invasion. A fragment of the true cross preserved here attracted many pilgrims, and is thought by some to have been contained in a richly sculptured shrine which still stands. Long after the dissolution, pilgrimages continued, and Sir Henry Sidney noted the detestable idolatry used to an idol called the Holy Cross, whereunto there is no small confluence of people daily resorting. The abbots had seats in Parliament, and from the extent of their territorial power were sometimes called earls. Two Cistercian abbeys near one another in Wexford are remarkable from the circumstances of their foundations. Dunbrody was built by the ruthless conqueror Harvey de Montmorency, who sought to expiate his cruelties by becoming its abbot and endowing it with all his property. Tintern was founded in fulfilment of a vow made during a storm at sea by William Marshall, Earl of Pembroke, who brought monks and a name from Wales. Tintern was the only Irish abbey which retained the original black dress of Citeaux, thus acknowledging the foundation of Stephen Harding rather than that of Bernard. Strongbow founded a preceptory for Templars at Kilmainham in 1174, and it became rich and powerful. Under Edward II, the order was suppressed in Ireland with as little pretence of justice as elsewhere, and its possessions granted to the Hospitallers, who showed less charity to the really poor, though their doors were always open to strangers and travellers of importance. The priors of Kilmainham were often chosen from the greatest families. Talbots, Butlers, and Fitzgeralds were always summoned to Parliament and became very important personages. Being exempt from episcopal jurisdiction, they sometimes acted almost like independent princes. In 1444, the prior Thomas Fitzgerald espoused the cause of Archbishop Talbot in his quarrel with the White Earl of Ormond, and he challenged the latter to trial by combat. The fight was appointed to take place at Smithfield, and both champions were kept in close custody. The Earl being confined in the Tower, of which the Duke of Exeter, inventor of the rack and other gentle instruments, was then constable, the Duke was authorized to allow his distinguished prisoner exercise enough to keep him in good fighting condition, his swordmanship being evidently thought adequate. The representative of the Church Militant was considered wanting in skill, and was detained in the city to receive instructions at the royal expense from Philip Treherne, fishmonger and fencing master. Ormond's friends cleared his character, and the combat never took place. Many acts of turbulence were charged against Fitzgerald, but he was far outstripped by James Keating, who became prior in 1461, and who defied the king, the deputy, and his own Grand Master for 30 years. Marmaduke Lumley was sent to supersede him, but died of the ill treatment which he received. In 1511, Sir John Rawson, the last prior, was appointed. He was an able man and a chief supporter of the government, but did not think it necessary to observe his vow of chastity. At the dissolution, Rawson was created Viscount of Clontarf, where there was a cell of his house, and enjoyed a pension of 500 marks, till his death in Edward VI's time. Sir William Weston, the English provincial, was less fortunate, for he was forced to leave his priory, and died the same day. The great possessions of Kilmainham were granted to different persons, and the site of the commandery is now fitly occupied by a military hospital, which owes its foundation to the great Duke of Ormond. Pensions were generally granted to the heads of the dissolved houses, and sometimes to the other monks. Thus the abbot of Mellifont received £40, and several of the monks from £3 6s 8d to 20 shillings. The prior of Fowler in Westmeath and the abbot of St. Mary's, Dublin, received each £50. The prior of St. Thomas's, Dublin, £42, and others were paid in proportion to the importance of their convents. In a few cases, priors received as little as £3, and monks as little as 13 shillings 4d. The ejected brethren often got other preferment. Edmund O'Lonergan, prior of Cahir, who received a pension of £3 6s 8d, was made vicar of the parish, and William Walsh, prior of the Ballydrohid, had a pension of £6 8s 4d, till he should receive a benefice of greater value. Hugh Doyne, one of the monks of Connaught, who had received a pension of 40 shillings, surrendered it on being presented by the crown to a vicarage. Pensions were charged on the lands of the dissolved houses, and power of distress was sometimes given. The absence of complaints may justify a supposition that payments were pretty regularly made. Great numbers of monks doubtless withdrew to the continent. Mary herself grumbled at the numerous pensions payable to clerks, and directed her deputy to make them the first objects of his patronage, so that the pensions might be gradually absorbed. In the case of the Cistercians, at least, titular abbots were sometimes appointed for many generations. Alban, the great historian of Irish monasteries, says that the learned Nicholas Fagan, bishop of Waterford, was abbot of Innislognach, and was buried in the abbey in 1617. According to the same author, who wrote towards the end of the 17th century, there were in this time abbots of Millefont, Tintern, and Boyle living in the neighbourhood of their abbeys, but dressing like laymen. They were probably chiefly occupied in receiving novices for education in foreign convents. An important paper drawn up at Waterford in 1646 bears the signature of one prior of Augustinian canons and of 4 Cistercian abbots, to say nothing of Jesuits and mendicants, but some of these may have been appointed after the breaking out of the rebellion. In the reign of James I, some Cistercians certainly lurked in Ireland. The nuncio Ranuccini, who had the charge of Irish patronage from 1645, apologized for preferring so many regulars on the ground that men of family seldom became secular priests. In 1541 a commission was issued to the Earl of Desmond and others to survey and dissolve all religious houses in Cork, Limerick, Kerry, and Desmond. In these districts and in the purely Irish regions of Connaught and Ulster, the process of dissolution was slow and uncertain. The title of the crown was theoretically acknowledged, but in some cases nothing was done for many years. As the native nobility were subdued or reconciled, Henry VIII's policy was gradually carried out. In the wildest parts of Ulster the consummation was delayed until after the flight of the earls in the reign of James I. Without counting the mendicant orders, about 350 religious houses can be traced in Ireland. Many of these had disappeared before the reign of Henry VIII, having become parish churches or been absorbed in episcopal establishments. Others were dependent on English foundations and were destroyed by the Act of Absentees. Others, again, were cells to more important houses and followed their fortunes. A yearly income of £32,000 was, with personalty to the amount of £100,000, has been attributed to the Irish monasteries, and their possessions must certainly have been considerable. The monks, and especially the Cistercians, generally chose fertile situations near a river or on the coast, for the sake of fish and water carriage. The most beautiful and convenient sites were in their hands, and their system of cultivation was much superior to that of lay proprietors. The ceaseless wars of Ireland did not entirely spare the religious houses, but they escaped better than other kinds of property. The spoiling of the church could never have been considered a great or glorious work. The wealth of the monks is not to be measured by the extent of their lands. It is in the vast number of their houses, orchards, gardens, fishing weirs, and mills that we must seek the evidence of accumulated capital. The immense circuit of the walls at Kells or Athassel seems to show that great numbers of artificers and labourers were sheltered within the enclosures, and that the monks knew how to defend their own. The system of corrides, or resident pensions, probably reconciled the great nobles, and opposition to the dissolution came partly from those who were impoverished by their abolition. It is to these pensions, which were perhaps often abused, that Cowley probably alludes when he accuses the monks generally of immorality, and of showing no hospitality save to themselves and certain bell-wethers, which ringleaders have good fees, fat profitable farms, the finding of their children with other daily pleasures of the abbeys, and fearing to lose the profit thereof, repugn and resist the suppressing of abbeys, surmising it should be prejudicial to the common weal, which is otherwise. In 1541 a commission was issued to Sir Anthony St. Leger and others to survey and suppress all the friaries in Ireland. The total number was rather under 200, of which the Franciscans had more than half, the Dominicans 43, the Augustinian hermits 24, and the Carmelites 21. As in the case of the older monasteries, the houses within reach were at once dissolved, and the rest were perforce respited. Their possessions were not large, and the friars managed to exist without them. The Dominican historian says there were about 600 members of his order in Ireland just before Cromwell's conquest, and the Franciscans were probably much more numerous. The houses of Grey Friars have been very generally reformed by the observants, and it is with these stricter votaries that we generally meet. They swarmed everywhere, and to them is due the preservation of the Roman tradition until the Jesuits made head in Ireland. Archbishop Browne is never tired of testifying against them, and Thomas Agard, his enthusiastic supporter, calls them crafty bloodsuckers. Almost the only open opposition to the dissolution came from a Franciscan, Dr. Saul, who boldly preached against it at Waterford. During the Cromwellian War and subsequent persecution, the Franciscans claimed 31 martyrs, which shows that they must have been very numerous. In 1645 the Carmelites reckoned 27 houses in Ireland, but most of these were doubtless desecrated and deserted. No candid Protestant can altogether sympathize with Browne and Agard, for we have the most overwhelming proof that but for the friars a large part of the population would have been altogether debarred from the exercise of religion. Most of the men who had been useful in carrying out the suppression received a share of the spoils. Brabazon, St. Leger, Sir John Allen, Chief Justice Luttrell, Edmund Saxton, Sir Thomas Cusack, and Robert Dillon were all enriched in this way. Prime Sergeant Barnwall denied the king's right to dissolve the monasteries, but profited largely by the measure. Celts, Normans, and Saxons, Papists and Protestants alike, showed a fine appetite for the confiscated lands. Desmond had a lease of part of St. Mary Abbey, perhaps to induce him to spend some of his time in Dublin. 3 at least of the new peerages, Upper Ossory, Carberry, and Cahir, were partially endowed from similar sources. Edward Power, bastard brother of the first Baron of Curragmore, was granted the possession of Mothill, of which he had been prior. In some cases, as in Clanricarde and Thomond, the government made a virtue of necessity, and gave monastic lands to lords or chiefs who would have had the power to seize them in any case. It is scarcely necessary to say that the house of Ormond profited enormously by the dissolution. Sometimes the plunder was too small to excite much cupidity, and then the monks might be spared. Thus the Auskton friars of Dunmore in Galway, who had neither land nor profit, but only the small devotion of the people, were respited during the king's pleasure on condition of assuming a secular habit. A like indulgence was given to the canons of Tuam in Tipperary, which the O'Meagers had been able to prevent the royal commissioners from visiting. Many houses were reasonably granted to the founders' kin, for the dissolution must have been a heavy loss to some families. Most of the corporate towns had founded or fostered monasteries, and Waterford, Drogheda, Kilkenny, Galway, Limerick, Clonmel, and Athenry received a portion of the spoils. All Saints was specially granted to the citizens of Dublin in compensation of their loss during the Geraldine siege. As a general rule, monastic lands were at first let only on lease, and in succeeding reigns large fines were obtained by the crown. At the first threat of dissolution, some houses hastened to let their lands for long terms, and to cut down their woods and sell their jewels, and thus the plunder actually realized often fell below expectation. I've met with but one case of a charitable foundation being laid immediately upon the ruins of a monastery, and that was owing to private liberality. Henry Walsh, son of a Waterford merchant, bought the Grey Friars from the king and founded a hospital for 60 or more sick persons. This institution received a royal charter and still exists on a reduced scale. No care was taken to supply the place of the monasteries which were devoted to education. There had been 3 attempts to found a university in Ireland before the reign of Henry VIII. In 1310, John Lech, Archbishop of Dublin, obtained a bull from Clement V, who ordered the establishment of the desired institution, which would, he hoped, sprinkle the said land like a watered garden to the exaltation of the Catholic faith, the honour of the Mother Church, and the profit of all the faithful. Lech died soon after, and his project was buried with him. But his successor, Alexander de Bucknor, actually made a foundation in connection with St. Patrick's Cathedral, and under the patronage of John XXII. Bucknor's University maintained a very precarious existence till the time of Henry VII, when it finally disappears. The institution was now crushed by the weight of its endowments, for it does not seem to have had any. In 1465, Bucknor's work was ignored by the Parliament of Drogheda, which founded a new university on the ground that there was none in Ireland. But it was not enough to declare that Drogheda should be as Oxford. There was no endowment and no popular support, and this scheme also failed. Very near the end of his reign, Henry VIII made up his mind that one cathedral was enough for Dublin, and he suppressed St. Patrick's. Christ Church had already been acknowledged as the Metropolitan Church, but it was not till the next reign that Archbishop Browne propounded his abortive plan for restoring the university, which had once faintly glimmered. The principal instrument by which Henry carried out his ecclesiastical revolution was George Browne, provincial of the English Austin Friars, who was appointed Archbishop of Dublin in 1535, after regular election by the 2 chapters. He was consecrated by Cranmer, Fisher, and Shaxton of Salisbury, who were significantly commanded to invest him with the pall. Browne's appointment is ignored at Rome, but no rival prelate was at first set up. He had already distinguished himself by preaching strongly against the invocation of saints, and whatever his faults were, he was certainly a sincere Protestant. The common voice goeth, said Staples, who had not quite made up his own mind, that he doth abhor the Mass. Browne was married, but whether before or after his consecration does not appear. He zealously promoted the king's supremacy and the destruction of images, and complained bitterly of being thwarted by his colleague of Armagh, by the Irish generally, and even by Lord Deputy Grey. Cromer was in communication with Rome, and circulated a sort of papal oath of allegiance among the clergy, in which obedience to heretical powers was denounced and all their acts declared null and void. The old jealousy between Armagh and Dublin may have had something to say to this, for Browne, if we may believe Staples, claimed authority over all the clergy of Ireland. The new archbishop did not bear himself meekly in his great office, and he received a stinging rebuke, which the writer was pleased to call a gentle advertisement from the king himself. Henry accused his nominee of neglecting the instruction of the people and the interests of the crown. Such, he added, is your lightness in behaviour, and such is the elation of your mind and pride, that glorying in foolish ceremonies, and delighting in we and us, in your dreams comparing yourself so near to a prince in honour and estimation that all virtue and honesty is almost banished from you. Reform yourself, therefore, and let it sink into your remembrance that we be as able for the not doing thereof to remove you again, and to put another man of more virtue and honesty in your place, both for our discharge against God and for the comfort of our good subjects, there as we were at the beginning to prefer you. Well might Browne answer that the king's letter made him tremble in body for fear. He defended himself at length, and invoked the fate of Corral, who should he fail to advance the king's service. His defence seems to have satisfied Henry, but he continued to make many enemies, and to excite much criticism. His pride and arrogance, said Staples, hath ravished him from the right remembrance of himself. Edward Staples, originally a Cambridge man, and afterwards parson of Tamworth and a canon of Cardinal College, was appointed to the see of Meath in 1530 by papal provision. Either as bishop or privy councillor, he incurred the hatred of the Geraldine faction, and fled to England on the breaking out of the rebellion in 1534. Early next year he returned, and was one of the commissioners for suppressing the nunnery of Grain. Staples did not at first fully embrace the reformed doctrines, for he accused the Archbishop of Dublin of heresy, and appears to have been attached to the Mass. But he was as zealous as Browne for the royal supremacy, and his conversion to thorough Protestantism was gradual, like Cranmer's. Staples was a noted preacher, and was promoted for that reason, but the king at one time accused him of slackness, and threatened to remove him. End of chapter 15, part 3. Chapter 16, Part 1 of Ireland under the Tudors, Volume 1, by Richard Bagwell. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. From the accession of Edward VI to the year 1551. The death of Henry VIII made no immediate difference to Ireland, for Saint Leger continued to govern as before. There was such a tendency to depress the Ormond interest that the widowed countess thought it wise to go to London, where she pleaded her own cause with much success. She was supposed to have designs upon the heir of Desmond's hand, and the English statesmen, who naturally dreaded such an alliance, encouraged her to marry Sir Francis Bryan, who was in favour with Somerset as he had been with Henry VIII. The new government directed their attention to economy and the repression of jobbery among the Dublin officials. It was discovered that many who drew the king's pay were serving in the houses of councillors, some in the place of a cook, some of a butler, housekeeper, and other like, so that they were practically useless when called to arms. This was strictly forbidden for the future. The Irish Council were earnestly charged finally to put down that intolerable extortion, coin, and livery, having always respect to some recompense to be given to the lords and governors of our countries for the defending of the same. Desmond was thanked for his services, and the young king offered to have his eldest son brought up as his companion, as other noblemen's sons whom we favour are educated with us in learning and other virtuous qualities, whereby hereafter when we come to just age, we, in remembrance of our childhood spent together, may the rather be moved to prosecute them with our wonted favour, and they all inclined to love and serve us the more faithfully. We shall consent and right glad to have him with us, and shall so cherish him as he shall have cause to think us, and at his return to think the time of his attendance on us to be well employed. If this offer had been accepted, and if the same results had followed as in the cases of the young Earl of Ormond and of Barnaby Fitzpatrick, the unspeakable miseries of the Desmond rebellion might have been avoided. The Pale was at this time much disturbed by the depredations of a gang of freebooters headed by some of the bastard Geraldines who had lost their lands. They overran the southern half of Kildare and the northern half of Carlow, plundering and burning Rathgangan, Ballymore, Eustace, and Rathvilly. At first they acted with O'Connor, but he was forced to go to Connaught to look for reinforcements, and the MacGeorgians and others were induced by St. Leger to kill his men and drive his cattle. Fitzgeralds, after defying the government for a year, were crushed at Blessington in the autumn of 1547. The O'Tooles sided with the English, and thus justified Henry VIII's policy towards them. The Irish generally fell away from O'Connor and O'More, to whom they feared to give food and shelter, and the chiefs were obliged to make such a peace as was possible with the government. The annalists dwell strongly on the strength of the English at this time, on the unexampled bondage in which they held the southern half of Ireland, and on their complete victory over the man who had been the head of the happiness and prosperity of that half of Ireland in which he lived, namely Brian O'Connor. Sir Edward Bellingham, a gentleman of the bedchamber, was sent over for the first time in the summer of 1547 in charge of reinforcements. This able soldier had been governor of the Isle of Wight and had served at Bologna in 1546. He had also held diplomatic appointments in Hungary and at the Emperor's court. The Privy Council, who expressed themselves satisfied of his military ability, directed the Irish government to be guided by his advice, and to pay him the usual salary of 40 shillings sterling a day. He was employed by the borderers of the Pale against the O'Moores and O'Connors, and seems to have made his mark from the first. After a short stay, Bellingham with difficulty obtained leave to return to England. He must have succeeded in impressing his views on Somerset, to whose religious party he belonged, for St. Leger was recalled in the following spring, and Bellingham was appointed in his stead. Bellingham landed at Dalkey on May 18, 1548, and the state of Leinster at once engaged his attention. Moit Og Cumnock had taken a horse and other property from a neighbour, and Bellingham called upon Cahir MacArt to restore it and to punish the thief. The chief denied all responsibility on the ground that the culprit was in Sir Richard Butler's suite, and that he could not in any case hang a man for stealing, but only enforce restitution according to the Brehon law. We can now see that in this, at least, Cahir MacArt was more nearly right than the English lawyers. Maury Og had grievances, and said that he was oppressed by one Watkin Powell, but he restored the horse subject to the Lords Deputy's opinion as to whether he had a right to it as a set-off against his own losses. He came to Carlow to plead his own cause, but Sir Richard Butler, who had promised to meet him, did not appear. Butler was accused of showing a bad example in the country by plundering houses, wounding men, and taking gentlewomen prisoners. If this, or even a small part of it, were true of the Earl of Ormond's brother, it is not surprising that robberies should have been things of everyday occurrence. The defenders of the Pale were fully occupied. Having consulted such men in England as understood Irish affairs, the Privy Council concluded that the principal damage was done skulkingly in the winter's nights. If the Lord Deputy's presence near the border was not enough to prevent incursion, soldiers accustomed to the country were to be quartered there permanently, and nightly watch to be kept, especially on O'Connor's side. Truces were not to last beyond the winter. This border service must have been very disagreeable. John Brereton, who held the office of Seneschal of Wexford, of which the duties were very ill discharged by Watkin Powell, was stationed at Kildare, and complained bitterly that he was harassed to death. He could get no leave because he had no second captain, and even in May and June he could scarcely enjoy an undisturbed night. At one time he was roused from his bed by shouts, at another by announcements that some alarm beacon was blazing. On foot or on horseback he had to march at once, and yet he was unable to answer every summons. A proprietor at Rathangan, who was called Raymond Oge, had his haggard burned by some of the O'Connor kern. 2 English troopers were with him by chance, and helped to defend his castle, but the fires which they lit on the roof were not answered. Horses left out in a bog near a wood were carried off, and the keepers killed. Nothing was safe unless shut up in a bawn or fortified courtyard. Owen MacHugh O'Byrne, who was retained permanently by the government as a captain of Kern, was inclined to do good service, but his men would not advance beyond Lea Castle, saying that if Captain Cosby wanted wilfully to lose his life, they did not set so little by their lives. Cosby was a man of great personal courage. The constable of Lea, the same James Fitzgerald, whose allegiance in Grey's time had been so elastic, required a letter from Bellingham to encourage him. The Lord Deputy himself spent some time at Athy, where 18 beds were provided for him and his suite, but the border was never quiet for a moment. Fitzgerald and Cosby had no official authority, and their orders carried no weight. If a cow strayed, an alarm was raised, and while soldiers were sent on a fool's errand in one direction, the rebels or brigands had their time to themselves. O'More came to the barrow and carried off horses and sheep. Owen MacHugh skirmished with him, but the hostile chief, like a jolly fellow, offered the royal kern 6 shillings 8 a fortnight to serve him, and paid to their leaders in proportion. Before Cosby could get his men together, the O'Mores had vanished. Other loyal and half-loyal partisans were less energetic than Cosby. Lord Dunboyne complained that his manor of Fishmoyne in Tipperary had been plundered by the O'Carrolls and O'Meagers, and this because he had discharged his men by the Lord Deputy's orders. Bellingham retorted that his lordship lied in his throat, for he had bidden him to entertain true men instead of rebels, and to discharge no one unless it could be done safely. He had particularly cautioned him against rashly discharging such as have been malefactors, as your gallow-glasses were, and naturally as their captains were. While the frontiers of the Pale were harassed by robbers, the loyal ports of the south were in constant dread of pirates. A rover named Eagle blockaded Kinsale, which was half depopulated by an epidemic, and another named Colley established himself in a castle belonging to Barry Oge, whose aunt he married, so that the poor town was quite shut up. Cork, the citizens told Bellingham, was so well defended by marshes and waters, besides walls and towers, which we do build daily, that we do not fear all the Irishmen in Ireland, and English rebels also, if there be any such, until such time as your wisdom would prepare hither for our refuge. John Thompson, a noted rover, visited both Cork and Waterford. According to the authorities of the latter city, he had 1 saker of 16 foot long, having 4 chambers, so that we do not see how he may be apprehended. In a fray between the citizens and an armed French vessel, Thompson took part with the foreigner, and the pursuit of them cost Waterford £1,000. This formidable water thief was taken by O'Sullivan Bear, who made him pay a large ransom. Afterwards Bellingham rather oddly allowed the Cork men to trade with Thompson, because it seemed possible that he had received pardon, and because the goods then on board did not appear to be stolen. Wine, figs, and sugar were, however, the wares offered by Thompson and his ally Stevenson, and it was most likely that they had been stolen at sea from the Portuguese. Thompson used the occasion to refit and to repair his weapons, and the Waterford men called upon the mayor of Cork to apprehend the pirates, but that prudent official refused to do so without special orders from Bellingham. Pirates were unpleasant people to deal with. A gang of confined at Waterford broke their gyves, nearly murdered a fellow prisoner, and with many cracks and menaces threatened to burn the jail. A pirate named Smith sailed into Youghal, but he seems to have taken nothing but loose rigging and spars. He had long infested these waters, seemingly with no more than 6 men armed with guns and bows. The Youghal fishermen took heart, and by a combined attack succeeded in capturing Smith. Other pirates named Cole, Buttside, and Stangwich are mentioned as active about this time. They were all English, but the trade was by no means confined to any one nation, for Sir Philip Hoby, the English ambassador at the imperial court, was instructed to apply for help to suppress a squadron of 20 sail, manned by lawless desperadoes of all countries, who infested the Irish coast and robbed the emperor's subjects. Logan, a Scotch professor of the art and a survivor from Lennox's expedition, haunted the coast about Howth and took several vessels. Power and Gough, who robbed a Portuguese ship in Waterford harbour and ruined the foreign trade of that port, were probably of Irish birth. Desmond, on whom the honorary office of Lord Treasurer, held by the late Earl of Ormond, had already been conferred, received a commission from Lord Admiral Seymour to exercise his jurisdiction along the coast from Dungarvan to Galway. The men of the latter town said that they could defend themselves against all Irishmen coming by land, but that they had not a single piece of artillery to resist attacks from the sea. They professed unswerving loyalty, as did their neighbours of Limerick, and Bellingham thanked the latter for their efforts to keep the Burkes quiet, in whom, he said, the obstinacy is found to break this order. You, the kings, our own most dear sovereigns, lords, and masters, subjects, the mayor, brethren, and council of Limerick shall proceed to the first and lawful redress and punishment thereof. Before Bellingham came to Ireland, a hosting into leagues had been proclaimed, and he carried it out promptly. The men of Drogheda were required to furnish a strong contingent, having caused to be mustered all such as are meet for the war without partiality. They had also to furnish carts, of which it seems the town could only boast 3, and there were complaints of the stringency of Bellingham's requisitions, but he said he would rather they were unfurnished than he. The Drogheda men did very good service, and the carts, which were duly paid for, were employed to carry pioneers' tools. The soldiers were thus enabled, without excessive fatigue, to cut passes through woods and make causeways over bogs. After a 30 days' campaign in Leeks, Bellingham resolved that a town should be built in Leeks, and in the meantime was erected Fort Governor or Protector in the place where Maryborough now stands. The citizens of Dublin were required to assist in making it practicable for soldiers to act upon the border of Kildare, but they made excuses, saying that men could not carry arms and tools as well. Bellingham sarcastically refuted their argument, in which your experience bitterly condemneth my ignorance. Let them send carts, as the Drogheda men had done, and then one man could do the work of 2. In August 1548, Cahir O'Connor, who still kept some force about him, invaded Kildare. Nicholas Bengunall, Marshal of the army, fell in with the marauders and rescued the cattle taken, though his men were in the proportion of 1 to 16. Cahir retreated with his troop and with multitude of camp followers and slaves who carried their food to what was considered an unassailable position. Bellingham was not far off, and he ordered St. Lou to attack them wherever he could find them. Accompanied by Travers, Brereton, and Cosby, St. Lou tracked them to a spot surrounded by a bog. The soldiers struggled manfully through the moss until they reached hard ground, and a great butchery followed. The oldest man in Ireland had, as Bellingham supposed, never seen so many wood kern slain in one day. Such was the slaughter, says this precursor of Cromwell, that none escaped but by mistake, or hiding them in ambush. Such was the great goodness of God to deliver them into our hands. The Old Testament in English was beginning to make its mark upon language and upon habits of thought. Munster was much disturbed. Edmund Tiree, the king's bailiff at Cork, had a dispute with some of the Barrys about land. The Earl of Desmond was appealed to, and he took Tiree to Lord Barrymore, desiring the latter to do him justice. Barrymore took the bailiff with him to his court baron, or parliament, and the case was partly heard and adjourned to a future day. On his return journey towards Cork, Tiree was waylaid and murdered. Bellingham demanded justice, and Lord Barrymore, after some months' delay, gave up the murderers, who were doubtless duly executed. But the Berry country continued to be the scene of frequent outrages. Lord Barrymore went out one day in the early winter to drive the cattle of some wild Irishmen, and met with certain other wild Irish who were going to spoil his tenants. A fight followed, and the Barrys killed incontinently, little lack of 80 of them. Wherewith, said the Corporation of Cork, we be glad, and so is the Earl of Desmond. But Bellingham was not satisfied with Desmond's conduct, nor easy about the future. James Delahide, always the herald of a storm, was in Ireland, and probably with the Earl. Gerald of Kildare might appear again, and there were rumours that the French meditated a descent and the establishment of a fortified port at Skerries to command the passage to Scotland. These fears were not realized, but there were frequent communications between Desmond and the O'Briens, and Bellingham took steps to have everything reported to him. This vigilance perhaps prevented the Munster chiefs from moving. The death of the newly created Earl of Clanrickarde revived the nominal anarchy of Connaught. Ulick Burke was acknowledged as captain by the government and by some of the inhabitants during the minority of the Earl's son Richard, but another Richard, the heir's illegitimate brother, gave so much trouble that Sir Dermot O'Shaughnessy and other well-disposed chiefs demanded that the young Earl should be settled in possession, and that commissioners should be sent to Galway for the purpose. The false Richard was, however, allowed to rule his own immediate district, but not without strong hints from Bellingham that what the king gave the king could take away. Burke was reminded that he had apprehended no notable malefactor, and that the Lord Deputy would quarrel with no honest Irishman for his sake. Bellingham had neither time nor force to give to the west, and the towns of Limerick and Galway had very indifferent success in their efforts to keep the peace. But the chief governor's reputation for justice was not without effect even in Connaught. Your lordship's famous proceedings, wrote the Archbishop of Tuam, being divulgated throughout all Ireland, to the great fear of misdoers and malefactors all through the country hereabouts, now needing reformation more than heretofore, all for lack of justice among them to be observed. Bellingham established a garrison at Athlone, which overawed the O'Kellys and O'Loughlins, but little progress was made beyond the Shannon. Robert Dillon, the lawyer, was the Lord Deputy's civil substitute, but the sword was necessarily in the Baron of Delvin's hands, who did all he could to prevent Dillon from sending messengers to Dublin. The central districts of Ireland, between the Pale and the great river, were at this time the theatre of constant war, and in this an English or Anglo-Norman adventurer figures conspicuously. Edmund Fay, who seems to have had property at Cadmanstown in the King's County, and to have claimed more than the natives were willing to allow him, was called into Westmeath by O'Melaghlin to aid him against his enemies. The Confederates gained some successes, and occupied, among other places, the historic castle of Kincora. Edmund, say the Four Masters, then continued to conquer Delvin in the king's name, in opposition to O'Melaghlin, and thus had O'Melaghlin brought a rod into the country to strike himself, for Edmund of VIII expelled and banished himself and all his tribe out of Delvin, just as the young swarm expels the old. Fay, who was to some extent supported by the government, and who had soldiers with him, drove the MacLauchlans across the Shannon, and made himself master of most of the country between Athlone and Slieve Bloom. Not satisfied with this, he proposed to attack the O'Carrolls, who joined the MacLauchlans, and expelled them from his recent conquests. Fay called on the government for help, and the whole county on both sides of the Brosna was burned and plundered by the troops whom no resistance was attempted. The Irish demolished Banagher and other castles to prevent their being occupied, and this became a general practice in like cases. Adamstown was afterwards taken by the O'Carrolls, and Fay returned to his original obscurity. He seems to have had the keep of Thady Rowe, or the Red Captain, a noted leader of mercenaries who held possession of Neenock. The O'Carrolls burned the monastery and town, but the castle defied their power. Towards the close of 1548, Allen was able to report that there were only about a dozen rebels on the borders of the Pale. O'Connor had surrendered at discretion, and his life was spared in the hope of inducing O'More to follow his example. Allen advised that they should be removed from Ireland, and that work should be found for them at Calais or Boulogne. There are in all, he told Paget, not 12 persons wherewith your honour to make a Maundy, for when Christ ministered at his last supper, there were 12, of whom one was a traitor, and of these ye may have 12 together at one table. The Plantagenet kings had made no difference in the coinage of England and Ireland, but in 1460, when Richard, Duke of York, was Lord Lieutenant, the Parliament of Drogheda, with express intention of loosening the tie between the two islands, declared that coins intrinsically worth 3d should be struck in Ireland and pass for 4d. There was afterwards a further degradation, and the money struck by Henry VIII consisted at last of 1/2 or even 2/3 alloy. New coins were introduced into Ireland, say the Four Masters, with pardonable exaggeration, that is, copper, and the men of Ireland were obliged to use it as silver. Dishonesty had its proverbial reward, for trade was thrown into confusion, and general discontent engendered. The Corporation of Galway more than once besought Bellingham to force the new money on the captain of Clanmacar and Donald O'Flaherty. The Corporation of Kinsale made the same request as to the Courceys, Barrys, and McCarthys. This was, of course, beyond Bellingham's power, and the Protector went on coining regardless of Irish complaints. Thomas Agard was treasurer of the Dublin Mint, and exercised his office independently of the Lord Deputy. He was originally in Cromwell's service, and his position not unnaturally brought him into collision with Lord Leonard Grey, who accused him of making mischief. Agard, however, said that Grey, which is my heavy lord, oppressed him out of spite, because he opposed the Geraldine faction, and prevented him from setting up broad looms and dye works in Dublin. With the Politique Saint-Leger he got on better, but Bellingham, whose temper was quite as despotic as Grey's, was much disgusted at the independence of the Mint. Agard leaned to the Puritan side, and praised Bellingham's godly proceedings. God is with you, he wrote to him, and with all good Christians who love God and their king, with much more of the same sort. But the Lord Deputy was not conciliated, and accused Agard of cooking his accounts and of embezzling £2,000. He was not superseded, and was entrusted with the congenial task of melting down chalices and crosses, and of turning them into bad money. The home authorities chose to make Agard independent in his office, but the stronger nature triumphed, and the king's auditor reported that the treasurer of the Mint dared not for his life speak of his business to any but the Lord Deputy. The debased currency caused much speculation of an undesirable kind. Thus Francis Digby, who had a license to export Irish wool, found it pay much better to buy a plate with the current coin and sell it in England for sterling money. Others took the cue, and it became necessary to issue a proclamation. It was, of course, no more possible to prevent the exportation of silver than to change the ebb and flow of the tides. In November, Bellingham paid a short visit to Dublin, where he found Lady Ormond with her new husband, Sir Francis Bryan, who had a commission as Lord Marshal of Ireland. Bryan, the man of youthful conditions, as Roger Ascham called him, was particularly recommended by the Privy Council to Allen, who could not understand what Henry VIII had seen in him worthy of great promotion. Bellingham hated him from the first, and Allen thought he would have the same feeling to any one who had married Lady Ormond. We have no means of knowing whether he was in love with her, or whether he hated her, or whether he merely disliked the alliance as likely to clip his own wings. His idea of the rights and dignity of his position was high and even excessive, and was asserted with a fine disregard of prudence. To Somerset he complained that his credit was bad, and that he was despised in Ireland because he was thought to have no power to reward those who had done good service. He begged that they might be fed with some thereof, which no doubt it is great need of, for the wisest sort have ever found that good service in Ireland has been less considered of any place. In writing to Warwick, his words were still stronger, and he complained bitterly at the slight put on him in the matter of the mint. I am, he said, at your honourable lordship's commandment, but in respect I am the king's deputy. Your good lordship may determine surely that I will have none exempt from my authority in Ireland's grounds, but sore against my will. He had not spent the king's treasure in gambling or riotous living, nor in buying land for himself. The king's responsible servants in Ireland were neglected, and credit given to backstairs suitors coming in by the windows, which did more harm than all the rebels and Irishry in the realm. Some of Warwick's letters had hurt him, whereas the true policy would be let men know that I am the king's deputy, so that they shall think when they have my favours things go well with them, and the contrary when they have them not. These letters and another to Seymour gave great and not unnatural offence, so that Bellingham was fain to beg the admiral's pardon and intercession with Warwick. Some measure of the serpent's wisdom is necessary to those who fill great offices. If Bellingham could thus treat the most powerful men in England, he was not likely to mince matters with those whom he could touch. Bring yourself, said the Lord Deputy to Molloy, who had wrongfully detained the property of a kinswoman, out of the slander of the people by making prompt restitution, or have your contempt punished as to your deserts shall appertain. To the Earl of Thomond, who had promised to bring in Locke O'Carroll, but had not done so, he wrote a noble letter, but a very imprudent one, considering the character and position of the chief whom he addressed. Locke O'Carroll, he said, had brought his troubles on himself by allowing his men to plunder, and by refusing to give them up. He should be well plagued for it, according to promise, until he and his brother found means to come and seek their own pardon. The O'Carrolls submitted and were pardoned. Bellingham was above all things a soldier, and he treated his council, consisting for the most part of lawyers, in a very high-handed manner. His old friend Allen remonstrated, and there is no reason to doubt him here, though he had a way of quarrelling with successive deputies. Allen admitted that Bellingham was quite free from pecuniary self-seeking, but thought he had more than his share of the other sin which beset chief governors' ambition, namely, and the longing to rule alone. He had said that it would be a good deed to hang the whole council, and he kept the members waiting for hours among the servants in the ante-room. Allen he accused personally of feigning sickness when bent on mischief. Others he threatened to commit if they offended him, reminding them that he could make or mar their fortunes. When angry, he frequently sent men to a prison without any warrant of law. And I myself, said the Chancellor, except I walk rarely, look for none other, but sometime with the King's seal with me to take up my lodging in the castle of Dublin. The council become a lifeless, spiritless corpse for Bellingham could hear no advice without threats and taunts, it is not surprising that the Privy Councillors feared to speak frankly and forced themselves to wait until this tyranny should be overpassed. End of chapter 16, part 1. Chapter 16, part 2 of Ireland under the Tudors, volume 1 by Richard Bagwell. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. From the accession of Edward VI to the year 1551. At the beginning of the year 1549, the Privy Council thanked Bellingham for having brought Ireland to a good state. They charged him to aid Tyrone against the Scots and to be on his guard against French enterprises undertaken under colour of trading. The forts erected where Maryborough and Philipstown now are kept leaks and awfully quiet. Breweries were at work under the shadow of both, and it was proposed to start a tan-yard at Fort Protector, as Maryborough was for the moment called. Bellingham established another post, which became very important, to command the road from Dublin to Kilkenny, and thus make the government less dependent on the House of Ormond. The suppressed Carmelite convent at Leighlin Bridge required but little alteration, and the barrow ceased to be a serious obstacle. The Lord Deputy kept 20 or 30 horses here with the greatest difficulty, the hay having to be brought from Carlow through a disturbed country. Irishmen were willing to settle and to make an example of peaceful cultivation, but they were in great fear of Lady Ormond. Walter Cowley, formerly Solicitor General and fomenter of discord between St. Leger and the late Earl, had little good to say of the no longer disconsolate widow, but praised Sir Francis Bryan for saying that he would not borrow of the law as my Lord Ormond did. The expression was called forth by the action of the Idrone Ryans, who were frightened by the inquirers into tenure, and came to Lady Ormond, offering to convey their lands to her and her heirs, the object being to defeat the active absentees. No doubt the cultivators would have been glad to pay an easy rent to a powerful neighbour, rather than have an active new landlord such as Cosby thrust upon them. Sir Richard Butler, some of whose misdeeds have been already mentioned, built a castle in O'More's country without any title, and overawed the whole district of Slieve Margy. Doctrinal Protestantism was not formally promulgated in Bellingham's time, but the recognition of the royal supremacy was pretty general, for he would allow no disobedience. The treasurer of St. Patrick's, who was refractory, was severely reprimanded and threatened with condign punishment. A Scot who preached at Kilmainham condemned the Mass, and Archbishop Browne, whose opinions were not perhaps quite fixed, was accused of inveighing against the stranger and of maintaining that those who sided with him were not the king's true subjects. Means were, however, taken to spread the order of service which Browne had set on foot. The 10 Commandments, the Lord's Prayer, and the Ave Maria were read and circulated in English, but the Mass was retained, a confused arrangement which could not last. Still, the men who controlled the government and the young king were known to be favourable to the new doctrines, and the Scots emissary soon found a distinguished follower in the Bishop of Meath. Staples had at one time certainly held opinions less advanced than those of Browne, but he now went to Dublin and preached a strong Protestant sermon against the Mass. On returning to his own diocese, he found that he had incurred universal hatred. An Irishman whose infant he had christened and named after himself desired to have the child rebaptized, for he would not have him bear the name of a heretic. A gentleman refused to have his child confirmed by him that denied the sacrament of the altar. The gossips in the marketplace at Navan declared that if the bishop came to preach there, they would stay away, lest they should learn to be heretics. A lawyer in the neighborhood told a crowd of people that Staples deserved to be burned, for if I preached heresy, so was I worthy to be burned. And if I preached right, yet was I worthy that kept the truth from knowledge. This gentleman, Staples quaintly adds, loveth no sodden meat, but can skill only of roasting. Another lawyer, a judge, said it should be proved before the bishop's face that he preached against learning. The following is too interesting to omit. A beneficed man of mine own promotion came unto me weeping, and desired me that he might declare his mind unto me without my displeasure. I said I was well content. My lord, said he, before ye went last to Dublin, ye were the best beloved man in your diocese that ever came in, and now ye are the worst beloved that ever came here. I asked why. Why, saith he, ye have taken open part with the state, that false heretic, and preached against the sacrament of the altar, and deny saints, and will make us worse than Jews. If the country wist how they would eat you. And he besought me to take heed of myself, for he feared more than he durst tell me. Ye have, he said, more curses than ye have hairs of your head, and I advise you, for Christ's sake, not to preach at the Navan, as I hear ye will do. I said it was my charge to preach, and because there was most resort, God willing, I would not fail but preach there. Hereby ye may perceive what case I am in, but I put all to God. The bishop spoke as became his office, but he was afraid of his life divers ways. Bellingham had information of what was going on in England by private as well as official correspondence. John Issam, a strong Protestant who was afterwards made seneschal of Wexford, wrote from London an account of the variations of opinion upon the all-important question of the sacrament. There is a great sticking, he said, about the blessed body and blood of Jesus Christ. Howbeit, I trust that they will conclude well in it by the help of the Holy Spirit, without which such matters cannot well be tried. But part of our bishops that have been most stiff in opinions of the reality of his body, there as he was here in earth, should be in the bread. They now confess and say that they were never of that opinion, but by his mighty power in spirit, and leaveth his body sitting on the right hand of his Father, as our common creed testifieth. But yet there is a hard hold with some to the contrary, who shall relent when it pleaseth God. Bellingham certainly did what he could to spread the Reformed doctrines, but this was perhaps not much. His letter to Primate Dowdall, who had acknowledged the royal supremacy, but was inflexible on the question of the sacrament, is instinct with the spirit of Christian sincerity. My Lord Primates, he says, I pray you lovingly and charitably to be circumspect in your doings, and consider how God hath liberally given you divers gifts, and namely a reputation among the people. Let all these in part be with the gratuity of setting forth the plain, simple, and naked truth recompense, and the way to do the same is to know that which, with a mild and humble spirit, wished, sought, and prayed for, will most certainly be given, which I pray God grant us both. Bellingham could do nothing with Dowdall, but in the spring of 1549 all the priests in the Kilkenny district not physically incapable of travelling were summoned to meet the Lord Deputy and Council. It was ordered that the Attorney General should exercise jurisdiction in ecclesiastical matters, and abolish idolatry, papistry, the Mass sacrament, and the like. The Archbishop of Cashel seems to have had no great zeal for the work. Nicholas Fitzwilliam, treasurer of St. Patrick's, received a stinging rebuke for his hesitation to carry out the royal commands. The innovations were distasteful to most men in Ireland, but Bellingham was recognized as one who would use his patronage conscientiously, and not job in the usual style. John Brereton, a decided Protestant, recommended to him for the love of God and the zeal that you have for the education of Christ's flock, a poor priest who was willing to go into a certain district where he had friends, and where there was no one to declare the true worship. A suppliant who was both learned and earnest could expect favor from no other's sick hand, because he is but poor and has no money to give as his adversaries do. Auditor Brazier told Somerset that there was never deputy in the realm that went the right way as he doth, both for the setting forth of God's word to his honour and to the wealth of the King's Highness' subjects. But these praises did not serve to prolong his term of office, and he left Ireland without effecting the reforms which he had at heart. Bellingham's departure from Ireland followed pretty closely on the Protector's eclipse, though it is not quite certain that it was caused by it. Warwick may have borne malice for past lectures, but the Lord Deputy seems to have defended himself successfully, and might have been sent back had he not excused himself on account of ill health. The malady proved fatal, but he seems to have retained office till his death. There has been a tendency among those who find their ideal realized in a strong man armed to represent Bellingham as a model ruler. It appears from his letters and from general testimony that he was honest, brave, loyal, and sincerely religious. But his incessant wars were very burdensome, and it is noted that he exacted the unpopular cess more stringently than its inventor, Saint Leger, had done. But he was a true dealing man, took nothing without punctual payment, and could not abide the cry of the poor. From the love of gain, that common vice of provincial governors, he was absolutely free, and made a point of spending all his official income in hospitality, saying that the meat and drink in his house were not his own, but his dear master's. For the king's honour, he paid his own travelling expenses, and insisted on doing the like even when Lord Baltinglass entertained him sumptuously. Allen, who criticised his official conduct so sharply, could not but allow that he was the best man of war that ever he had seen in Ireland. The figure of the Puritan soldier has its charms, but the sword of the Lord and of Gideon is not a good instrument of civil government. Absolutism may be apparently successful under a beneficent despot, but who is to guarantee that his successor shall not be a villain or a fool? Bellingham's forts did their own work, but his ascendancy over lawyers in Dublin and ambitious chiefs in the country was purely personal, and had no lasting effect. There was much to admire in his character, but distance has lent it enchantment, and in practice not much permanent work could be done by a governor, of whom the most striking fact recorded is that he wore ever his harness, and so did all those whom he liked of. As soon as Bellingham had left Ireland, the council unanimously elected Bryan Lord Justice. The Irish, though overawed by the departed deputy, had been plotting in the usual way, and after all that had passed, Lord Thormont and O'Carroll were sworn allies. The Kavanaghs were known to be meditating mischief, and Desmond was not to be depended on. Lady Ormond had been quarrelling with Lady Desmond, and Allen took credit to himself for having made a truce between them. To the usual elements of discord were added many rumours of Scotch and French invasions. O'Neill, O'Donnell, O'Doherty, and others proposed to become subjects of France, in consideration of help from thence and of the most Christian king's good offices with the Pope. Monluc, Bishop of Valence, returning from his mission to the Scottish court, was directed by Henry to take Ireland on his way, and to gain all the information possible. Sir James Melville, then a boy, accompanied him. Before our landing, he says, we sent one George Paris, who had been sent into Scotland by the great O'Neill and his associates, who landed in the house of a gentleman who had married O'Doherty's daughter, dwelling at the Loch edge. He came abroad and welcomed us, and conveyed us to his house, which was a great dark tower, where we had cold cheer as herring and biscuit, for it was Lentroon. One Debat, a Breton merchant, was also sent on secret service to Ireland, apparently about the same time. At this juncture Brian died at Clonmel under circumstances apparently somewhat suspicious, for there was a post-mortem examination. He had refused to take any medicine, and the doctors, who detected no physical unsoundness, prudently declared that he died of grief. We are not told for what, but whereof soever he died, says Allen, who was present both at the death and the autopsy, he departed very godly. Lady Ormond, who must have had a rooted dislike to single life, immediately recurred to her plan of marrying Gerald of Desmond, and the Chancellor had to remonstrate on the scandal of so soon supplying the place of two such noble husbands. The danger of putting both the Ormond and Desmond interests in the same hand was obvious. The Geraldines were already too powerful, and what might not be the consequence of throwing the weight of the Butlers into the same scale, and making them more Irish and less loyal than they had been before? In the end she promised to remain sole for 1 year. Nevertheless, said Allen, I would, my lords, if they take her marriage of any moment, trusted a woman's promise no further than in such a case it is to be trusted. Her marriage took place in the end with beneficial results, for Lady Ormond was able to keep some sort of peace between her husband and her son, and thus saved much misery and bloodshed. Immediately after her death the quarrel broke out anew, and ended only with the extinction of the House of Desmond. On the day of Brian's death the council elected Brabazon to succeed him, and the new Lord Justice soon afterwards went to Limerick to arrange disputes among the O'Briens and between Thomond and Desmond. Before the complicated complaints had been all heard, his presence was required in Dublin on account of the disturbed state of the north. A most dangerous visitor having landed in Tyrconnell, this was the papal primate Robert Wauchope Dowdall, who had acknowledged the royal supremacy, though without accepting any of the new doctrines not being acknowledged at Rome. The actual primate kept himself well informed as to the movements of his rival, whom he understood to be a very shrewd spy and great brewer of war and sedition. There were many French and Scotch ready to attack Ireland, and the former had already manned and armed 2 castles in Inishowen. Tyrone gave Dowdall letters which he had received from the French king, and the archbishop, with his consent, forwarded them to the council. Tyrone swore before the dean and chapter of Armagh that he had sent no answers, and that he would remain faithful to the king. He did not acknowledge Wauchope's claims, but merely reported that he called himself primate, and that he was accompanied by 2 Frenchmen of rank, who were supposed to be forerunners of countless Scotch and French invaders. The council warned Tyrone that the French wished to conquer Ireland, and to reduce him and his clan to slavery and insignificance. He was reminded that they had been expelled from Italy and Sicily for their more than Turkish ferocity and rapacity. French messages were also sent to O'Donnell, but no letters, as he had transmitted some formerly received to the government. He professed his loyalty, and declared that he would not recognize Wauchope unless the council wished it. In all these intrigues we find one George Paris, or Parish, engaged. He was a man whose ancestors had held land in Ireland, of which they had been deprived, and he was perhaps related to the traitor of Maynooth. This man came and went between France and Ireland, and though the threatened attack was averted by the peace concluded by England with France and Scotland, his services were not dispensed with. Henry said that the intrigues had ceased with the peace, but the English ambassador knew that His Majesty had had an interview with Paris less than a week before. Paris told everyone that all the nobility of Ireland were resolved to cast off the English yoke for fear of losing all their lands, as the O'Moores and O'Connors had done. He boasted that he himself had begged Trim Castle of the French king to make up for the lands which the English had deprived him of. The constable spoke as smoothly and not much more truly than the king. Monlock was still employed in the matter, had interviews with Paris, and gave him money. After Bellingham's death, it was determined to send St. Leger over again, though he disliked the service, and though the Irish Chancellor continued to indict bulky minutes against him. It was felt that the two could hardly agree, and Allen was turned out of the council and deprived of the Great Seal, which was given to Cusack. His advice was nevertheless occasionally asked. A year later he received 200 marks, a pension from the date of his dismissal, though he had only asked for £100. Many charges were made against him, the truest, though he indignantly denied it, being that he could not agree with others. But after careful search no fault of any moment could be found in him, and he had served very industriously in Ireland for 22 years. With all his opportunities, he declared that he had gained only 9½ acres of Irish land. St. Leger and his friends, who were for conciliating rather than repressing the Irish, naturally disliked Allen. He had a decided taste for intrigue, but if we regard him as a mere English official, diligent and useful, though narrow and touchy, he must be allowed to have had his value. The new Lord Deputy's salary was fixed at £1,000 a year from his predecessor's death, though St. Leger, who alleged that he was already £500 poorer for Ireland, fought hard for £1,500. He retained his old privilege of importing 1,000 quarters of wheat and 1,000 quarters of malt yearly to be consumed only in Ireland. The appointment was evidently intended to restore some confidence among the natives who had been scared by Bellingham's high-handed policy, St. Leger having suggested that the Irishmen should be handled with the more humanity, lest they by extremity should adhere to other foreign powers. He was directed to use gentleness to such as shall show themselves conformable, that great Roman maxim of empire which has been so often neglected in Ireland. Encouraging letters were to be sent to Desmond, Thormond, and Clanricarde, and to MacWilliam, the O'Donnells, O'Reilly, O'Kane, and McQuillan. Pieces of scarlet cloth and silver cups to the value of £100 were to be distributed to the best advantage among them. Particular instructions were given for reforming the military establishments, and officers were not to be allowed to have more than 10% of Irish among their men. Coin and livery, the most fertile source of license and disorder, was to be eschewed as far as possible. Irish noblemen were to be encouraged to exchange some of their lands for property in England, and thus to give pledges for good behaviour. In Leix and Offaly, leases for 21 years were to be given, and religious reform was everywhere to be taken in hand. One very curious power was given to the Lord Deputy. When England was at war with France or the Empire, he was authorized to license subjects of those powers to import merchandise under royal protection, excepting such articles as were under a special embargo. St. Leger was ordered to set forth the church service in English, according to the royal ordinances, in all places where it was possible to muster a congregation who understood the language. Elsewhere the words were to be translated truly into Irish until such time as the people should be brought to a knowledge of English. But small pains were taken to carry out the latter design, and the Phoenician agent reported with practical accuracy that the form of common prayer and administration of the sacraments were not enforced in Ireland or other islands subject to England where English was not understood. The book still remains that of the English colony and of no one else in Ireland. Cranmer and Elizabeth both saw the necessity of attempting to reach the Irish through their own tongue, but neither were able to do it. When Bedell, at a later period, threw himself heart and soul into the cause, he received not only no encouragement but positive opposition from the government, and in any case the breach was probably then past mending. Protestantism had become identified in the Irish mind with conquest and confiscation, a view of the case which was sedulously encouraged by Jesuits and other foreign emissaries. St. Leger lost no time in visiting the forts in Leix and Offaly, and he found there the disorder natural to, and perhaps pardonable in, an ill-paid soldiery. Bellingham had complained more than a year before that so many women of the country, Moabitish women he would have called them had he lived a century later, were received into Fort Protector. Some officers indignantly denied this, and as to our misdemeanor in any point, they added, we put that to the honestest men and women in the fort. If this report was true, discipline had been much relaxed in a year and 9 months, for Saint Leger found as many women of bad character as there were soldiers in the forts. Divine service there had been none for 3 years, and only one sermon. Staples, who was the preacher on that solitary occasion, had so little reverence, as he had no great haste eftsoons to preach there. There was also a want of garrison artillery, and 8 pieces of cannon, with 40 smaller pieces called bases, were demanded by the master of the ordnance. He also asked for 400 harquebuses and for bows, which the Dugald Dalgetties of the day had not yet learned to despise. There were rumors of a French invasion, and it was proposed to send a strong expedition to Ireland, 6 ships with attendant galleys, 1,000 men, including many artificers, to be employed in fortifying Baltimore, Birdhaven, and other places in the southwest, and the mouths of the Bann and of Loch Larn in the northeast. The constables of Carrickfergus and Olderfleet were ordered to put those castles in order for fear of Scots. Lord Cobham was designated as leader of the expedition, and the Irish government were directed at once to survey Cork, Kinsale, and other southern harbours. Martin Perry, comptroller of the mint, who brought over bullion collected in France and Flanders, had to stay 7 days at Holyhead for fear of 5 great ships which he saw drifting about in the tideway. In the end he secured a quick and safe passage by hiring a 25-ton pinnace with 16 oars, into which he put 25 well-armed men. Saint Leger had been complaining bitterly that he could get no money out of the mint, although £2,000 was owing. Peary seems to have had only a limited authority, for though over £7,000 was delivered by him on the Lord Deputy's warrant, Saint Leger still objected that he had to make bricks without straw, and to put port towns in a posture of defence without being allowed to draw for the necessary expenses. The expedition did not take place, but Sir James Croft was sent over with instructions to inspect all the harbours between Berehaven and Cork, to make plans of the most important, and to select sites for fortification, utilizing existing buildings as much as possible, and taking steps for the acquisition of the necessary land. He was then to extend his operations as far east as Waterford, acting in all things in concert with the Lord Deputy. It is evidently that things were in a state quite unfit to resist a powerful French armament, but the weather, as usual, was on the side of England, and of 18 French vessels laden with provisions, more than one half were lost in a storm off the Irish coast. This fleet was no doubt destined only for the relief of the French party in Scotland, and there does not seem to have been any real intention of breaking the peace with England. But the Irish exiles were unwilling to believe this. George Paris, who had been dispatched from Blois about Christmas 1550, returned to France in the following spring, bringing with him an Irishman of importance. The Irish offered Ireland to Henry, and begged him to defend his own, saying that Wales would also rise as soon as foreign aid appeared. Their avowed object was the maintenance of religion, and for the continuance of God's service in such sort as they had received from their fathers. In the which quarrel they were determined either to stand or to die. It would be better to invade England than Ireland, for the English Catholics would receive an invader with open arms. Paris spoke much of the frequent conquests of England. No outward enemy, once landed, had ever been repulsed, and the thing was easier now than ever. The sanguine plotter talked loudly of all that had been promised him, and professed to believe that the Dauphin would soon be king of Ireland and Scotland at the very least. With these brags and such others he filleth every man's ears that he chanceth to talk withal. He had constant interviews with the nuncio, but the French grew every day cooler. The English ambassador perceived that the Irish envoy was not so brag, and at last reported that he had been denied help. He attributed this change of policy entirely to the fear of increasing the difficulties in which the Queen Dowager of Scotland already found herself. While Scots and Frenchmen threatened its shores, Ulster furnished more even than its normal share of home-grown strife. Captain Andrew Brereton, who seems to have been a son or grandson of Sir William Brereton, held Lecale as a crown tenant at will. He was a man singularly unfit to deal with a high-spirited race like the O'Neills. When Tyrone, according to ancient Irish custom, sent a party to distrain for rent among the Macartons, Brereton set upon them and killed several men, including 2 brothers of the Countess. To the Earl's remonstrances he replied by calling him a traitor and threatening to treat him as he had treated O'Hanlon, that is, to spoil him, slay his men, and burn his country. It is clear that Brereton was not actuated by any special love of the Macartons, for he beheaded a gentleman of that clan without trial. He forcibly expelled Prior Magennis from his farm on the church lands of Down, and Roger Broke, a congenial spirit, shut up the prior in Dundrum Castle. Tyrone went to Dublin to welcome Saint Leger on his arrival, and Brereton openly called him a traitor at the council board in the presence of the Lord Deputy and of the Earls of Thomond and Clanricarde. The proud O'Neill, of course, took accusation very unkindly. Saint Leger was of opinion that such handling of wild men had done much harm in Ireland, and the council, while admitting that Tyrone was a frail man and not the perfectest of subjects, thought that this was not the way to make the best of him. Brereton had no better justification for his conduct than the gossip of one of Macquillan's kern, who said that Tyrone had sent a messenger to the King of France to say that he would take his part against King Edward, and would send him Brereton and Bengenal as prisoners. Brereton was very properly relieved of his command in Lecale on the nominal ground that he had refused to hold the crown land there upon the Lord Deputy's terms, which Saint Leger evidently thought more likely to have weight with the English council than any amount of outrages committed against the Irish. He was afterwards restored and gave trouble to later governors. End of chapter 16, part 2. Chapter 17, Part 1 of Ireland under the Tudors, Volume 1 by Richard Bagwell. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. From the year 1551 to the death of Edward VI, no parliament was held in Ireland during Edward VI's reign, and the official establishment of Protestantism is generally supposed to date from a royal order dated February 6, 1551, and promulgated by the Lord Deputy on the first day of the following month. But the new liturgy had been already introduced, and copies had been forwarded to Limerick and perhaps to other places. Saint Leger, who felt that the communion service was the really important thing, had it translated into Latin for the benefit of those who had some tincture of letters, but who could not read English. The citizens of Limerick made no difficulty about receiving the new formulary, but the Bishop John Quinn refused and was therefore forced to resign. Quinn, who was old and blind, had been willing to acknowledge the royal supremacy, but very naturally refused to embrace a new faith. It has often been stated that Quinn accepted the Reformation, but it is not easy to see how this can be reconciled with the facts. His successor was William Casey, whose consecrators were Archbishop Browne Lancaster of Kildare and Devereux of Ferns. The two last had been consecrated by Browne and by Travers of Lakeland. Travers had only just been appointed himself and was probably in pretty nearly the same condition. Immediately after the arrival of the momentous order, Saint Leger summoned the clergy to meet him in Dublin. To this assembly the royal mandate was read, as well as the opinions of certain English divines in favour of the proposed changes. Primate Dowdall at once protested, for the general benefit of all of our well-beloved subjects, the king was made to say, whenever assembled and met together in the several parish churches, either to pray or hear prayers read, that they may be the better join therein in unity, hearts and voices, we have caused the liturgy and prayers of the Church to be translated into our mother tongue of this realm of England. Then, observed the primate, shall every illiterate fellow read Mass? No, answered Leger with much force. Your Grace is mistaken, for we have too many illiterate priests among us already, who neither can pronounce the Latin nor know what it means, no more than the common people that hear them. But when the people hear the liturgy in English, they and the priests will then understand what they pray for. This last observation might be true enough in Dublin, but it was singularly inapplicable to Ireland generally. The keynote of the controversy had, however, been struck, and it was clear that the primate and the Lord Deputy occupied very different standpoints. Finding St. Leger's formidable antagonist and seeing that the case was virtually prejudged, Dowdall somewhat forgot his habitual dignity and threatened the viceroy with the clergy's curse. I fear, was the answer, no strange curse so long as I have the blessing of that church, which I believe to be the true one. There was some further altercation about the Petrine claims to supremacy, and Dowdall, finding that he made no impression, left the hall with all his suffragans except Staples, and repaired to his own diocese. St. Leger then handed the king's order to Browne, who received it standing. This order, good brethren, said the Protestant archbishop, is from our gracious king and from the rest of our brethren, the fathers and clergy of England, who have consulted herein and compared the holy scriptures with what they have done, unto whom I submit as Jesus did to Caesar in all things just and lawful, making no question why or wherefore, as we own him, our true and lawful king. The above proceedings show that St. Leger was at least in general agreement with the Protestant party, but he had certainly no wish to force the Reformed doctrines on the reluctant Irish. Browne complained that he had publicly offered the sacrifice of the Mass in Christ Church after the old sort to the altar then of stone, to be comfort of his too many like papists and the discouragement of the professors of God's word. The archbishop found it convenient to forget that this was strictly according to law, and that the royal order even admitted that it had all the power claimed for it, had not yet gone forth to alter the state of things established under Henry VIII. Browne could not deny that the Lord Deputy had made due proclamation of the King's Majesty most godly proceeding, but alleged that it was only for show, while massing holy water, Candlemas candles, and such like continued under the primate and elsewhere, without let or hindrance from the chief governor. Dowdall, he said, was the next father, in word and deed, of popery, the viceroy Agalio, who did not scruple to say, "Go to your matters of religion, will mar all." St. Leger seems in good truth to have been laughing at the ex-friar. "My lord of Dublin," he said, "I've books for your lordship." Browne found them, on examination, so poisoned to maintain the Mass with transubstantiation and other naughtiness, as at no time I've seen such a summary of scriptures collected to establish the idolatry, clean contrary the sincere meaning of the word of God and the king's most godly proceedings. The archbishop had copies taken, which he sent to the privy council. St. Leger was angry at this, and Browne says he threatened to do him harm, even should it cost £1,000. The archbishop intimated that the £1,000 would be nothing to him, for that he had enriched himself by peculation, and attributed to him a degree of vindictiveness which does not seem really to have belonged to his character. Browne admits that the Lord Deputy called Dowdall before the council for practising the old ritual, who came and disputed plainly the massing and other things, contrary the king's proceedings, and that he would not embrace them, whereat the deputy said nothing. Sir Ralph Benegall called the primate an arrant traitor. "No traitor, Mr. Benegall," said Lord Chancellor Cusack, who was Dowdall's cousin, and the primate continued in his old ways as long as St. Leger held the reins of government. The Lord Deputy even recommended Tyrone to follow the counsel of that good father, sage senator and godly bishop, "My Lord Primate and everything, and so ye shall do well." He made indeed no secret of his regard for Dowdall, whose high character was admitted by all but fanatics. He is, he declared openly before more than a dozen persons in the hall of Dublin Castle, a good man, and I would that all the Irishmen in Ireland spake so good English as he, and if they do no worse than he, the king had been the better served. It was impossible that any secret policy could go on without Alan having a hand in it. Saint Leger told him that the danger from both France and from the Emperor was much increased by the religious sympathies of the Irish, who in civil matters would like foreigners only in so far as they could profit by them. He ridiculed the notion of France annexing Ireland, though he thought it possible that Henry II might make a division there to prevent England from interfering with him in Scotland or on the continent. He thought the Emperor would be friendly for old acquaintance' sake, but that he disliked the new fashions in religion. And no wonder, seeing that in that matter daily at home among ourselves one of us is offended with another. Saint Leger, in short, was a statesman who could admire moral excellence in men of different opinions, and Brown was a fanatic. God help me, said the deputy, for my own part, knowing the manners and ignorance of the people, when my lords of the council willed me to set forth the matters of religion here, which to my power I've done, I'd rather they had called me into Spain or any other place where the king should have had cause to make war, than burdensome to sit further here. I told my lords no less before my coming away. Alan had refused to put this conversation in writing, though urged to do so by Brown, saying that he wished Saint Leger no harm, though he had lost all through him. He said as little as might be against him, even when questioned afterwards by the council. After his interview with the Lord Deputy, Alan went to sup with Locke, Dean of Christ Church, and found there the Archbishop of Basnet, late Dean of St. Patrick's. When the servants had gone, the conversation turned upon Saint Leger, whom Brown attacked on the grounds already mentioned, saying that he was but a dissimilar in religion. He was in fact a thoroughly secular politician, wise and resolute, and willing to carry out orders from the government, but not pretending to like the plan of forcing an English-made religion upon the Irish, and administering it in practice as gently as possible. He was really in advance of his time, and had formed some notion of religious liberty. That he sympathized with the old creed there is not the smallest reason to suppose. They name me a papist, he said. I would to God I were to try it with them that so nameth me. And he was accused in Mary's reign of writing satirical verses against transubstantiation, which shows that his opinions were not supposed to be anti-Protestant. He would have had things stayed as they were under Henry VIII, the royal supremacy acknowledged, and doctrinal changes left to the action of time, persuasion, and increased enlightenment. But these ideas did not recommend themselves to the English council, which had now come under Warwick's influence. Neither the bishopric of Leitglen nor that of Ossory was granted to Saint Leger's chaplain, James Bicton, though his patron strenuously defended him against the charge of papal leanings, declaring that there was no more competent man in Ireland, nor one who had better set forth God's word. Bicton, who had been formerly chaplain to the Earl of Ormond, was of Irish birth, though educated at Oxford, and was at all events not one of the very ignorant priests whom Saint Leger cast up against his friend the primate. He became Dean of Ossory, and had a large chest of books at Kilkenny, besides a wine cask full at Bristol, for which he had paid £40, and he seems to have supported a poor Irish scholar at Oxford. It would be difficult to say anything so good of Travers, who was preferred before him at Lakeland. Travers owed his promotion to his cousin, the master of the ordnance, whose chaplain he had been, but he did no credit to his blood, scarcely anything being recorded of him but that he oppressed his clergy and made money out of his see. Whatever was the exact cause of Saint Leger's recall, it is likely that he was glad to escape from the thankless Irish service. Sir James Croft, his successor designate, was already in Ireland, and he handed him the reins without waiting for his patent. Croft was directed to put the seaports of Munster and Ulster into a defensible state, but the English government showed a bad example, for though Argyll was plotting in the north and McCarthy in the south, the artillery was sent over in charge of the clerk only. McCarthy was to be apprehended, if possible, and also George Paris, who was a common post between Ireland and France, sailing in French ships which were to be overhauled in search of him. When the 1,000 men who had been promised arrived at Cork, there was no money to pay them. Croft and his advisers begged and borrowed till both credit and provisions were well nigh exhausted in the barren wilds of West Cork. Soldiers, unpunctually paid, could not but be dangerous, and there was no sort of justice to be obtained in the country districts. If in England, said Crofts, using an apt illustration, the places of justice were appointed only at Dover, I think no man doubts but the people would soon grow out of order. A thorough reform in the official circle, head and members, was necessary before any great improvement could be expected in the people. Before leaving Cork, Croft did what he could to secure local justice by drawing up regulations for maintaining the peace of the district under Desmond's general superintendence, not greatly differing from those already supposed to be in force, but with a clause which shows how the Puritan spirit was working. The Earl and those joined in authority with him were to have a special care to set forth divine service according to the king's proceeding, and diligently to look for the punishment of harlots, for which purposes they may call for the bishops and ministers within their circuit, giving them warning of their duties to see them punished according to the orders taken in that behalf. McCarthy's Moore, who had submitted, was required with his clansmen to swear allegiance to Edward VI as king, and also as supreme head of the Church in England and Ireland, and clearly to renounce the Bishop of Rome and all his authority, and take his oath on the Bible to obey all laws, civil and ecclesiastical, set forth by the king and his successors. Archbishop Browne, having got rid of St. Leger, was loud in praise of his successor's activity, who was the first governor to visit Baltimore. Balagay Moore. Crofts proposed to the council that a colony of married Englishmen with their wives and families should be planted in this remote place, who, after serving as soldiers for a time, would be able to protect themselves as others had done at Calais. But the king blamed Croft for visiting Baltimore at all, since he had not the power to do anything out there. In August, the time for fortifying was already past, and there was a danger that Spanish fishermen might discover the Lord Deputy's intentions, and even find means to forestall them. The affairs of Ulster next engaged the attention of Croft. The Scots had lately made themselves supreme from the Giant's Causeway to Belfast, and it was determined to attack them there, and, if possible, to capture the island stronghold of Rathlin, whither the MacDonalds had transported all the cattle and horses taken by them in their late raid. A hosting was accordingly proclaimed for 31 days, and the army mustered at Carrickfergus. The roads being impassable for carts, everything had to be carried on pack horses or by sea. The Lord Deputy himself went by land through the country of several Irish chiefs, of whose intelligence Chancellor Cusack, who tells the story, formed a favourable opinion. Some of them joined the expedition. Meat was abundant throughout the 4 days' journey, at the rate of 10 shillings a beef and 16 pence a mutton, much less than the prices of the pale. Leaving the heavy baggage at Carrickfergus, Croft advanced to Glenarm, where he encamped. No Scots appeared, and but few cattle, but immense stores of corn were found. There lay at Ballycastle 4 small vessels which the English men of war had captured, and some of the prisoners from the Scots were brought before the Lord Deputy. The result of their examination was a resolution at once to attack Rathlin, where James MacDonald and his brethren were. It was found that the captured boats would only carry 200 men, and it was therefore resolved not to risk a landing unless some more of the Scots vessels could be taken, or unless the men in the island yielded to the fear of the cannon upon the English ships. Sir Ralph Benegall and Captain Cuff approached the island with about 100 men, but the galleys which they wished to seize were at once driven inshore, and a threatening crowd of Scots hung about the landing place and took no notice of the fire from the ships, which was probably too vague to endanger them much. The tide was ebbing, and the invaders seemed to run no great risk, but the race of Rathlin, even in the finest weather, is never quite calm, and a sudden reflux wave lifted Coff's boat high and dry on to the rocks. The men, about 25, were slain on the spot, the officers taken and held by James MacDonald as pledges for the return of the goods taken from him about Glenarm, and for the release of his brother Sorley Boy, who was a prisoner in Dublin. Croft was obliged to yield on both points, and the whole expedition ended in failure. The threat of complaining to the Scots government was not likely to weigh much with MacDonald, who was on good terms with the anti-English party. Most of the chiefs of Ulster, who feared the Scots more than they hated the English, paid their respects to Croft at Carrickfergus and were glad to submit their grievances to his arbitration. Tyrone O'Donnell, with his 2 rebellious sons, Calvic and Hugh Maguire, the Baron of Dungannon, MacQuillan O'Neill of Clandeboy, MacCartan, the Savages, McGuinness, and others had complaints to make, and the Lord Deputy patched up their differences for a time, most of them agreeing to pay some rent or tribute to the king for their lands, and not to employ Scotch mercenaries. Maguire was declared independent both of O'Neill and O'Donnell. The sheriffs were appointed both in Ards and Clandeboy, which, being part of the earldom of Ulster, had once had a feudal organization. A garrison was left in Carrickfergus, and a commission charged with abolishing the Irish laws. So is by God's grace, says the sanguine Cusack, that country since the time of the Earl of March was not so like to prosper and do well as now. A garrison was also left at Armagh under command of the Marshal Nicholas Bagwell, who was joined in commission with the Baron of Dungannon for the purpose of re-establishing order in Tyrone, which was utterly wasted through the dissensions of the Earl and his sons. There were not 10 ploughs in the whole country. Hundreds had died of hunger in the fields. The Baron's lands were better off, for he felt that he owed his position to King Henry's patent, and to please the English government he had caused wheat to be largely sown. Tyrone did his best to burn the Saxon crop, and the people declared that they would grow it no more, for that was the chief cause, as they said, that the Earl did destroy their corn for bringing new things to his country other than hath been used before. And what the Earl will promise now, within 2 hours after, he will not abide by the same. Most of this unstable chief's fighting men had gone over to his son Shane, who abused his powers dreadfully. Cusack thought the people would prefer to have the Baron over them, for that he is indifferent, sober, and discreet, and is a hearty gentleman of honest conversation and towardness, whose country was as well ordered as the Pale. Tyrone had no capacity for government, and was ruled by his wife, but he so far yielded to the deputy's persuasion as to accept a garrison for Armagh, and to go first to Drogheda, and then to Dublin. Having been once enticed into the Pale, Tyrone was detained there against his will. This was done by Cecil's advice, who agreed that with Cusack that Tyrone was quite useless in his own country, and quite unable to control Shane. Tyrone had, or might have had, a son by Alison Kelly, the wife of a smith in Dundalk. The mother brought her boy, Matthew, at the age of 16, to the chief, who acknowledged him as his own, and thus, according to the ancient Irish law, made him equal with his children of less doubtful origin. Shane, on the other hand, was the offspring of an undisputed marriage. Matthew was certainly acknowledged as an O'Neill when he was made Baron of Dungannon and heir to the earldom, but Shane explained the difficulty by saying that his father was a gentleman and never denied any son that was sworn on him, and that he had plenty of them. Whether there was any election to the chieftainship we do not know, but Shane was by the practical adhesion of the clansmen in a better position than most Irish tannists. Thus it strangely happened that Matthew, who was confessedly born in adultery, was heir to the feudal title, while Shane, who was certainly legitimate, claimed the reversion of the tribal sovereignty. The influence of the clergy had probably weakened or destroyed the old Irish principle that an adulterate bastard could be brought into the real father's lawful family by acknowledgment, nor could English law have been altogether without effect. But it is strange to see one in such a position as Matthew O'Neill or Kelly maintained by statesmen and lawyers against Shane and his brothers. Whether O'Neill or Kelly, the Baron of Dungannon, was a man of resolution and ability, he accompanied Bendigo on an expedition against Shane, which the Dean of Armagh, Terence Daniel, or O'Donnell tried to prevent by exaggerated accounts of the distance. The bridge over the Blackwater was broken down, and the castle of Dungannon were also dismantled. This became a regular practice in Irish warfare in order to prevent the English from placing permanent garrisons in strong places, and any disposition on their part to repair such a building as was generally frustrated by the length of time necessary, the difficulty of obtaining labor, and the want of provisions. When the danger was past, the chief would reoccupy his stronghold and soon made it serviceable for raising a revenue or resisting sudden attacks of neighboring tribes. Bagwell, with little resistance during his raid, Shane appeared on a hill with 18 horsemen and 60 kerne, and the Baron of Dungannon advanced against him with only 4 followers. And the king were where thou art, said Shane, he were mine. The Baron, nothing daunted, answered, I am here but the king's man, and thou shalt well know, and spurred his horse forward. Shane, who was never remarkable for dashing courage, retired into the wood, closely followed by his brother, who was prevented by the thick covert from using spear or sword, and who tried to close, but was caught by a branch at the critical moment, and nearly lost his own seat. Shane escaped on foot, leaving his horse and arms to the Baron, and afterwards came to Bendigo on parole when a truce was patched up. Emboldened by success, the Scots extended their operations to the south of Belfast, slew John White, landlord of Dufferin, and proposed to make a settlement on the western shores of Loch Strangford. Hugh MacNeill Oge, who held the district between that inlet and Belfast Loch, took their part, and the prior McGuinness and his kinsman, the Bishop of Dromore, were authorized to make large offers with a view of detaching him from his allies, but he refused to come to Bagwell. The Baron of Dungannon had some trifling success against the Scots, and another officer drove some of their cattle through Ards to Strangford, apparently crossing the ferry there and thence into the Pale. 1,000 cows were also taken from Hugh MacNeill Oge, but he promptly recouped himself from the herds of his neighbours on every side, so that the balance was soon again in his favour. The expedition was evidently a failure, and the 4 masters represented as a disastrous one, the English and their allies losing 200 men. The general directions to Croft for his conduct in ecclesiastical matters was much the same as those given to Saint Leger. Public worship in English was to be made general, and a translation to be made into Irish for use in such places as required it. He was sworn in on May 23, and on June 16 he wrote to Dowdall, who was at St. Mary's Abbey, inviting him to take part in a conference concerning the disputed points in religion. The Lord Deputy said much about what was due to Caesar, hinted that he should be sorry to see the primate removed from his great office, and entreated an answer by the hands of the Bishop of Meath, who, as chief of his suffragan, seemed the fittest intermediary. Dowdall answered truly that no discussion could bring about agreement between those who differed as to fundamentals, and excused himself from waiting on his lordship, as he had for some time withdrawn from public affairs. Mohammed decided to go to the mountain, and the discussion took place in the hall of St. Mary's Abbey, Croft being supported by 2 bishops, Staples of Meath, who conducted the case for the crown, and Lancaster of Kildare. The debate first turned on the new liturgy, Dowdall treating it as an innovation, and his opponent as the Mass purified from gross corruptions. The following is the most remarkable part of what was said. Dowdall, was not the Mass from the Apostles' days? How can it be proved that the Church of Rome has altered it? Staples, it is easily proved by our records of England, for Celestinus, Bishop of Rome, in the 4th century after Christ, gave the first introit of the Mass which the clergy were to use for preparation, even the Psalm Judica Mei, Deus, etc., Rome not owning the word Mass till then. D. Yes, long before that time, for there was a Mass called St. Ambrose's Mass. S. St. Ambrose was before Celestinus, but the two prayers which the Church of Rome had foisted and added unto St. Ambrose's works are not in his general works, which hath caused a wise and a learned man lately to write that these two prayers were forged, and not to be really St. Ambrose's. D. What writer dares write, or doth say so? S. Erasmus, a man who may well be compared to either of us, or the standers by. Nay, my lord, no disparagement, if I say so to yourself, for he was a wise and a judicious man, otherwise I would not have been so bold as to parallel your lordship with him. Lord Deputy, as for Erasmus's parts, would I were such another, for his parts may parallel him, a companion for a prince. D. Pray, my lord, do not hinder our discourse, for I have a question or two to ask Mr. Staples. L.D. By all means, revered father, proceed. D. Is Erasmus's writings more powerful than the precepts of the Mother Church? S. Not more than the Holy Catholic one, yet more than the Church of Rome, as that Church hath run into several errors since St. Ambrose's days. D. How hath the Church erred since St. Ambrose's days? Take heed lest you be not excommunicated. S. I have excommunicated myself already from thence. Opposite opinions were then given about the Virgin and her power to mediate, and the primate finally appealed to the consecration oath, which Staples had taken as well as he. The Bishop of Meath said he held it safer for his conscience to break it than to keep it, and he praised the oath of supremacy. And thus, without any approach to an understanding, but with many mutual expressions of courtesy and goodwill, the champions of Rome and of England measured swords and parted. A few days after this the primate disappeared, and it was understood that he had gone abroad like a traitor, as Brown said, who with indecent haste demanded that the old contest between Armagh and Dublin should be finally decided in his favour. Dowdall, he said, claimed by the Bishop of Rome's bulls, and I by the King's Majesty and his most noble progenitors, grants and gifts. He recounted the services of his predecessors in supporting the government of the Pale, and asked not only for the empty title and honours of Primate of all Ireland, but for all and every the spiritual profits, living and commodities belonging to Armagh. The king granted the chief place to Brown, who, in the Anglican succession, remained primate of all Ireland till deprived of by Queen Mary. Those who adhere to Rome, of course, ignore the interruption in Dowdall's primacy, but his withdrawal beyond seas was considered as a resignation by the English government. The sees of Armagh, Cashel, and Ossory being vacant, Croft recommended that they should be filled with peculiar care. The negligence of the bishops and other ministers allowed the old ceremonies to remain in many places. It was necessary to send over good, zealous men to fill up the bishopric as they fell vacant. If this could not be done, Croft begged that at least he might have a competent adviser in ecclesiastical matters to enable him to direct the bishops who were blind, obstinate, negligent, and very seldom learned. For Armagh it would be well to choose a divine with some property in England, who might act as a commissioner for deciding the daily quarrels arising in the north. For the bishopric of Ossory, Croft, Protestant as he was, ventured to recommend Leverus, Gerald of Kildare's old tutor, who had been pardoned for his offence in carrying him out of the realm. For learning, discretion, and decorous life, there was no one superior in Ireland, and Croft had heard him preach such a sermon as, in his simple opinion, he heard not many years. Personally unobjectionable, Leverus was known to be attached to the old doctrines, and Croft's advocacy failed, as he himself expected. The see of Ossory was conferred, after some delay, upon John Bale, a Carmelite friar, born in Suffolk and educated at Jesus College, Cambridge. The arguments of a layman, Lord Wentworth, according to his own account, enforced by the charms of a young lady, according to the account of his enemies, converted failed to the Reformation. He married a wife who was his companion in all his wanderings and vicissitudes, and became a professed Protestant. It was not in his nature to hide his light under a bushel. He preached openly against the Roman doctrine, and suffered imprisonment in consequence. Having been released through Cromwell's intercession, he spent 8 years in Germany. Returning to England on Edward's accession, he became Poynet's chaplain and obtained the living of Bishop Stoke. The king, happening to see and hear him at Southampton of his own accord, promoted him to Ossory. Bale was a multifarious writer, a man of learning and eloquence, and unquestionably sincere, but coarse and violent, with no respect whatever for the feelings of others, and remarkably unfit for the task of persuading an unwilling people to embrace the Reformation. End of chapter 17, part 1. Chapter 17, part 2 of Ireland under the Tudors, Volume 1, by Richard Bagwell. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. From the year 1551 to the death of Edward VI, though partially shorn of its glories, the see of Armagh, claiming as it did to be founded by the national apostle, was still of great importance. Pending an appointment in England, Croft proposed that Basnet, late Dean of St. Patrick's, should enjoy the first fruits of the vacant see, along with the revenues of his old deanery. The Lord Deputy was moved to this by the curious practical consideration that Basnet was experimented in the wars of the country, make it worth his while to live at Armagh, and he would be most useful to Bagwell and the Baron of Dungannon. But the young king, who had already opinions of his own, was scandalized at the idea, and shrunk from making bishops of any but ministers earnest in setting forth God's glory. He directed that deans and chapters should maintain divine service and preach the gospel in vacant sees, declaring that he minded the education of his people above all things. If the dignitaries proved negligent, the Lord Deputy might appoint occasional ministers to do the duty. Cranmer named 4 persons as fit for the Archbishopric of Armagh, but none of them were in haste to go to Ireland. Of these the king selected Richard Turner, a Staffordshire man, but vicar of Chatham in Kent. Cranmer described him as an earnest preacher, merry and witty withal, who wanted nothing, loved nothing, dreamed of nothing but Christ only. He had shown courage in the late Kentish insurrection, and that would be a useful quality in Ireland. He preached, says Cranmer, twice in the camp that was by Canterbury, for the which the rebels would have hanged him, and he seemed then more glad to go to hanging than he doth now to go to Armagh chain. He alleged so many excuses, but the chief is this, that he shall preach to the walls and stalls, for the people understand no English. I bear him in hand, yes, and yet I doubt whether they speak English in the diocese of Armagh chain. But if they do not, then I say that if he will take the pain to learn the Irish tongue, which with diligence he may do in a year or 2, then both his doctrine shall be more acceptable, not only unto his diocese, but also throughout all Ireland. But Turner would not go. Perhaps he estimated more correctly than Cranmer the difficulty of learning Irish, and his wit and liveliness would only enable him to forecast the misery of a man who should preach to unwilling congregations in halting and uncertain language. Cranmer's other 3 nominees also failed him, and he then recommended Hugh Goodacre, who was induced to accept the unenviable post. The Archbishopric of Cashel had not even the dignity of Armagh to make it attractive, and it remained vacant during the rest of Edward's reign. The king had a reasonable dislike to pluralities and resisted the union of Clonfert and Elphin in the hands of Clanrickarde's uncle Roland Burke. A good pastor, he said, cannot nourish 2 flocks at once, and it agreeth not with our religion. But he gave in when it was proved to him that the sees were small and poor, and that their union would be likely to further rather than to hinder religion. It would have been well if Edward or his advisers had paid as much attention to honesty in civil government. The attempt to give a forced course to bad coin had had its usual evil effects. The Irish currency had always been less pure than that of England, but practically little difficulty had occurred until the late changes. An English groat was worth 6 Irish, and everyone understood what he was doing. But now the country was flooded with base coin of uncertain value, and men bargained, as they do still, at Cairo for sterling money, foreign crowns, and livres tournois. Trade with England was necessarily conducted by means of a reputable currency, and the whole of the new Irish coinage, being only available for local use, felt the effects of inflation as well as of its own intrinsic baseness. There was great confusion in every trade, and all was attributed to the coin, which every one thought would be cried down, and therefore feared to have in possession. Being put to sale of all men, said Croft, and no man desirous to buy it, it must needs be good cheap. It was urged that coins, being only counters for exchange, they should be taken at the proclaimed price. But Croft rightly argued that gold and silver had been chosen on account of their fitness for the purpose, and also for their intrinsic value. The effect of laws against usury is to raise the rate of interest, and the effect of putting an artificial value on coin, in conjunction probably with other causes, was to raise necessaries to a famine price. Corn that had been worth 6 shillings 8 pence had risen to 40 shillings. Leather, iron, boots and shoes, wine and hops had all become dear. 6 herrings sold for a groat. Englishmen, and especially officials with fixed salaries, could not live in Ireland. The native Irishman was somewhat better off, for he careth only for his belly, and that not delicately. We that are stipendiaries, said the Lord Deputy, must live upon our stipends, and buy with our money, which no man esteemeth. The native lords used coin and livery, and did what they could to make their vassals keep all provisions in the country, so that the markets were unsupplied, and the government had scarcely any alternative but to practice like extortions. The inhabitants of Dublin, Waterford, Limerick, Cork, Drogheda, and Galway were consulted, and they all attributed the state of trade to the currency. A petition signed by the attorneys of those communities, by 7 peers, and by many others of high position, was sent to the king, and the petitioners prayed that the coin might be of the same weight, value, and fineness in both kingdoms. By the whole consent of the world, said the Lord Deputy and Council, gold and silver have gotten the estimation above all other metals, as meetest to make money and be conserved as a treasure, which estimation cannot be altered by a part or little corner of the world, though the estimation were had but on a fanciful opinion, where indeed it is grounded upon good reason, according to the gifts that nature hath wrought in those metals, whereby they be meetest to use for exchange and to be kept for a treasure. So as in that kind they have gotten the sovereignty, like as for other purposes other metals do excel, and so is everything good, as God said at the beginning, whereof followeth that the thing which we count naught cometh of the misuse. No laws or proclamation could prevent the value of money from depending on the quantity of bullion it contained, and without money exchanges could not be made. Men saw that an artificial scarceness was created, and blamed the government for not taking the obvious step of crying down the coin. Croft apologized for his importunity in pressing the currency question, observing that one string would put a harp out of tune, and that the tuner would naturally strike that the oftenest. The king's advisers did not deny the facts, but hesitated to make the necessary sacrifice. Next year, however, they found it absolutely necessary to act. 2 of the despised groats were proclaimed equivalent to 4d. English, and an immediate revival of trade was the result. The hope of making some profit out of Ireland to set against the cost of governing her had attracted the attention of Henry VIII's ministers to her mineral resources. Traces of lead, tin, copper, iron, and alum had been found, and Saint Leger hoped to turn them to account. In the last year of his reign, Henry authorized an advance of 1,000 marks sterling, and it was thought that the mines would soon be self-supporting. The only serious attempt made was at Clonmines, near Bannow in Wexford. Silver was found mixed with lead, and much expense was incurred. Germans were employed in the work under the direction of Joachim Gundelfinger, and a large mass of ore was raised. A smelting house was built at Ross, both wood and coal being used, and there were stores at Newtown, Barry, and Ballyhack. There was some jealousy of the foreigners, who received very high wages, and it was thought that Englishmen would be better and cheaper. The English surveyor reported that the strangers cost £260 a month and scarcely earned £40, and he proposed to dismiss them at least until the work of sinking deep shafts had been completed by less expensive labor. The Germans retorted that the surveyor himself was to blame, but there was sickness among the miners, and some of them died, and after some further trial the Germans were sent home and the work stopped. It was found that the king had lost nearly £6,000 in 2 years. The early part of the new year was disturbed by rumors of invasion. Wauchop had just died at Paris, but his spirit still animated Ulster, and help was confidently expected from Scotland. The French were trying to recruit in Ireland, and some of those who held the seaports might as well have been Frenchmen or Spaniards so far as the state was concerned. Old O'Connor, who had received messages and tokens from the ubiquitous George Paris, managed to escape from the Tower, was caught near the border and brought back. Walter Garrett, a soldier of Berwick, probably an Irishman, who had deserted and gone as far south as Newcastle, was taken trying to cross the Tweed or the Solway in a boat without oars. He confessed his knowledge of O'Connor's movements, and this roused suspicion as to the fidelity of the great frontier garrison. Leaks and Offaly were still unleashed. The forts cost 7,000 marks yearly without any return, and rising among the friends of the old chief might undo the little that had been done. The garrisons were most oppressive, taking £1 worth of wheat for 5 shillings and 4 pounds of beef for 12 shillings, and the people were ready to rebel on the mere chance of shaking them off. Tyrone and his countess were detained in Dublin, while Shane continued his fire-raisings in Ulster. The Earl complained bitterly of his own treatment of Bagwell's incursions and of Cusac's intrigues. The Marshal had taken 1,000 kine and 300 mares from him, and had billeted himself and his army at Armagh. O'Donnell had suffered from similar extortions. In Saint Leger's time, he said all had been quiet, and he sent a statement of his grievances to the late Lord Deputy, who very wisely sent it to Northumberland with the seals unbroken. Against the Chancellor, Tyrone could find no better accusation than that he had twice dissuaded him from sending hawks as presents to the king. Cusack maintained that Tyrone's arrest was justified by his negligent and savage behavior. If there were but one plough in the country, the candid barbarian had boasted, he would spend upon the same, with many other indecent words for a captain of a country to say. The ford at Athlone remained a memorial of Bellingham's military plans, and under its shelter Westmeath submitted to the government of a sheriff, but it cannot be said that the garrison kept Connaught quiet, either by force or example. They sacked Clonmacnoise and took away the bells from O'Rourke's tower, and left neither bell nor image, book, gem, nor window glass in the whole place. Lamentable was this deed, say the annalists. the plundering of the city of Ciaran, the holy saint, and by no means calculated to increase the popularity of the king's religion. Whether on account of this outrage or not, Croft found it necessary to visit Athlone himself and try to establish some order in Connaught. The dissensions of the young Earl of Clanricarde with his kinsman Ulick, who was loath to part with his authority, had laid the whole country waste. Cusack with a small force succeeded, after a few executions, in placing the Earl quietly and swearing the gentry of the district to obey him. Agriculture again flourished, and Cusack boasted that he had increased the ploughs in use from 40 to 200, and that both ploughs and cattle could be left safely in the open field. Clanricarde made use of his new power to seize Roscommon, about which O'Connor Row and O'Connell Don were disputing, and to hand it over to Cusack for the reception of a garrison. The warlike Chancellor brought O'Kelly to terms, and then succeeded in getting a promise from the chiefs that they would assemble a force of 1,500 men to support the Earl in chastising MacDermot of Moylurg, who had been plundering the O'Connors' cattle. Cusack thought there should be a president to govern Connaught in conjunction with Clanricarde and MacWilliam of Mayo, who was well disposed. Leaving Cusack in the west, the Lord Deputy went into Leinster and made successful arrangements for maintaining peace there. He gave a lamentable account of the state of the country. The Kavanaghs were indeed quiet, and the O'Byrnes supported soldiers without grumbling, but the poor in the towns were starving, and their cry sounded continually in his ears. They were too wretched even to state their own grievances, and this was done for them by the neighbouring gentry. Croft's regulations for the garrisons at Carlow and Leighlin show considerable forethought. The constables were prohibited from levying contributions themselves, but might obtain the necessary supplies from the country through 4 assessors, chosen by the freeholders for each garrison. No kern were to be quartered on the people, except 30 which William Keating covenanted to keep always ready for police purposes, and these were to be billeted as the assessors should appoint. Under the circumstances, the young Earl of Ormond's rents were not very well paid, but Croft managed to send him £400. The state of the currency was such that the Earl would lose 1/2 if it were paid in Ireland. Gerald of Kildare, who was now in England, was less fortunate, and the Lord Deputy declared that he could get nothing for him. At a masque given by the king, this adventurous young man, who was now 27 years old and very handsome, had met Mabel Brown, stepdaughter of the fair Geraldine. According to the family historian, she fell in love with him. They were married, and her father's influence procured the honour of knighthood for the returned exile, and a patent restoring his estate. He did not, however, come to Ireland till the next reign. Passing eastwards again, Cusack found that O'Farrell's peacefully paying rent and supporting soldiers, but O'Reilly, who had 7 warlike sons and 1,600 men, was less submissive. With 1,200 followers, he met the Chancellor, who had only 200, and agreed to give hostages for the restoration of spoils taken out of the Pale, and to pay a fine of £200. Cusack made it a rule to impose a fine, since the Brehon Code required restitution only, but as the fines were seldom paid, the chiefs made little real concession. O'Reilly refused to go to Dublin, lest he should be imprisoned like Tyrone, but admitted that the chief deserved his bonds if he had behaved as Cusack reported, and that he should deserve them also in like case. The MacMahons and the O'Hanlons were found equally well disposed, and the McGinnises kept house like an English gentleman, and exercised the office of Sheriff of Down. From this point the Scots' handiwork began to be visible. John White, the farmer of Dufferin, had been murdered by them, and the murderers kept possession of the district. The fertile lands of Licow seemed to invite settlers, but the neighbouring region of Ards warned them off, being laid waste by the invasions of the islanders. Hugh MacNeill Boy, the chief of Clan de Boy, had agreed to meet Cusack, but hearing of the landing of some 6 or 7 score Scots archers, he broke his appointment. Through his frequent conflicts with Bagwell, there was scarcely anything left in the country worth destroying, and the Chancellor was fain to leave a small party of soldiers behind him and to await the action of the council in Dublin. Permanent garrisons at Belfast and Castlereagh were the means he proposed for bridling this part of the north. The O'Cahans and MacQuillans in northern Antrim were willing to obey the Baron of Dungannon, but were coerced by the Scots, who disposed their force as they pleased. Cusack had a fruitless interview with the formidable Shane O'Neill, and Shane went straight from the meeting to burn his father's house at Dungannon, which was only 4 miles off. Led by the light, Cusack's horsemen were able to save the building, and he afterwards succeeded in capturing 700 of Shane's kind and many horses. The Baron of Dungannon took charge of the castle, and 300 gallows were quartered on the county. But Cusack saw plainly that nothing permanent could be done without a resident governor. The Chancellor was somewhat more successful with O'Donnell and his rebellious son Calvach, both of whom came to Dublin and bound themselves to keep the peace. Soon after this the Lord Deputy made another attempt to punish the Scots for the Rathlin disaster, and Hugh O'Neill for supporting them. O'Neill attacked the advanced guard at Belfast, then an old castle standing on a ford, and killed Savage of Ards with 50 others. The main body crossed the Lagan safely and proceeded to fortify the old stronghold. Meanwhile the Baron of Dungannon had brought up his forces, but incautiously encamped in the open field before effecting a junction with Croft. There he was set upon by the sleepless Shane, and utterly routed, so that the whole expedition ended in failure. Sir William Brabazon, the vice-treasurer who had served so long and so well in Ireland, died on the march. His body was buried in Christchurch, Dublin, but his heart, according to the annalists, was sent to the king in token of his loyalty and truth towards him. Tyrone complained to the king of his continued detention. His country, he said, suffered by his absence, and he offered either to plead his own cause in England or to submit unreservedly to commissioners sent from thence. Danger was still feared from Scotland, but the English party there procured the arrest of George Paris on the information of one of O'Connor's sons. On the whole, it was thought better to release Tyrone, his countess and her son remaining as pledges for him, and Shane's brother for that troublesome person. The Earl bound himself in £6,000 to keep the peace towards the king's adherents, the Baron of Dungannon, Calvic O'Donnell, Maguire, and Turlock Lee in each O'Neill. The Corporation of Waterford praised Desmond for visiting remote parts of his district and training the wild people, a task for which few, if any, of his ancestors had shown any taste. Cusack wrote in the same strain, and advised that Dungarvan should be taken from the Butlers and restored to him. The Chancellor's pet idea was to have a president at Limerick, less as a governor than as a general referee in all disputes, and he believed that by such peaceful means permanent civilization might be cheaply attained. At this time the king granted leave of absence to Croft, whom he apparently intended to send back, but the O'Connors became uneasy, and Sir Henry Knollys was sent to stop the Lord Deputy. The clouds blew over, and Croft was able to go before the end of the year, leaving the government to Cusack and Chief Justice Aylmer. Tyrone was released a few days later, and followed Croft to London, and Hugh O'Neill submitted, apologizing for the past and making promises for the future. The latter chief received certain monastic lands rent-free, especially stipulating for the friary at Carrickfergus, where his ancestors were buried. Belfast Castle was restored to him. The government had, in fact, been unable to chastise him and put the best face they could upon matters. It can hardly be doubted that the 3 secular priests whom Hugh intended to maintain at a family burying-place were not likely to advance the king's views in religion. Sir James Croft bears a fair character among Irish governors. He did nothing very striking, nor did he contribute much towards a final pacification, but he was considered a just man, and he made no personal enemies. He was at least no bigot, for he received warm praise from Archbishop Browne, though he did not hesitate to recommend Levers for a bishopric. It was, however, decided that Saint Leger should return to Ireland in his stead. Sir Anthony's government had been cheap and not ineffectual. During the last 5 years of Henry's reign there had been a small annual surplus, but since his death there had been a constantly growing deficit, which could only be met by increasing the taxation of the obedient shires, by employing Irish soldiers almost exclusively, and by maintaining such troops as were necessary at free quarters upon the country. Miserable expedients certainly, but the English government could devise nothing better, and they were determined to keep down the expenses. It was resolved not to increase the existing force of 2,024, and to make no attempt at a thorough conquest. The arrangement with Tyrone was dishonourable, but it was to be adhered to, lest a breach of faith should lead to war and consequent expenditure. The king's death prevented a full return to his father's policy, and those who had lately governed in his name immediately lost all influence. Goodacre was consecrated to Armagh and Bale to Ossory on the same day by Brown Lancaster of Kildare and Eugene Magennis of Down. Where Bale was there was sure to be controversy, and a fierce one arose about the ritual proper to the occasion. The archbishop would have postponed the ceremony, and Bale, who frequently denounces him as an epicure, declares that his object was to take up the proxies of any bishopric to his own gluttonous use. Lockwood, Dean of Christ Church, was supreme in his own cathedral, and his timidity led him to wish for the pontifical order. Bale accordingly stigmatizes him as an ass-headed dean, a blockhead who cared only for his kitchen and his belly. But Lockwood had the law on his side, for King Edward's first book only had been proclaimed in Ireland, and it contained no form for consecration. Brown and Cusack also wished to stand on the old way. Goodacre was for the form contained in the second book, and now used in England, but he was willing to waive his own opinion. Bale, however, positively refused to be consecrated according to the old usage, boldly maintaining that one king makes one law, and that Ireland must necessarily follow England. His vehemence carried the day, and the consecrations took place according to the new Anglican use. The communion service followed, and Bale rejected the consecrated wafer, successfully arguing that common bread should be used. He afterwards preached 12 strong Protestant sermons in Dublin, insisting particularly on the marriage of priests, and he flattered himself that he had established the people in the doctrines of repentance and necessary belief in the gospel. Goodacre seems never to have seen his cathedral, to which access was barred by Shane O'Neill. Bale says he was a man of remarkable sincerity and integrity, and a zealous and eloquent preacher. He also informs us that he was poisoned by the procurement of certain priests and of his diocese for preaching God's verity and rebuking common vices. This contemporary statement has been doubted on account of Bale's prejudices, but it is repeated by Burnet on the authority of Goodacre's fourth lineal descendant. Burnet's informant received the story from his grandfather, who was Goodacre's grandson. According to this tradition, the actual murder was a monk who pledged Goodacre in poisoned wine and died himself of the effects. Bale says he was himself warned by letter to beware of the archbishop's fate. Whether the joint authority of Ossory and Sarum is to be rejected or not will much depend upon the reader's opinion of two learned and in some respects not dissimilar divines. Bale soon proceeded to Kilkenny. On his journey from Waterford to Dublin, he had already passed through part of his diocese, and had been much scandalized by what he saw and heard. The parish priest of Knocktofer boasted that he was a son of William, late prior of the Carmelites there, not the legitimate son, as he was careful to point out. The marriage of a friar would have been a heinous offence, but an irregular connection was venial, and it was thought honourable to be the offspring of a spiritual man, whether bishop, abbot, monk, friar, or secular priest. Bale, who had himself been a Carmelite, and who had married a wife, rebuked this candid ecclesiastic, and resolved to set himself as bishop to the work of reform. He admits that he had no success, and none could be expected where public opinion sanctioned the pleasant vices of the clergy. Far more questionable was Bale's zeal against images, the destruction of which will never make men Protestants. His opinions were hopelessly at variance with those in vogue in Ireland, as may be judged from the following autobiographical passage. Many abominable idolatries maintained by the Epicurus priests for the wicked belly's sake. The communion or supper of the Lord was there altogether used like a popish mass, with the old apish toys of Antichrist in bowings and beckings, dealings and knockings. The Lord's death, after St. Paul's doctrine, neither preached nor yet spoken of. There rawled they over the dead with prodigious howlings and patterings, as though their souls had not been quieted in Christ and redeemed by his passion, but that they must come after and help at a pinch with requiem aeternam to deliver them out of hell by their sorrowful sorceries. When I had beholden these heathenish behaviours, I said unto a senator of that city that I well perceived that Christ had there no bishop, neither yet the King's Majesty of England any faithful officer of the mayor, in suffering so horrible blasphemies. This was at Waterford. At Kilkenny things were no better, and on his arrival Bale proceeded to show his zeal for reform. All the statues of saints were turned out of St. Canice's Cathedral, but the bishop had the good taste to preserve the fine painted windows erected in the 14th century by his high-handed predecessor Ladred. The less artistic Cromwellians afterwards destroyed what Bale had spared, and some fragments were dug up in 1846. Bale had some supporters, chiefly laymen. The clergy, whose moral failings he had lashed so mercilessly, were not convinced by hearing the host called a white god of their own making, nor easily persuaded that the lucrative practice of saying masses for the dead was useless, nor inclined to admit a liturgy which condemned all that they most valued. The deanery was in the hands of Bishop Lancaster, who could give no help, and among the prebendaries there was either obstructive apathy or violent opposition to change. Bale was certainly wrong in trying to impose King Edward's second book without legal warrant, but he had gained his point with Browne, and disdained to yield to the inferior clergy. The latter pleaded that they had no books, and quoted the Archbishop against their own diocesan, who says he was always slack in things appertaining to God's glory. Bale's sincerity is unquestionable, but he had set himself an impossible task, and his violence made him enemies who showed no quarter when their turn came. The most patient of men might have done nothing in such a position, but his reputation would have been better had he shown some Christian moderation. Badell afterwards fell into the hands of his opponents, but his imprisonment was relieved by expressions of sympathy and admiration from the most unlikely quarters, and he must have felt that he had not worked in vain. Bale could have no such consolation. On the first rumour of Edward's death, it became evident that the Bishop of Ossory's authority was at an end. Oddly enough, the priests hastened amid general rejoicing to proclaim Queen Jane. They were eager for change, and probably knew little of the fair saint whose innocent life was sacrificed to the ambition of others. Justice Houth, who had been Bale's strongest opponent, censured him for not being present at the ceremony. For indeed, says the bishop, I much doubted that matter, in order, he adds, to cause the wild people to bear the more hate to our nation. The priest also propagated a report that the young Earl of Ormond and Barnaby Fitzpatrick had been slain in London. The forts were attacked and many Englishmen killed. Mrs. Matthew King, the clerk of the Check's wife, was robbed to her very petticoat on the highway by the Fitzpatricks and Butlers. But rumour and uncertainty were soon at an end, and the priests and people of Kilkenny learned that Catherine of Aragon's daughter was Queen of England. End of Chapter 17, Part 2. Chapter 18, Part 1 of Ireland Under the Tudors, Volume 1, by Richard Bagwell. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Reign of Mary. Lawyers and casuists might dispute about the succession. Logically, Mary and Elizabeth could not both be legitimate, but the people of England swept these cobwebs away. Catherine had for 22 years borne the title of Queen, and in that great place she was not known to have done anything worthy of blame, but much deserving the highest praise. And then there was the will of Henry VIII. Its execution had perhaps been informal, but the people cared nothing for that. It was his will, and he had been authorized by Parliament to make it. The sick-room fancies of a boy of 16 were not to be allowed to alter such a settlement. The struggle for the crown was short, and was little felt at the distance at which Ireland then was, though the Dudley party took care that Queen Jane's accession should be officially known there. On the 13th day after her brother's death, Mary was proclaimed by the Council in London. On the 14th, the baffled Northumberland renewed the proclamation at Cambridge. On the 15th, the grand conspirator himself was arrested. On the very day of the Cambridge proclamation, the Privy Council wrote to Aylmer, the acting Lord Justice, cancelling the former communication and directing that Mary should be proclaimed Queen of England, France, and Ireland, defender of the faith, and on earth supreme head of the churches of England and Ireland. Besides 12 privy councillors, 6 individuals connected with Ireland who happened to be in England signed these letters: Cusack, the Chancellor, Lord Gormaston, Staples, Bishop of Meath, Thomas Luttrell, Chief Justice of the Common Pleas, James Bath, Chief Baron, and the veteran John Allen. The object probably was to show the men in Dublin that this time at least there was no mistake as to which queen they were to obey. Cusack, Aylmer, Luttrell, and Bath were confirmed in their offices with increased emoluments, and no immediate change was made in the general management of Irish affairs. Some disturbances amongst the O'Connors were easily put down, and the citizens of Dublin repulsed a raid of the O'Neills near Dundalk. In the meantime, Northumberland had expiated his crimes on the scaffold. Gardiner, Bonner, Tunstall, and others had been restored, and Cranmer, Latimer, and Hooper imprisoned, and there was time to think of the affairs of Ireland. In October, soon after the coronation, St. Leger was appointed Lord Deputy in fulfilment of the late King's intention. He landed at Dalkey on November 11, and on the 19th took the oath and received the sword in Christ Church. St. Leger's instructions show the policy which Mary had adopted. As regards temporal affairs, it did not greatly differ from that of her father. The Scots in Ulster were not to be molested unless they gave fresh trouble. The army was to be reduced to 500 regular soldiers, of which not more than 10% were to be Irishmen. Extraordinary garrisons were to be discharged at the next general payday, and if possible induced to go back to England without raising riots. The Lord Deputy might employ kern and gallows where necessary, and the usual private bands were to be continued, but coin and livery were to be eschewed as much as possible. St. Leger found it impossible to carry out the reduction of the army lower than 1,100 men, besides kern. The question as to the desirability of a presidency for Munster was to be carefully considered in all its bearings. Leix and Offaly being in great measure waste, the Lord Deputy was to grant lands in fee simple at a small quit rent either to Englishmen or Irishmen, binding them to erect and maintain farm buildings and to till a certain portion of land. By this means it was hoped that these unfortunate districts would soon be made like the English Pale. Leases for 21 years were to be given to crown tenants, generally including holders of monastic lands. Goodacre had just died, so that there was no difficulty about Armagh, to which, as well as to the primacy of all Ireland, Dowdall was immediately restored, with the additional grant of the Priory of Ards, rent-free for life. The Mass and the rest of the old religion was to be restored as nearly as possible. But Mary, though zealous for orthodoxy, had no intention of yielding the rights of the crown to the Pope, and this was no doubt well understood. One of Saint Leger's earliest duties was to go to Drogheda and place the government of Eastern Ulster in the hands of Eugene Magennis, who especially covenanted not to admit any provisor from Rome. An Irish-born priest named O'Connor McCarthy asked Mary for a letter of license to go to Rome, there to obtain certain benefices from the Pope, fearing lest some should be in the Queen's gift, and also considering the statute of premanure. Nor was the fear an idle one, for when Tyrone afterwards obtained a papal bull for the appointment of his chaplain to the restored priory of Down, the Queen sharply reminded him that she intended to maintain the prerogative in that behalf which she had received from her progenitors. McCarthy was not the only Irish ecclesiastic of the reign who thought it necessary to petition for relief from the consequences of the dreaded statute. In some places the old religion was restored without waiting for any formal order. As soon as Edward's death was known, Justice Howth and Lord Mountgarrett, the Earl of Ormond's uncle, went to Kilkenny and desired to have the sacrament celebrated in honour of St. Anne. The priest said the bishop had forbidden celebration on weekdays, as indeed I had, says Bale, for the abominable idolatry that I had seen therein. The learned judge, who seems to have had no commission, then discharged the clergy from obedience to their bishop and commanded them to proceed in the old way. On August 20, Mary was proclaimed at Kilkenny with much solemnity. Bale strongly objected to wear cope or mitre, or to have the crozier borne before him, not from any opposition to the Queen's title, but from dislike to vain ceremonies. Taking a New Testament in his hand, he went to the market cross, followed by a great crowd, to whom he preached from the 13th chapter of Romans on the reverence due to magistrates. But the clergy of the cathedral, who had no sympathy with the bishop's doctrines, provided two disguised priests to carry mitre and crozier before him against his will. The people were amused, instructed, or scandalized, as the case might be, by the representation of a tragedy concerning God's promises in the old law, and by a comedy of St. John the Baptist. The baptism and temptation of Christ were brought upon the stage, and the young men of the town acted both at the morning and evening performance. Both dramas were written by Bale himself, and in a literary point of view they are far from contemptible. They mark the transition between the mystery plays of the Middle Ages and the compositions of Shakespeare's immediate precursors. Personified abstractions as well as historical characters appear on the stage, nor did Bale shrink from a representation which seems impossible to us, for he boldly introduces the first person in the Trinity. The name of Pater qui Lestis, justification by faith, is the great doctrine inculcated, and where the author speaks in person, he loses no opportunity of attacking the Church of Rome. In an epilogue, he exhorts the people to hear neither Francis, Benedict, nor Bruno, Albert, nor Dominic, for they new rules invent, believe neither pope nor priest of his consent, follow Christ's gospel, etc. In another play on the instructive story of King John, England, Vidua says, such lubbers as have disguised heads in their hoods, which in idleness do live by other men's goods, monks, canons, and nuns. In his other works, Bale throughout shows the same spirit. Thus he calls the very questionable hero, Sir John Oldcastle, a blessed martyr, not canonized by the Pope, but in the precious blood of his Lord Jesus Christ. St. Paul is the great object of Bale's admiration, and he seems to have thought that he was like him. The points of resemblance are similar to those which Captain Fleulen discovered between himself and Alexander the Great. Thus Paul was tossed up and down between Candia and Melita, Bale between Milford and Waterford. There was a river in Monmouth and a river in Macedon, and there were salmon in both. Sir Richard Howth, treasurer of St. Canice's, and his friend Sir James Joyce were among Bale's most energetic opponents. To annoy him, they suggested solemn exequies and prayers for the soul of Edward VI. The bishop argued that it would be better to wait for orders from Dublin. The ceremony had already once been postponed to see the Devil Dance at Thomastown, a Sunday amusement which the mob perhaps preferred to the bishop's plays. Bale found another enemy in one whom he calls Bishop of Galway, and who was probably John Moore, Bishop of Enagdoon, the ancient diocese in which Galway stands. This Moore was commissioned, along with other prelates not acknowledged in the Roman succession, to consecrate Patrick Walsh, Bishop of Waterford. He was no credit to the Reformation, for Bale represents him as spending his nights in drinking and his days in confirming children at twopence a head. A gallows brought a dog in a sheet with twopence hanging round his neck to be confirmed with his neighbours' children. In this, says Bale, noting this beastly bishop more fit to confirm dogs than Christian men's children. The soldier may have regarded him as a schismatic, but it is not easy to understand how such a man can have attained episcopal orders. 10 days after the proclamation of Mary, there was a general revolt against Bale, incited by Howth, whose position in legal circles gave him ample means of knowing how the wind blew at court, but who was rather horrified at the length to which the clergy and their adherents went. In Bale's absence, they rang the bell of St. Canice's and of all the other churches, flinging their caps to the battlements of the cathedral with shouts of laughter, but doing no actual violence. A little later, the mob was not so good-humoured. The Fitzpatrick and Butler Kern, and especially the furious family of Mountgarret, annoyed Bale in many ways. Barnaby Bolger, an enterprising tradesman who had formerly aroused great indignation by forestalling Kilkenny market, and whose young daughter was married to Graceless, an adherent of the Fitzpatricks, headed a tumultuous attack on the bishop's house outside the town. He and his friend Mr. Cooper, the parson of Callan, were robbed of all their horses and thus deprived of the means of escape. 5 of Bales's servants, one of them a girl of 16, were caught haymaking and all murdered. He managed to close the portcullis and defend himself until rescued by Robert Shee, the sovereign of Kilkenny, a man sober, wise, and godly, which is a rare thing in this land. She, who could command the services of 100 horse and 300 foot, sent Bale by night to Dublin, and no doubt he thought of St. Paul's journey under somewhat similar circumstances. But there was no safety in the Irish capital, and the bishop escaped by sea in a sailor's dress. He was captured at St. Ives and brought before the justices, but was released when nothing was found to connect him with Wyatt's or any other plot. He was again captured by pirates and had to pay a ransom, but ultimately succeeded in reaching Holland. For 5 years he lived at Basel, where he continued to write with an acrimony which had not been lessened by his recent troubles. When Elizabeth became queen, Bale made no attempt to regain his bishopric. At 63 he was disinclined to face the Kilkenny people again, or perhaps he had learned that he was unfit to govern men. He became a prebendary of Canterbury and devoted his remaining years to literature. His hurried flight from Ireland had forced him to leave books and manuscripts behind, and the Queen ordered them to be sent over to him. He had, as she said, been studious in the search of the history and antiquities of this our realm, and might probably do something for their illustration. Whether Bale ever got back his library or not, he was certainly not silenced for want of materials, for the extent and variety of his learning were considered most remarkable. The abortive insurrection of Wyatt had the usual effect of setting Mary more firmly on the throne, and at the same time of exasperating her against some whom she might have been willing to spare. Sir James Croft, the late Lord Deputy, was arrested before he had time to raise his tenants in Hertfordshire. He was convicted, but afterwards pardoned. Sir Peter Carew, who afterwards played an important part in Irish affairs, was also accused of complicity and thought it prudent to go abroad, where his companion was no less a personage than Sir John Cheek. Venturing to Brussels, where Paget was ambassador, they were led to suppose that there was no danger, but that crafty diplomatists had them kidnapped near Antwerp and carried to England in a fishing boat. Their captors were the Flemish and Spanish officials, and Philip while expressing becoming indignation at the breach of hospitality, took care not to hear of it until the prisoners were safe beyond the seas. The passage can hardly have been pleasant, for they were blindfolded and chained one at each end of the boat. Poor Sir John Cheek, who afterwards showed his unfitness for the crown of martyrdom, and who perhaps saw a vision of the stake, did not conceal his misery. Although very well learned, but not acquainted with the cross of troubles, he was still in great despair, great anguish and heaviness, and would not be comforted, so great was his sorrow. But Sir Peter Carew, whose heart could not be broken, nor mind overthrown with any adversities, and yielding to no such matter, comforted the other, and encouraged him to be of good stomach, persuading him, as though he had been a divine, to patience and good contentation. The man of action is not seldom the case, showed that he had more philosophy than the philosopher. Sir Peter, whose guilt, if he was guilty, was much less clear than that of Croft, was pardoned by the Queen, and afterwards served her well at St. Quentin. Sir John Cheek lived to undergo a worse humiliation than that of Cranmer, to be made an instrument in the persecution of those with whom he secretly agreed, to suffer in the few months which his pusillanimity had gained him 1,000 martyrdoms of grief and shame, and then to die heartbroken and dishonoured. Sir Nicholas Arnold, afterwards employed by Elizabeth in Ireland, was another of the conspirators. Lady Jane, the innocent victim of so many intrigues, laid her beautiful neck upon the block, and 50 Kentishmen suffered death for their zeal to the Reformation or their hatred of Spanish influence. Gerald of Kildare and the young Earl of Ormond both served with distinction against Wyatt, and the Orthodox Queen rewarded both with goodly grants of abbey lands. Ormond had been captain of one of the bands of whitecoats sent by the city into Kent, where many of his men deserted to the insurgents. The insurrection being at an end, the Queen lost no time in forcing Brown to surrender his patent of precedence and restoring Dowdall to the primacy, and a commission was issued to him and to Doctors Walsh and Leverous for re-establishing the old religion and punishing those who had violated the law of clerical celibacy. Brown, who had a wife, was accordingly deprived, and pending the appointment of a successor, the temporalities of this see handed over to Lockwood, the pliant dean of Christ Church. Staples of Meath, who was likewise married and was besides personally obnoxious to Dowdall, was also deprived in favour of one of the commissioners who sentenced him, the learned William Walsh, formerly a Cistercian monk of Bective Abbey. Curiously enough, Walsh, who was appointed by Pole in virtue of his legatine authority, did not receive a papal provision till 1564, some time after Elizabeth had expelled him from his see. The same treatment for the same offence was inflicted on Lancaster, Bishop of Kildare, who was succeeded by Leverous, already Bishop of Lakeland, by papal provision. A fourth married bishop was Travers of Lakeland, who was succeeded by Thomas O'Fihel or Field, an Augustinian friar. A fifth, Casey of Limerick, had to make way for his aged predecessor Quinn. On Bale, who had left the field clear, no legal sentence of deprivation was passed, but his successor John Thonery was already appointed. Thonery has an evil name for having corruptly wasted the property of his see, and is said to have died of grief at the loss of some of his ill-gotten gains. Of the deprived prelates, Lancaster lived to be Archbishop of Armagh, and Casey, who had survived 2 successors and saw another expelled, regained his see in 1571. Brown, Travers, and Lancaster are supposed to have died before the accession of Elizabeth, and Staples soon after it. This year was memorable for the return of Gerald of Kildare, whose titles and estates were restored to him. The attainder, however, was not renewed till 1569. O'Brien O'Connor was released from the Tower and allowed to revisit Offaly, an indulgence which he owed to the exertions of his daughter, Margaret, who was Kildare's aunt, and who relied upon the number of her connections at court, as well as her own knowledge of the English language. Barnaby Fitzpatrick, Lord of Upper Ossory, King Edward's bosom friend, returned about the same time, and so did a far more important personage, the young Earl of Ormond. There was great rejoicing, say the Four Masters, throughout the greater part of Leith Moga, because of their arrival, for it was thought that not one of the descendants of the Earls of Kildare or of the O'Connors fairly would ever come to Ireland. While the obedient shires were busy with the restoration of the ancient religion, the native Irish made war among themselves, with but little interference from the government. Donogh O'Brien, the second Earl of North Ormond, and a firm friend of the crown, was killed in April 1553 by his brother Donald, leaving the earldom to Connor, his eldest son, by Lady Helen Butler, who survived him. Donald, however, assumed the title of O'Brien, and the clansmen were divided between the representatives of the old and new order. Donald petitioned that, having been nominated according to the ancient custom, he might be acknowledged as chief. St. Leger was unable to grant this, but offered to write to the Queen in his favour. In the meantime, other controversies were submitted to the arbitration of O'Carroll O'Moryan and MacBrien Ara on the part of Donald, and of the barons of Montgarret, Cahir, and Dunboyne, all butlers, on the part of the Earl. The umpires, in case of disagreement, were the Lord Deputy, the Lord Chancellor, and the Earl of Desmond. It is very hard to make out the exact sequence of events, but either just before or just after this negotiation, Donald attacked one of his nephew's castles and was driven off by the arrival of the Earl of Ormond. He then turned his attention to the plunder of Clanricarde. The Baron of Delvin continued to ravage MacLaughlin's country, and one of the Nugents, who was foster brother of Kildare, being killed, the newly restored Earl, who lost no time in showing that he meant to keep up the family traditions, exacted 340 cows as an eric. The O'Carrolls in the south, the McSweeneys in the north, killed each other in the old fashion. Shane O'Neill persuaded the Earl of Kildare and the Baron of Delvin to take his part in a quarrel with one sept of his name, and old Tyrone was defeated by another sept, supported by the Macdonalds, who were also intriguing with Calvach O'Donnell. We have seen that the Queen had no intention of yielding any part of the dignity which had belonged to her predecessors. Notwithstanding the papal pretension to suzerainty, she had, as a matter of course, assumed the royal title created by her father in Ireland. The Holy See found it necessary to respect accomplished facts, and had not Julius III abandoned all claims to the monastic lands, Pole would never have been allowed into England. Paul IV's pretensions were boundless, but he could not afford to quarrel about a mere trifle both with England and Spain. He considered it a great glory for his pontificate that its opening should be signalized by the arrival of an English ambassador. Whether he wished it or not, Philip and Mary were and would remain King and Queen of Ireland. He therefore ignored all that Henry had done, and as if his own mere notion erected Ireland into a kingdom. The world might perhaps suppose that Mary took it from his hand, and not in right of blood. The popes, says the sarcastic Venetian, have often given that which they could not take from the possessors, and to avoid contention some have received their own goods and as gifts, and some have dissembled the knowledge of the gift or of the pretense of the giver. But in Ireland, where distance cast a halo of enchantment over papal politics, and where Franciscans and Jesuits swayed the popular mind, the bull which announced the gracious gift was taken by many for what it pretended to be, and not for what it really was. Mary gave evidence of her desire to restore the splendor of religion by re-establishing St. Patrick as a cathedral. Levers was the first dean of the new foundation, and was allowed to hold the preferment along with the see of Kildare. The man selected to undo Brown's work was Hugh Curwen, Dean of Hereford, a native of Westmoreland, and one of the Queen's chaplains. He had become known as a preacher in favour of Henry's marriage with Anne Boleyn in opposition to the Franciscan Pito. The deanery of Hereford had been his reward. Pito, on the other hand, had become the Queen's confessor, and was the chosen instrument of Paul IV when that pope, in a fit of anger, appointed a legate to supersede Pole. Mary so valued the royal authority that she resented the irregular honour intended for her confessor, though he had been the champion of her own legitimacy, stopped the Red Hat at the gates of Calais, and never allowed Pito any benefit from the Pope's irritability. On the whole, Anne's advocate fared better than Catherine's Curwen, whose first article of belief enjoined submission to principalities and powers, no doubt knew how to turn the Queen's love of power, as he had done her father's, to his own advantage. He was treated with exceptional favour and gained practical control of the temporalities even before his consecration, which was performed in London by Bonner, Thirlby, and Griffin. Immediately afterwards he received the Great Seal of Ireland. Curwen had the pall from Rome, and in the papal record of his appointment Philip and Mary are said to have supplicated for it, Browne being ignored and Curwen made successor to Allen. But the king and queen only acknowledged that Curwen was preferred on their recommendation, and he had to renounce on oath all things prejudicial to the crown, whether contained in the papal bull or not. Curwen held a provincial synod soon after his arrival in Ireland, at which the principal business was the restoration of the ancient rites. Ulster was in a state of more than usual confusion. Manus O'Donnell, who had been constantly at war with his father, was opposed by son Calvach, who had the help of the Scots. They addressed him as illustrious lord, and he went over to Scotland to claim the proffered aid. Returning with a large force and with a piece of ordnance which the annalists inexplicably called a crooked gun, he entered Lough Swilly, took his father prisoner, and battered Green Castle and another fortress on Lough Foyle. Calvach thenceforth assumed the practical control of his clan. The Scots slew Hugh MacNeill Oge, and Sir Leger divided his territory between Phelim O'Neill and the sons of Phelim Bacach. The hardy interlopers had even designs on Carrickfergus, which St. Leger says were frustrated by the help of God and Mr. Parker, but in a campaign of 6 weeks the Lord Deputy could gain no real advantage. As in the case of most Irish governors, these detractors, among whom Sir William Fitzwilliam was conspicuous, were busy at court. They accused him, among other things, of falsifying estimates in favour of Andrew Wise, the late vice-treasurer, whose accounts had been found unsatisfactory. "I'm now in case," he said, "as the poets fame. I have meat to the slur lip and drink to the nether lip, and can reach neither of them." His position made it impossible for him to economize, and no money came to pay his hungry retinue. A friendly chronicler has remarked that St. Leger, like all other Irish governors, was hated chiefly for his good deeds, like a good apple tree, which the more fruit it bears, the more stones are thrown at it. The Lord Deputy's entreaties for release were heard at last, and the government was conferred on Sir Thomas Ratcliffe, Lord Fitzwalter, afterwards created Earl of Sussex, who, but for his Irish service, would bear one of the fairest characters in our history. Mary rejoiced that the true Catholic faith had by God's great goodness and special grace been recovered in England and Ireland, and she directed her representative to set forth the honour and dignity of the Pope's holiness and see Apostolic of Rome, and from time to time to be ready with our aid and secular force, at the request of all spiritual ministers and ordinaries, there to punish and repress all heretics and lollards and their damnable sects, opinions, and errors. Cardinal Pole, she added, was about to send over a legatine, a commission to visit the Irish Church, and official assistance was to be given in all and everything belonging to the function and office of legatine, for the advancement of God's glory and the honour of the see apostolic. The new governor was reminded that he lay under an obligation to execute justice, and was exhorted at much greater length to exert himself for the improvement of the revenue. A parliament was to be held chiefly as a means of restoring religion according to the Queen's ideas, of settling her marriage and succession, and of voting a subsidy. Sir Henry Sidney, who now makes his first appearance in Irish history, accompanied the Lord Deputy as Vice-Treasurer. He brought with him a sum of £25,000. About the time of the new Lord Deputy's arrival, the Kavanaghs made a raid into the neighbourhood of Dublin. Sir George Stanley took command of the citizens and drove 140 of the assailants into Power's Court, where they had to surrender at discretion. 74 were hanged. John Challoner, who was mayor of Dublin at the time, provided the civic force with arms, which he had brought at his own expense from Spain. This martial magistrate was offered knighthood, but he excused himself. "My lord," he said, "it will be more to my credit and my posterity's to have it said that John Challoner served the Queen upon occasion, than to say Sir John Challoner did it." Sussex landed at Dublin towards the end of May, and received the sword from St. Leger's willing hands. The religious ceremonies were of a kind entirely satisfactory to the Queen. After a month's stay in the capital, he set out for the north, and appeared in church both at Drogheda and Dundalk. The force mustered on this occasion was very considerable, for besides the regular soldiers and Ormond's followers, the gentlemen of the Pale were called on to serve with from 1 to 6 horsemen each. The Plunkets contributed 24 horse, the Nugents 18 horse and 24 foot. Dublin sent 60 horsemen and gunners, and Drogheda 40 men, well appointed. The Burns and the Tools, Wace in Wicklow, were expected to send 12 horse each, and other Irish contingents joined on the march. The first Sunday was spent at a mill beyond Newry, where Dowdall said Mass, and where O'Hanlon, whose chiefry seems to have been disputed, was solemnly proclaimed. Mention is made of a great hill of stones, which was perhaps the traditional spot for the election of an O'Hanlon. Passing along the right bank of the Newry River, which he crossed near Tandaragee, Sussex reached the Lagan Valley near Moara, and passing Belfast reached Carrickfergus on the 9th day after leaving Dublin. From this the army marched across the central districts of Antrim, and at last on the 24th day from Dublin, Sussex reached Glenarm, and found that James Macdonald had fled before him into Scotland. The fugitive sent to France for help, but his envoy's proceedings were counteracted by Paget's vigilance. A quantity of cattle were captured, besides butter and other produce hid in a cave. This seems to have been the only result of an expedition which lasted 37 days. Sussex dismissed his allies at their old rendezvous near Newry, and on the very next day, as if in ridicule of his efforts, a messenger arrived to say that the Scots had attacked the rear guard. Sidney afterwards said that he had slain James McConnell, a mighty Scots captain. During this expedition, some Scots of name were certainly killed, and one of them may have been called James, but the real James Macdonald was back at Glenarm before the end of the year. End of chapter 18, part 1.